smells from down below. I know I found my heaven. I found the rumble under my feet. Never less, gonna bring the best. Feeling like I'm best dressed. Feeling I am blessed. I guess I'm feeling lucky. I'm gonna chance this Russian roulette. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I'll never stop. I'm
In this video, we'll be going over some tips and tricks for the stages in the new version's themed mode, Ocean Odyssey, to help you better grasp the new gameplay and have a better experience. First, situated underwater beneath a huge statue is the Ocean Palace. At the beginning of a match, there are 2 ocean palaces that you can go to. They are located in the waters under the ruins and Milta. Each ocean palace has loads of supplies and treasures. It's an ideal landing spot. Now, what's the quickest way to enter the ocean palace? Parachute directly to the ocean surface at the start of a match, and after plunging underwater, you will get a speed boost, so you can quickly reach the palace. You swim faster in the water near the ocean palace, and you can hold your breath for longer, allowing you to move around quickly underwater. After passing through the sea suppressor barrier, you can enter the ocean palace. The sea suppressor barrier forms a large air pocket in the ocean palace, and you can battle in this space. The first time you enter the ocean palace, you will receive a special respawn. Do keep in mind that you will lose it if you leave the vicinity of the ocean palace. Inside the palace, you can activate the water nymph performance. When it ends, you'll be rewarded with supplies. A powerful item lies at the center of the palace, the trident, which unlocks once the countdown ends. Upon retrieving the trident, not only will you get lots of supplies, but a special respawn card as well. It's used to respawn in the battleground, and still works even when eliminated outside the ocean palace. However, the respawn card has a time limit, so pay attention to when it expires. Lost crates are hidden in the waters all around the palace. Dive in and explore for surprise loot. Once a certain amount of time passes in the match, a kraken will appear and destroy the sea suppressor, flooding the ocean palace. Use the portals in the ocean palace to leave quickly. Finally, there are several Forsaken ruins. Besides having tons of supplies, the Forsaken ruins conceal 2 sea treasuries. Find the switches to remove the water veil and enter the waterway from the ocean temple. Then you can find the sea treasury located underground. Light up all the pillars at the treasury entrance to open the treasury door and obtain the treasure. On the ground of the Forsaken ruins, there is a blasting current and a mirage tower. Use them to get higher up or to move around. When you encounter an enemy, use them creatively to take the enemy by surprise. Furthermore, some Forsaken ruins will have a spirit whale that appears in the sky after some time, and will leave a water orb on the ground after landing. Enter the water orb to board the whale escape pod. When the blue zone approaches, you can use the spirit whale to quickly get to the play zone. That's all for this video. Discover more ways to have fun. Hurry and try out Ocean Odyssey in PUBG Mobile. In this video, we'll be introducing 5 new items: the Trident, Gleaming Stingray, Water Orb Grenade, Water Orb Blaster, and the Whale Escape Pod. The Trident is sealed within the Ocean Palace. It can be retrieved after some time passes in the match. Follow the directions on the map to find it. Wielding the Trident grants the following: a special underwater swimming animation, faster swimming speed for moving about quickly or entering the play zone, and an exclusive water spout ability. Use it to turn into a water spout that moves around and can knock players and vehicles up into the air. You can use this ability to pull nearby enemies into the air, where teammates can focus fire on them, or give teammates cover to evacuate. Please be aware that water spouts cannot lift up enemies hiding in buildings. The Gleaming Stingray vehicle can be found in the waters of the Ocean Palace. Get close to it to ride it, or pick up a Stingray core in the Ocean Palace to summon it. Gleaming Stingrays can glide through the new underwater areas in the air, and can seat 2 players. After dismounting, it can be stored as a Stingray core. The Gleaming Stingray can then be summoned again from the quick item menu. In water areas, it can be quickly deployed with 1 tap without needing to be placed. Gleaming Stingrays have a special ability that launches bubbles and can be targeted at enemies to restrain them. When enemies are restrained, the passenger and other teammates are free to eliminate them. Bear in mind that the player in the back seat must be in the air to fire. Enemies restrained by bubbles cannot fire. Furthermore, hiding behind cover or moving quickly can reduce your chances of being hit by a bubble. The water orb grenade is a new throwable item that can be picked up around the map and thrown to generate a huge water orb where it lands, engulfing players caught in the explosion. Enemies must swim to the edge of the water orb to escape, while you and your teammates get a dash ability inside the water orb. While in combat, hit enemies with this throwable to let you and your teammates get closer to eliminate them. The Water Orb Blaster occupies the pistol slot and can shoot a water orb that lasts a while and grants you and your teammates a dash ability that you can use to quickly enter the water orb. From here, you can quickly move to another water orb or dash from it. When fighting in buildings, you can use this item for quick movement and counterattacks. The Whale Escape Pod can generate a water orb where it lands. Enter the water orb and wait a while for a whale to appear and take away everyone inside. It can carry your whole team, and you can also change its route or get off midway. It's a great option for getting to the play zone. That's it for this video. I'm sure you're already coming up with a bunch of other ways to use these items. Try them out in the new version now. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. In this video, we will go over the new version's game mechanics to help you have a better understanding and improve your experience. Let's get started. First is the Kraken underneath the Ocean Palace. Although the Ocean Palace is abundant in resources, the rewards are not without risks. After players enter the Ocean Palace, a countdown begins, and at the end of it, the Kraken will awaken and break the sea suppressor, causing the Ocean Palace to flood. This jeopardizes the play area, so when the countdown ends, make sure to evacuate quickly to avoid getting trapped underwater. Next is the special respawn. Upon entering the Ocean Palace, you will receive the Heart of the Sea's protection and get an additional special respawn chance. This special respawn only works once per match. When eliminated in the Ocean Palace area, the special respawn chance will be used up. When you leave the Ocean Palace waters, you also lose the Heart of the Sea's protection, and your respawn chance will be removed. Furthermore, when the sea suppressor is destroyed, the Ocean Palace will flood. If you enter the Ocean Palace area at this point, you won't get a respawn chance. Next is the Sea Treasury underneath the Forsaken Ruins. If you wish to enter the Sea Treasury, you will need to find it within the Forsaken Ruins and activate the switches at the Treasury entrance. Pass through an underwater cave to reach the entrance of the Treasury. To open the Treasury door, you need to light up all the pillars. Once you get the treasure, a portal will appear. Go through the portal to be teleported high in the air within the play zone and parachute back in. There's also another feature to explore, the Water Prism. Water prisms are scattered throughout the map. Barriers surround them, and they can be unlocked by approaching them. Enter to reach the crates inside, and get precious supplies and items. Last is the Celestial Sea Treasure. In the new themed mode, you can pick up a new airdrop, the Celestial Sea Treasure airdrop crate. The Celestial Sea Treasure is delivered by water column. Loads of supplies lie within. We hope you all discover more fun and surprises. That's it for the game mechanics tutorial. We hope you have a better grasp of Ocean Odyssey now. Rewarding game mechanics and challenges await you. Be sure not to miss out. In this video, we'll be going over some tips and tricks for the stages in the new version's themed mode, Ocean Odyssey, to help you better grasp the new gameplay and have a better experience. First, situated underwater beneath a huge statue is the Ocean Palace. At the beginning of a match, there are 2 ocean palaces that you can go to. They are located in the waters under the ruins and Milta. Each ocean palace has loads of supplies and treasures. It's an ideal landing spot. Now, what's the quickest way to enter the ocean palace? Parachute directly to the ocean surface at the start of a match, and after plunging underwater, you will get a speed boost, so you can quickly reach the palace. You swim faster in the water near the ocean palace, and you can hold your breath for longer, allowing you to move around quickly underwater. After passing through the sea suppressor barrier, you can enter the ocean palace. The sea suppressor barrier forms a large air pocket in the ocean palace, and you can battle in this space. The first time you enter the ocean palace, you will receive a special respawn. Do keep in mind that you will lose it if you leave the vicinity of the ocean palace. Inside the palace, you can activate the water nymph performance. When it ends, you'll be rewarded with supplies. A powerful item lies at the center of the palace, the trident, which unlocks once the countdown ends. Upon retrieving the trident, not only will you get lots of supplies, but a special respawn card as well. It's used to respawn in the battleground, and still works even when eliminated outside the ocean palace. However, the respawn card has a time limit, so pay attention to when it expires. Lost crates are hidden in the waters all around the palace. Dive in and explore for surprise loot. Once a certain amount of time passes in the match, a kraken will appear and destroy the sea suppressor, flooding the ocean palace. Use the portals in the ocean palace to leave quickly. Finally, there are several Forsaken ruins. Besides having tons of supplies, the Forsaken ruins conceal 2 sea treasuries. Find the switches to remove the water veil and enter the waterway from the ocean temple. Then you can find the sea treasury located underground. Light up all the pillars at the treasury entrance to open the treasury door and obtain the treasure. On the ground of the Forsaken ruins, there is a blasting current and a mirage tower. Use them to get higher up or to move around. When you encounter an enemy, use them creatively to take the enemy by surprise. Furthermore, some Forsaken ruins will have a spirit whale that appears in the sky after some time, and will leave a water orb on the ground after landing. Enter the water orb to board the whale escape pod. When the blue zone approaches, you can use the spirit whale to quickly get to the play zone. That's all for this video. Discover more ways to have fun. Hurry and try out Ocean Odyssey in PUBG Mobile. In this video, we'll be introducing 5 new items: the Trident, Gleaming Stingray, Water Orb Grenade, Water Orb Blaster, and the Whale Escape Pod. The Trident is sealed within the Ocean Palace. It can be retrieved after some time passes in the match. Follow the directions on the map to find it. Wielding the Trident grants the following: a special underwater swimming animation, faster swimming speed for moving about quickly or entering the play zone, and an exclusive water spout ability. Use it to turn into a water spout that moves around and can knock players and vehicles up into the air. You can use this ability to pull nearby enemies into the air, where teammates can focus fire on them, or give teammates cover to evacuate. Please be aware that water spouts cannot lift up enemies hiding in buildings. The Gleaming Stingray vehicle can be found in the waters of the Ocean Palace. Get close to it to ride it, or pick up a Stingray core in the Ocean Palace to summon it. Gleaming Stingrays can glide through the new underwater areas in the air, and can seat 2 players. After dismounting, it can be stored as a Stingray core. The Gleaming Stingray can then be summoned again from the quick item menu. In water areas, it can be quickly deployed with one tap without needing to be placed. Gleaming Stingrays have a special ability that launches bubbles and can be targeted at enemies to restrain them. When enemies are restrained, the passenger and other teammates are free to eliminate them. Bear in mind that the player in the back seat must be in the air to fire. Enemies restrained by bubbles cannot fire. Furthermore, hiding behind cover or moving quickly can reduce your chances of being hit by a bubble. The water orb grenade is a new throwable item that can be picked up around the map and thrown to generate a huge water orb where it lands, engulfing players caught in the explosion. Enemies must swim to the edge of the water orb to escape, while you and your teammates get a dash ability inside the water orb. While in combat, hit enemies with this throwable to let you and your teammates get closer to eliminate them. The Water Orb Blaster occupies the pistol slot and can shoot a water orb that lasts a while and grants you and your teammates a dash ability that you can use to quickly enter the water orb. From here, you can quickly move to another water orb or dash from it. When fighting in buildings, you can use this item for quick movement and counterattacks. The Whale Escape Pod can generate a water orb where it lands. Enter the water orb and wait a while for a whale to appear and take away everyone inside. It can carry your whole team, and you can also change its route or get off midway. It's a great option for getting to the play zone. That's it for this video. I'm sure you're already coming up with a bunch of other ways to use these items. Try them out in the new version now. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. In this video, we will go over the new version's game mechanics to help you have a better understanding and improve your experience. Let's get started. First is the Kraken underneath the Ocean Palace. Although the Ocean Palace is abundant in resources, the rewards are not without risks. After players enter the Ocean Palace, a countdown begins, and at the end of it, the Kraken will awaken and break the sea suppressor, causing the Ocean Palace to flood. This jeopardizes the play area, so when the countdown ends, make sure to evacuate quickly to avoid getting trapped underwater. Next is the special respawn. Upon entering the ocean,
Welcome to a beautiful weekend run as the Friday is already here, as this is the PMCL Southeast Asia. Joining me is Cuckoo, and my name is Contra, as we'll be your storytellers for the entire course of the evening. Thank you so much for joining us, as we will be, of course, bring you all these action-packed goodness that is the best out of the Southeast Asian teams to see who will be making their way to the grand finals. So, Cuckoo, I believe that we got so much to talk about heading to this weekend.
Yeah, so much to talk about heading to this weekend. It is actually a totally different kind of feel going in day number 3, all because of, I mean, it's the same for Austria, but it's all because of the others, the underdog teams during week number 1. We have Dread Esports, we have Strangers Esports, we even have God 7 and KE yesterday. KE just dominated one of the maps that we had. It's just so bad that they're going to be on rest day for today. So we're going to find out later on once we see now the comeback of another group who rested yesterday as well.
Yeah, and I guess at least they managed to at least put some really good records before going on their rest day. So it's really down to the teams that are emerging once again to take claim and make good use of this current circumstance. Speaking of which, Yangon Galacticos and all these teams coming from the respective group will also take their chances now that they are back on track. So we'll see what will happen from here on, because we got a lot of stacked teams for the course of this Friday run. So with that being said, of course, we'll give you guys all the lowdown as well as the details. And of course, if you guys are joining for the very first time, we'll be running 6 maps back to back. It's 1 round of Sanhok, 3 back-to-back rounds of Erangel, and then we move to a double round of Miramar to close off the evening. And as the point follows, it's 10 points for the chicken dinner, and the number will dwindle down all the way to 1 for 7 as well as 8 place. 9 to 16 receive 0, therefore every elimination point matters in this tournament.
And you can see that Sanhok is one of those maps wherein Myanmar's quads are actually, very, very good. Yesterday, we almost saw TTQ getting their chicken dinner from yesterday, but then again, it was God 7 who actually got that. Austria Esports is also one of those teams who is a non-Myanmar squad, who's very good in Sanhok. You have to also look out for PBE, who's actually going to be playing for today now, together with Yangon Galacticos and Flash Vision Esports and Fearless Esports. But let's look at the scoring system. So once we all got the scores from the weeks that we have the weekly points, the weekly rankings. We also have the league points, which is very important. Last week we already knew who's number one, and that was Austria Esports. So they got that 20 points. Basically, it goes down by 1 point each placement until the 20th. So if you get the 20th place, you'll get 1 point. And based on the league points, we're gonna have the head start points coming into the grand finals, which is going to be starting in September. To be more specific, September 20th is the start of the grand finals, and that's where they will be able to use the head start points. And these are all important points because if you remember from last season, Harame Bro didn't really had that very good grand finals. They had really good head start points, which they used a lot in order for them to be able to win against Austria Esports during that time. But before we talk about even more about that, let's now talk about week number 2, day 3 groupings. It's going to be A, B, D, and E. So like what we mentioned last night, that Group C won't be playing for today. It's going to be Sin, Team Max X Victoria 9, Kill Enemy, and Good Game Esports.
That's right, especially with Yangon Galacticos, Fearless, Playbook Esports, as well as Flash Vision coming back into the mix. We did actually see that Flash Vision has put up a decent record back in the very first day of this week, and then of course taking that slight break does give them a little time to recharge for back-to-back rounds heading into the weekend. I think it will definitely give them a decent form of momentum throughout the course from Friday till Sunday. Same goes to Yangon Galacticos, who's been able to really thrive towards the later stages of the weekend, which we saw back in week 1. Therefore, I'm really liking what I'm seeing, and we'll take a look at the overall stats as currently some of these teams coming from Group B might need to do a little bit of catching up, such as Yangon Galacticos currently positioned at 13. And of course, for those that have been watching, Austria Esports has been really showing up in almost all these matches. Though yesterday wasn't really their best hurdle without all too many chicken dinners, but they've been rather consistent alongside with Dread Esports, STE, as well as KE. But KE, since they're not going to be playing for today, we'll expect them to be dropping in terms of ranks. So let's see how much points can all these teams who are playing for the evening push in order to keep some of these teams a little bit lower behind their position.
Right. And you can see Rami Bro, who had a good game, if I'm not mistaken, from the last game. So they will need a lot more points in order for them to be able to get over Austria Esports. But before we talk about that, let's talk about, again, the prize pool. We're going to have a total prize pool of 18,000 US dollars as it's going to be distributed to all teams. First placer will get 4,500 USD, 2,400 for the second placer, 1,800 for the third placer. Fourth will get 1,500 USD, and then from fifth down to eighth place, it's gonna be 900 USD, 600 USD for the ninth until the 12th place, and then for 13th until the 16th, it's gonna be 300 USD. And then from 17th down to the 20th will be 150 USD. Also, the weekly awards is also important as Red Bull and Austria Esports actually got them these awards from last week, the best performance team and the Terminator Weekly. So these are the other things that they're fighting for. But then again, the most important prize contra would be the one ticket to the PUBG Mobile Global Championship by the end of this year. And we don't know yet. I mean, right now we're leaning towards Austria because right now they're the number one team from first week and then now in second week. And this is their second to the last day for this week for Austria Esports Group. Same goes with Dread. And that's why you could see them in top number 1 and top number 2.
True enough, and on top of that as well, when it comes down to the grand finals, even teams positioned from second, third, fourth, or fifth could actually seek very good opportunities in order to really play catch up against Austria Esports. So I would still say that Austria Esports, they're not really resting on their laurels despite having such a good week one, because there's still this two remainder of weekends to play out, and at least we're already getting close to close out our second weekend, and therefore if they can back 60 points of bonus, I feel like that is going to be a tough margin for a lot of all these teams to beat. However, there's just all these tight competition with Harame Bro still really putting solid points. Red Esports are also following suit this time around, so I still think that it is still rather competitive as we get ourselves prepared for the grand finals. But, before we get ourselves into our very first game, of course, there's a lot of promos going on inside of PUBG Mobile, and this is one for you guys to check out.
Yeah, this is the Galadriel X suit, available right now until September 30th. It includes also an exclusive lobby pose, Wreak Havoc with the Sky Huntress, the first ever advanced upgradable MG3. The first one of the day, also, like the first purchase, is also going to be at 10 UC, and we've talked about this contra. Like, today is already the 30th of August, so you only have like 30 days left, or you could probably add one, so that's 31 days left. So you can top up like 310 UC, like 10 UC per day. Might as well try it. If you get the MG3, if you get the X suit, then definitely tag us. But before we even talk about that, let's now talk about our prediction. These predictions, sometimes we miss, but sometimes we actually get it. Mine right now is Genesis Esports. For me, Genesis Esports has that sort of sense of urgency, in my opinion, here, Contra, because from last week they didn't really ended up strong. I want them to end strong for today in order for them to be back in the leaderboards.
Yeah, me too. Genesis Esports are definitely still up in the running, but now that Playbook Esports have got themselves pretty much recharged, taking that 1 day of break, and we've seen before that they are very good when it comes down to how they play out Sanhok, so I'm definitely keeping them under watch on how well could they actually perform in this respective matchup. Whereas we have a lot of mix of names out there. Austria Esports definitely is still one of the hot favorites out there, with a double vote coming in from both the Cambodians as well as the Miramar casters. So, of course, that's always the safest one to go if you guys don't really know which one to pick. And speaking of which, later on there's going to be a QR code for you guys to put your votes in as well. But, when we take a look at names like God7, they are also really doing very, very well, especially here in this week too. What do you think has improved overall for the side of God7?
I'm pretty sure that they have increased their aggressiveness for this week. From last week, it's kind of like just in the middle, but this week they're able to be more aggressive right through mid-game until the end. If you notice from last week for God7, sometimes they are aggressive in the early stages, and then eventually their aggressiveness goes down, and then it goes up again by the end. So you have to have that consistency when it comes to aggressiveness, and being aggressive here in this league now would give you a lot more of elimination points, and elimination points has been more important now compared to the placement points. If you look at last week, Harame Bro didn't even got a chicken dinner, and they're still in, if I'm not mistaken, top 3 or top 2. So you can go for that aggressiveness, and that was the one that I noticed coming from God7.
Yeah, true enough, and I do believe that there needs to be at least a fine balance of both, because certain teams, they are very aggressive in the early game, and then right after, it really seemed like they do suffer by having a couple of players losing out in some of all these early battles. But then again, like sometimes it works out, and maybe by taking multiple fights, you might even get like double digits before the round ends. So that's pretty much equivalent to a chicken dinner by itself.
Right, and you can vote for your favorite teams as well. I mean, we know that you guys are waiting for the game, but you also have your own bets. So please scan the QR code right now. Vote for your favorite team. We have seen Austria Esports being so dominant as well when it comes to votes. Yesterday, I think the highest was like 69%. So might as well try. Vote for GE, maybe try to vote for Harame Bro, those favorites that you have. There's also other teams like God7 right now. Dread Esports is one of the teams that is dominating as well, together with Strangers Esports. And again, they needed that sort of gameplay in order for them to basically bounce back from that lackluster gameplay that they have shown in week number 1. Well, let's see if they're going to continue on with that type of gameplay as we now move in to the very first map of Sanhok.
That's right, as we're getting ourselves prepared, you guys be sure to follow PUBG Mobile Esports on all social media platforms, whether you're currently watching from TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, or anywhere else. Well, I honestly don't know how many other platforms there are, but make sure you stay up to speed as we will now begin our very first game here for our Friday run of Sanhok. So here we go. Can't wait to see how this flight path is going to treat our players on board.
You know, go in. Had some sort of. I think there was like 2 early engagement. There was one in boot camp. I'm not really so sure of the other one. But you wouldn't expect it right now because remember, Kill Enemy is not playing today, so. Bootcamp will be for the hands only of Strangers Esports. No challenge for them this time around. So expect STE would be able to just loot around and be able to rotate if ever the circle would go away from them. We have seen circles down on south. We've seen circles down on north. If I'm not mistaken, Contra, we haven't seen yet the circle going to the areas of Camp Alpha, right?
Yeah, we haven't really get an opportunity to see how teams would actually do in such a tight corner of the map, but it definitely will be super fun when it happens, especially, you know, we're only getting like 1 Sanhok game per day, so yeah, the possibilities are a little rather low compared to, you know, in certain tournaments out there. But of course, we'll keep our eyes onto what will happen later on. But once again, when it comes down to these groupings, I do get a little concerned for some of these games because you take a look at the southeastern corner map, there's a lot of things going on. FRL already losing Ranzer off the bat, and meanwhile there's a battle on top of the Temple Hills at the very same time. Oh boy, Acuity will go ahead to annihilate Nathan off the get-go, but there's still some pressure being put right in from the side of Exer. Doing it all alone. I'm not too sure where his other teammates are, and now that's only 1 member left standing for Elevate Esports. Not the best of starts, but this is how it's going to go for in the entire course of the tournament.
Well, I saw the team of Elevate. One of their players, I think, was disconnected, so not really so sure who it is. Probably Claire or maybe Coca-Cola, but we're gonna have to confirm that. I saw that that line beside the name, and usually if you have that sort of line, you would expect that that player is disconnected. So that's why there were only like 3 players of Elevate Esports right at the temples of Camp Alpha. As for God7, this is gonna be good for them since they're able to take 3 out of the 4 members of Elevate Esports. As for Elevate, they will have to just wait it out until the rest of the game commence, and then maybe just bounce back on the next game in Erangel. You see Dread earlier than now TTQ. TTQ got the first place yesterday with 18 points in Sanhok. They can do the same. I mean, if they have that momentum in Sanhok, if they can manage to get into the circle as well, most likely you will see TTQ right over there. And this is what I said earlier, Claire. So I think he was disconnected, and so looks like he's on a different area right now here around Camp Bravo. So this is a very far location to where the others had dropped.
Yeah, it's just super unfortunate, right? Because maybe he could have actually made a lot more difference on that battle itself. And it's just a tough ordeal in the early stage of the tournament. So hopefully, you know, this wouldn't happen for the other maps as well, which will be even more devastating if it does happen in Erangel or even Miramar. As Sanhok, you know, at least you only deal with it once a day. Well, we do have a certain pickoff happening right here with 21. So sneakily cutting into the beaches of Langkawi. I say Langkawi, that's actually a place in Malaysia. It is Langkawi. Yeah. Beautiful pickoff from GOAT Esports as it continues to put in decent points for the team. Yesterday, very, very good run as they did manage to make it with 50 points. Today, they might be looking to strafe past even teams such as GE or even TTQ.
As you say that, Federal is able to take out Pozo off from Fearless Esports. Now they're down to 2. But for 21, aka Exit, let's see if he can manage to go for a 2v1. We do see Master Rix over there, though. So this is the clutch player of Flash Vision Esports. So you better be careful. Right now, nades coming from 21. There's going to be some suppressing fire from right above. Off from Yahiko and the XZ11. So this means that Flash Vision Esports, 2 players, Toki and Rix, they're actually stuck right now, right at this spot. So he's able to also loot up. Now there are going to be some cooks of nade from both sides. Master Toki now throws in a nade. There's going to be some splash damage coming from 21. Now 21 does have one more nade for him. Can try to throw it again. Will it connect? Nope, it will not connect. But Master Rix is already damaged. Ooh, another damage for him. So now it's going to be up to Lily Haiko together with XZ11, who will now try to go for the push. And ooh, the fire! He actually stepped on it, and now he needs to go for that bandage. Just 1 HP left, or maybe just 10 HP left for Rix. And 21 now goes for the push, knocks one down. And now it's going to be Master Toki versus 21. And Master Toki, ooh, spots Yahiko. And now Yahiko goes out. And 21 is not ready for action, but he has his friend. He has his teammate over there. And there you go. Little Yatka goes for the shotgun, baby. And he kills Master Rix, and Toki is out of this game.
Yeah, it's just a really tough spot for FV to be funneled into this part of the village. And the rest of GOAT Esports, they have managed to really take over the control of the hill. But they still have Paps to rely on, so he wasn't in the mix of all that battle, so he'll be keeping watch. Perhaps might be able to pick off at least one from this angle. We'll see whether or not if he's going to do so, or else he could also opt for the safe rotation out of Langkawi. But he may as well just try, as playing alone inside of Sanhok is already tough enough, but we've seen some miracles happen before. Though, this is still very early into Stage 1. 1 more minute is where we'll start to see the blue zone kick in. Now, GOAT Esports, they just have to be a little bit more careful because they have no idea where exactly is Pops at the moment. Whereas, over on the bottom end of the bridge is where PBE tries to pick it up across. Monboy did get clipped earlier, but he's going to be in the hands of his own teammates, so that's not going to be all too problematic. TTQ being very proactive over on the course of the hill, trying to pick off all these teams cutting across as they are really taking a lot of space as well as position. So this is going to be a tough spot for PBE to really dive through, as this is still pretty much very far down the south. And speaking of which, FV is already out, as Pops could not really handle the heat.
Yeah, just way too much for Pabs off from Flash Vision Esports. Way too many goats that he has to defend. But for TTQ, they're very much scattered right around the southwestern side part. Ooh, there we go. That's going to be, I think, Michi. Ooh, he spotted. This is Gus of TTQ. And Michi was the one who revived Ryman earlier. And then Ryman, who has the UAZ, might as well just, stick together instead of, like, splitting up. You'll eventually be spotted if, TTQ is, like, scattered across the areas there. So for Ryman, he doesn't have any choice anymore but just to hide for now. For Michi, highly unlikely Contra that he will be revived.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot tougher for now. Playbook Esports couldn't seem to find any form of way to actually cut right through. But the good news is that with the first pull of Stage 2, it will be leaning towards the side of Playbook Esports. So, therefore, some of all these other teams across, such as TTQ, will have to make their way past the bridge later on. Michi's still limping, but there's just no saving grace at all. So, this will still be pretty much to be secured by TTQ, since Ryman, as much as he wants to, he won't be able to swim there in time, especially with KH watching. But he'll put a little bit more pressure onto KH. Other than that, there's not all too much that the rest of TTQ could actually do at the meantime. So it's just going to be this duel in between these two members. Whereas Gus is also being tagged from the hillside as well. That's actually coming in from Bomboy. Beautiful off angle to be able to clip him out.
Nice player coming from PBE, and the support coming from Monboy and Dale. Dale revived Mitchie, and we mentioned highly unlikely that Mitchie will be revived, but no, they say they will try to make sure that they will be all four complete. And now it just flipped over. Now TTQ has the disadvantage here with a 2v4. Dale was spotted there with a spray of KH. KH will be spotted as well. Ooh, but look at this. Ryman will be stuck at the waters, and Zuki, the ever opportunistic man of TTQ. Ooh, spots Mitchie as well. Gets that last shot. But now he's spotted with those gunshots. All eyes now onto Zuki. KH won't be able to help out for now, but for PBE, they have to plan out another, strategy in order for them to revive Ryman.
Yeah, this time is going to be a little bit harder because they're pretty scattered, a little bit far off. But Zuki was pretty sharp on the attack as well to be able to respond onto the aggression being displayed from the side of Ryman. And eventually might be able to get one more point back towards his own teammates. PBE, though, with them taking all these long angles, I really do love that they've been able to spot out the entirety of TTQ with this full information. And even for the side of TTQ, they would also have known by now that exact same spot. It's just that Zuki is just unable to react or to move out of this position by the stone. So I'm not too sure how TTQ actually could survive for the long hurdle, because Stage 3 is about to appear. We'll see what the update's going to be like. Actually, not too far off. It's literally across the river. So the problem is it's going to be PBE that's gating them, but God7's going to be lending them a hand at the very same time. So this is where PBE would get occupied. Labubu, this is a name that I don't see all too often, but he's going to be playing in this very first match, immediately getting shot by the rest of PBE. Zuki also looking for those opportunities as they manage to find one pin towards that member of God7.
And this is what I talked about earlier, the aggressiveness from God7. If they see an opportunity, they just go right straight at him. And Monboy right now is all stuck here, right at this side. And then there's going to be another suppressing fire from a different angle. So he has to hide for now. It's still early. Stage number 3. The circle will still shift away from them most likely. But look at this, up on the northern side, northeast to be more specific. There's just so many teams. Jump Pack 3 right now. He's going to be fighting for that position. For Monboy, he actually went out. He's now going to be cooking up a nade. Edward QT gets splash damage. Edward right now is going to be healing up, but Monboy very sneaky. Oh, nice nade for Monboy.
What a toss right there. Now that's definitely going to open up this perfect fight for inside of Playbook Esports to really close it right through. Edward QT could not even limp out of that shack. Meanwhile, we did manage to spot out a lot of teams over on northeast side, and it's going to be GE that overwhelms Yangon Galacticos. 2 members being knocked down. I believe they've also annihilated 1. So it's only down to Romeo Boy, who's currently on that buggy, trying to salvage whatever that's being left in this spot. So Yangon Galacticos, they're just hoping to play it safe without any form of time to actually revive throughout the course of ban. And what's also interesting is that this circle is closing into Quarry, which isn't exactly the easiest area to play out. But whatever kills that these teams can actually get covered from, it could buy a lot more time than to be stuck into the lower end of Quarry. Meanwhile, it's going to be Stranger Esports that will collapse once again with PBE. And this fight has been taking a lot of time with SDE. They go in the mix as well. They manage to get 1 member off inside of PB, giving God7 the help that they needed so far. Dell going for a reload as he will still bring that S12K to damage them through, but it's not going to be enough to take down NC2.
And PBE was sandwiched over there by God7 and STE. STE did actually push over towards this area. So now their next target will be God7, knowing that there are gunshots also besides what PBE has been doing so far. But they also have to be careful because look at Dread. Dread is just waiting upstairs. The circle also has shifted away from them. Dread would also have to think about the circle too. So there's a lot of things to, to think about here, Contra. It's just a matter of making that right decision.
That's true, and now RSG really has to make good use of that spacing because there's still plenty of spots for them to play, but they're booking the warehouse. It's going to be hard for them to move around. With a lot of teams by the hillside that will be keeping watch as well. As all these teams are just wrapping around the edges, there's just plenty of casualties, as we're already seeing so many players dropping off from names like TTQ, YG, and also Fearless Esports, whereas all the other squads are looking rather healthy. I say that for now, but of course, RSG also taking a little bit of a pot shots coming into that warehouse that I spoke of. I want to really take a look at how GE is going to approach this. They're on those wheels, being watched by Claire. It's just by the edge, though. He can't really afford to take shots right now because that's a really easy place to be spotted. While the rest of Strangers Esports are pushing through up against Red Esports.
And look at this. Oh, Jibna got spotted by not PE, but it was Ostja from a different angle. Full also add this elimination lineup. We're also having some difficulty against. So there's a ton of other engagements happening off cam. But what we're focusing right now is Dread Esports. Dread, one player is currently down. This is their ITL, which is Jibna. And by the way, look at the lineup change for Dread. They have put in Barney and then put Jashi back out. So looks like they thought of a much more effective player to Barney compared to Jashi this time around. Let's see if it will be effective though. As Jibna is gonna get hit, and actually he's gonna be out. And there we go. That's gonna be Damon who gets spotted by NC2, and this is going to be STE is gonna get a lot of help from a different angle, which is from far distance, from the opposite side, if I'm not mistaken. And right now, this is the time for STE to push. But look at this. Two players are currently down, and he's already out for NC2. And now Evil needs to get revived by 762.
Yeah, that's what he's hoping to do, but there's only a little bit of a wiggle room for him to do so before getting spotted out by Dread Esports. So he's just opting to ditch him out in the open right there, because that blue zone's also closing in, so he doesn't want to take that form of risk. Meanwhile, Dread Esports has been spotting 762 running around, so they will be keeping track of his current position, while nades are tossed towards the side of 762 at the same time. Red Bull, he's been that player that has been the most impactful coming from the side of Asia Esports. Those 2 points are through his sheer effort alone, and he's looking for number 3 to shut off STE completely. And that's what we do expect coming in from the MVP of the tournament thus far.
And look at him, just very nonchalant, to be very specific. Red Bull, 3 eliminations already. We didn't really feel him until now with that bomb off to STE. But right now, look at this circle. A very interesting one. I think 1/4 of it is now part of Quarry, which is the down slope hill, which is the ditch. But for Martin, Martin will be able to spot MH, and MH will die in the process. Really good drop shot for Martin.
Yeah, he's just promptly going for the drop. The moment that he sees him jumping out of that window pane, and now pops in a little bit of a pickle. He has to outrun the blue zone. Now, cutting into the shacks of the warehouse, or should I say, just behind this corner of the stone. Still trying to heal up, but he does have a little bit of that wiggle room. But RSG still wrapping things around. Where can he actually run safely to, as he's got his back exposed? Master Vape will be able to take down the final member of Fearless Esports while they are also getting picked off at the very same time. It is Red Esports not giving them any form of space. Ryder dashing his way through. He's trying his best to survive and finally getting a little bit of space through that corner, but the nades are flying in. It's going to be Federales to look for more points to be secured in the hands of Harame Bro. Even they themselves are not really having a good time as they are forced to go into the deep corners of Quarry.
Oh yeah, they're right at the edge of the circle too, so they might get gate kept by the other squads. And there we go. That's Federales spots Ryder. He was able to get the revive onto Range, and Range right now will have to crawl in order for him to get revived by Federales. He needs to be careful though, because they're out in the open. So maybe Federales is just telling Range right now to just hide behind this rock, and I'll get you up. And you can see now Goat waiting in the inside of the circle. Ostja, in my opinion, would have the best possible spot here. They're at the hillside, so they can just manage this hillside. Then, again, the winner chicken dinner might be on their side this game.
Yeah, there's still plenty of all these opportunities because for Asia Esports as well as GE, they're holding some of the best spots possible just around the corners of Cave. Though they are currently in a very different section, these fights heading into the late game is inevitable. It's just that for now, it's a very different type of focus for the side of Asia Esports to try to catch all these players running out of quarry. Well, there's still GOT7 lurking around the villages. It's going to be Labubu. This is going to be his first appearance throughout the course of the week, as I do believe he did not play from yesterday's run. But, of course, he's trying to be the flag bearer for the side of GOT7, whereas RTC holding on to the high ground, but not really having a good time against Koopa, who's trying to charge right through. Oh, boy. Someone got that level 1 vest in the middle, getting shredded out. Once again, it's going to be Harame Bros just picking everybody off from this corner of the map, and somehow still stays afloat, trying to move from this north point into a better spot. But once they do get out of this dip of the quarry, it's going to be tough for them to eventually go up against the rest of RTC, but it's still entirely possible. Here comes the push, and immediately traded back. They managed to eliminate RTC in the process.
Wow, did you see that? 2 in 1. One frag grenade, 2 members of RTC goes down. 7 eliminations, by the way, for just Federales. This man is on fire. Looks like this is the time for Arame Bros to really bounce back and get that number 1 over Ostja. But Ostja is still alive. Oh, but Marnet stops 2. It's Kainen in the top. Another 2 in 1 nade. And then you can also add the third party coming from Lil Yatka. And this is going to be a third party onto GE.
What a spray from that distance. He catches 2 of these members from the side of GE. Now that basically deters whatever opportunity for the side of GE to try to play for this win. But hey, 1 member, it's still pretty much possible. There's 1 more left from GOAT Esports as well. As Miramar Bros, they didn't manage to make the cut. The shots fired from the side of Red Bull will secure it. Though Federales is looking super hot, this guy has never stopped racking in points for the side of Asia Esports. Martin in the very corner. 21, hiding behind a rock. I don't think they spotted him just yet, but now they do. Martin's going to be down, so it's going to be a 1 versus 1. Despite Red Bull wanting to go in for those revives, now he's going for the taps, and he will be able to spot him out as Asia Esports gets another chicken dinner in the bag.
Wow, and you know what? GOAT, even though that they died at the very last moment, they were able to get at least 2 more off from Martin and another player off from Austria Esports. So good game, well played for both squads, GOAT and the squad of Skynet, which is Austria Esports. Another good game as well for the side also of Harame Bro and GE. So you can also add those 2 to those teams who really wanted to get that win in this game. But again, another chicken dinner for Austria. This is their 2nd time this week for a chicken in Sanhok.
And how the tables have turned in just a slight moment in time, because at one moment I thought, RTC, they had 3 members playing that high ground against the members of Harame Bros, and then you saw that beautiful nade as well as spray from Federales that cleared the entire passage without any form of response of RTC. And at the very same time, GOAT Esports was the one in charge of taking down majority of all these GE members, or else GE would have actually stood a chance to play out for that final circle. But it's been a really, really tough standout match where we saw so many teams battle by the edges, and I think one such battle that took really long was PBE. where we saw them going up against TTQ. There was God7 that's also putting pressure upon them as well. And STE has also contributed in that fight. So that's kind of like a four-way battle, I would say.
And you can might as well say five-way, because Dread Esports was also joining in the fun up on the upper hills, who's trying to gatekeep STE right at the end. But right at the end, it was Federalis who got 7 eliminations. We might see him as the MVP, by the way, with that 7 eliminations right after this. But let's see. There we go. He is the MVP. 7 eliminations from Federalis, up from Miramar Bro. And this man was on fire at the quarry area. He was like eliminating every single challenge that Miramar Bro really had there. There was like at least 3 teams that he had to fight off in order for them to be able to be at the top 4.
Yeah, and then at the same time, we also did see that he was also trying to keep range alive for most part. While fragging, he is also being such a team player on top of racking 10 knockouts as well as that amount of damage. It's absolutely insane. We thought, you know, Red Bull was having the time of his life. Yes, he did, as a matter of fact, secure a chicken dinner for the entire squad of Asia Esports, but this effort being displayed by Federal is absolutely deserving of the MVP title for the match.
Yeah, very deserving for Federalis, but you could also add Red Bull to it, because Red Bull was the one who saved the day for the side of Austria Esports as they got the winner chicken dinner. 8 total eliminations from this team, and if I'm not mistaken, most of the eliminations came from Red Bull, and this guy really wanted to, you know, fight against Federalis to get that MVP honors, and also the Terminator Weekly for week number 2. And if the consistency is there for Austria, if they can manage to go for another top number 1 right at the end of day number 5, then definitely you will see him, Red Bull, to be able to get that Terminator of the Week again.
Yeah, and, you know, throughout the course of the week, Red Bull has been the one popping in the screen for at least a good 4 times. I lost count. It's probably even more. But Federalis, it's good to actually see him already starting so strongly. It might just mean that Harame Bros, they could have a super strong showing here for this Friday run. So I'm excited for what's about to happen in Erangel matches. Harame Bros are absolutely activated. So it's all about the entire team to also follow suit into what he currently offers in his current form. But of course, let's take a look at the stats as well, where we do get 10 headshots to happen across the field and plenty of revives. That's also due to the fact that early game we saw how many times they were also going for those mid to long range pot shots, and I think like majority of these numbers are coming in from PBE members, TTQ, those guys that were in that party, right? And right. There's also so many teams over in North that were also taking part in battles, which we may not get too much of a glimpse of, but other than that, pretty standard stuff that we're actually getting coming out of Sanhok overall.
Well, for PBE, it's just so sad that they were really trying their best to be aggressive right at the edges of the circle. And then eventually they got third-partied by STE, or even you can add Dread Esports to it. Yeah, or God7 too, yeah. And I really want them to be a lot more aggressive, because I just noticed from them ever since they, you know, played in the PMSL, from that point onwards, the aggressiveness of PBE, they're being like not really, you know, so aggressive compared to the other squads here in PMCL. But anyways, match standing here for match number 1 for day 3. For week 2, it's going to be GOAT with 19 points. Even though that they did not get the winner chicken dinner, they have a ton of elimination points here. For Austria, they got the chicken dinner, they got 18 points. So eventually this lead that Austria has right now against everyone, it'll just blew up for them, or for the others rather. For Rami Bro, this is good to see that they're starting off well with 12 points. Would love to see them play well in the next 3 matches of Erangel.
Yeah, same could be said about GE as well, with these 9 points being gathered in this matchup. And another good game going for the side of RTC now that they just emerged back from that rest day. So this is definitely a very, very good showing coming from the Singaporean organization to be able to at least push right through. As you currently see, RTC is currently on 14th spot with very good chances to eventually make it into the top 10 as well. But with a little bit of that maintenance. It really feels like Asja is just trying to create this giant balloon to be unchaseable. It's Harame Bros right now to take that top 2 spot, only 1 point up ahead Dread Esports.
Yeah, and Dread also did manage to get a little bit of elimination points in that match, but the fact of the matter is they weren't able to, get into the circle right away, as Goat Esports was the one who got there first, and they were like gatekept by the nades coming from Goat. As for Goat Esports, they played together with Elevate Esports on Group E, and this is their second day. This is second day playing, and they have 69 points already. Contra. This only means that Goat Esports is on the verge of probably going there and maybe around top 3 or maybe top 4, maybe even top 2 by the end of this week. Let's see if they can get more so that they can maybe even go over Austria.
Yeah, good notion right there to point that one out, because we've been keeping our eyes on them and they've been rather consistent, and I do think that they can be top 2 challengers out there if they can really keep up to the pace of Harame Bros and the rest of these teams out there. So long as these matches of Erangel as well as Miramar work decently for them, then it should be going into that form of a chorus that we did speak about. But that game, very, very explosive, and you were touching on to wanting to see PB playing aggressive a little bit more. I do agree that certain times where you see them being a little passive, this is also where they have shown that they can go aggressive, but it's just overwhelming, right? When you are stuck in between like 3-4 teams, like there's just only so much that you could do, as they already committed very early on to the side of TTQ. So things can only improve so long as PB gets to basically focus on one thing at a time than to be stuck in a similar manner once again. So I do expect PB to be able to really catch up to the rest of the pack. It's just a little bit of a hiccup in the early game. Other than that, I felt like maybe give them a little bit more of that straightforward fight. Should be okay. Meanwhile, there's so many teams that we can basically highlight. I think like Goat Esports, like I just want to highlight it again. Lil Yatka, he just absolutely destroyed these members of GE. I thought we were gonna get that big fight between Asia as well as GE, that form of El Clasico between the Cambodians as well as the Myanmar best teams, and these guys just absolutely just shut them down. Like they're not allowing that to happen, and they claim number 2. So Goat Esports really looking lovely.
Yeah, though that 2 consecutive drops from Liliatka, he was able to just stop Genesis Esports, run in that Sanhok map. And if not, if say for example Goat Esports weren't able to do that, then GE would have a much better play up against Austria, and we might see the other way around, which is GE winning that game. But again, Goat Esports with that 13 eliminations, and the last 2 eliminations came from that last guy as well, which eliminated Martin and another guy from Austria Esports. So it's just so good gameplay being shown here by Goat Esports in the map of Sanhok. We just hope that the consistency will be there by the time that we move into the bigger maps. And again, speaking of the bigger maps, again we are up next here. First Erangel map of the day coming in right straight at you. And for match number 1, Contra. Again, we noticed during the beginning of the game, one player off from Elevate kind of had like some type of connection issue, which is Claire. So let's see if they can, try to reset their connection, maybe try to not be very aggressive in the early stages of the game, because that's their memo. Elevate Esports, they don't really do early engagement that much. They try to avoid that, and then they try to be aggressive, a little bit more aggressive once they got their items, once they're able to get into position.
True enough. And I guess like after having that early game suffering, they had plenty of time to at least check their dems or anything that can actually help with that situation. So hopefully that has been sorted. But you guys could also get your hands on some really good stuff in PUBG Mobile, as currently there is the Galidra Exit Collection that you can get your hands on for only 10 UC on your first spin per day. So if you don't get it today, tomorrow you can get it for number 10 UC, where it not only offers you the Galure X suit, it has a beautiful helmet set alongside with the advanced upgradable MG3, which is the Sky Huntress. This is the first ever MG3 skin, which is absolutely beautiful and one of the most lethal weapon, which I think up till now I would still say it's rated as super OP when you do get to wield it in your games.
Oh yeah, the MG3. I mean, it's been shown yesterday by, if I'm not mistaken, that was Jibna, and then from last week it was Claire and Range who used the MG3. So if you use the MG3, still lethal up close and personal. But the casters' prediction are up. I pick GOAT to be the number 1 team in match number 2. I think it's it's timely to see GOAT winning, because you see their performance in match number 1. I think that they can, bring that performance in match number 2.
Yeah, I absolutely do agree. Unfortunately, I didn't really put a GOAT within my list for today, but I'll be sure to also put in a vote somewhere towards the other days of the weekend. But other than that, I'm looking at YG. This is a map that they have always shown results, and perhaps they will be able to get one more back, because that round, they were kind of stuck into the crosshairs of GE, and they just couldn't really find a way out of that bond area, which is absolutely open. Now that they are going back into their comfort zone, they should be able to play a little bit better, or at least put up a top 4 performance if they could. Other than that, I think we still have a lot of convincing votes for Asia Esports, as they started the day off right with Red Bull claiming that win. We'll see if he can do it again, as yesterday was a slight drought, but we don't really see too much out of Asia Esports in terms of getting massive numbers, getting massive wins. Today seems like a really good day for them, starting things off in Sanhok, and maybe there's even more coming into Erangel. And what's interesting to me is that we also do have Flash Vision being voted by Sam.
Wow. Yeah, Flash Vision Esports. And with Flash Vision Esports, Toki and Master Rix are the 2 guys that you have to look out for. So the others, or the rest of the players of Flash Vision, they need to provide more support to those 2 guys. If they can, these guys actually has really good prediction also when it comes to circle. If you remember, sometimes there are, I mean, not really sometimes, but most of the time, Flash Vision Esports are inside the middle of the circle whenever it shifts out. So if they can support these 2 players who frags out, which is Master Toki and Master Rix, then Flash Vision Esports has that chance of getting a lot of scores every single game. But this is a pretty risky pick for Sammy, in my opinion.
Yeah, but of course, who knows? This could be going either really well for Flash Vision, or it's something that they will have to work on again, because coming in from Flash Vision, I think the only thing that I do notice is that their confidence going up against certain high firepower squads is maybe them showing that they are a little bit more reserved, though they can actually take certain battles really well. So we've seen pleasant surprises coming from the side of FV. I do think that it's also a time for them to really prove that they are one of the best out of Singapore, and of course some say Malaysia too, because they have some Malaysian members as well. So it's great, as we are also taking a look at Elevate Esports that have suffered a really difficult early game with the disconnection as well. So Paulo might be onto something, that maybe this is that redemption match for the rest of Elevate Esports.
Well, for me, Elevate Esports, I'm not really seeing them yet, because again, with the lineup change, because last week it was Kadi who was playing for them. Now this week it is this is their second day, and this is the second day that Rix has to prove himself. So Rix, together with the rest of Elevate Esports, I think they're still working on with their chemistry, or maybe their synergy. I'm not really so sure, because I've watched them yesterday. There are some times that Rix is overpowering the rest when it comes to aggressiveness. So I think Rix has to be a little bit more careful when it comes to being so risky and being so aggressive. If he can do that, if he can, maybe try to mix things up with Claire, with Coca-Cola, and maybe even with Nathan, then maybe they can be successful.
Yeah, I do believe so as well. Yesterday, I think there was some decent record being shown from Elevate Esports. Remember that chaotic run inside of Yasnaya Pollyanna?
Oh
Like, they
yeah.
managed to at least get a top 3, top 4 position, despite all of the odds, and many of the teams, even Austria Esports, suffered in that round. But Elevate have been able to really hold themselves together under that form of pressure. So, I still think that, well, there's just so many diverse style of play that we're looking at here from all these 20 teams, that everybody's offering us a little bit of something special out there, and it really is all about really finding the best formula to that works for themselves. I think like Austria, it's great that they have already figured this out very, very early, so that when the time comes to grand finals, they honestly don't really have to change too much of their game plan, and it's more about all the other teams needing to adapt towards either their tempo of play or their type of rotation as well. And whether you're trying to go up against them or you're trying to avoid them, totally, it's really down to how they actually plan that one out. But we got plenty of time before we get ourselves into the next game, and of course, I hope you guys don't mind the wait as we had to refuel the plane. While we are getting ourselves ready for the next game, you guys could also vote for your favorite teams to be taking the next chicken dinner by scanning that QR code right down below, and at the very same time, vote for your MVP Rising Star.
Oh yeah, vote for your rising star if you love Federalis. Federalis just got like 7 bombs from the last game. Red Bull also. I'm not sure specifically how much Red Bull got from last game. I think 5 or maybe 4.
At least 5.
Yeah, at least 5, right? So these two guys, these are the 2 rising stars actually for this region. But if you think it is Rix or maybe Nathan from Elevate, or if it's like 21 of Goat Esports or little Yatka or Yaiko, whoever it is that you want, you could definitely do so. Scan that QR code right now. It goes away eventually, so you'll have another chance for the next game in order for you to vote for your favorite team. I want to go back to PBE. Now, we've seen them play in PMSL, right? So they were able to play against the top tier teams of the PMSL teams, like the Thai teams, Indonesian teams, Malaysian teams, and also Vietnamese teams. So I'm just thinking why they're still like struggling here in PMCL. Again, the answer is aggressiveness. If they can be aggressive, if they can not be a little bit passive, which is we have been watching them since week number 1, if they can activate that Monboy, I think they're losing that sort of sense of Monboy being so aggressive. So someone has to activate Monboy, because Monboy, if he gets so aggressive, he'll probably be like Federalis or maybe even like Red Bull, right? He's on that level.
Yeah, he could definitely show that same level of performance, but I do think that perhaps certain dynamics have changed within a team where you could see that perhaps it's for a more well-rounded type of gameplay for PBE, because sometimes when you're over-aggressive, that could also be punished. And you did mention, like, oh, why is it that when they go to have, games up against the rest of these teams coming into the PMSL, keep in mind that, these are some of the top teams from regions like Thailand, Vietnam, Malaysia, as well as Indonesia, where you make one tiny little mistake, it's an instant punishment. Like,
oh yeah,
if you go up against players like Rosemary, you're not getting off the hook. It's very similar as to how these players are facing up against, Martin and also Red Bull, because these players have played so many of these seasons from Thailand, and they're showing, hey, this is what I've been gathering throughout all these years. So it looked like a walk in the park, but it's not exactly as straightforward as that, because it's that environment that they've been growing up in for so many years, just trying to really prove themselves, where in Thailand, in any given season, like, you probably see about 7 teams that can easily take that number 1 spot home in the grand finals.
Oh yeah, I mean the likes of the team of Tony K, Vampire Esports, right? Well, I mean, this is not PMSL, this is PMCL, and we just hope to see that we could see others rise above Federalis, rise above Red Bull. Again, we love to see these new stars here in this region in PMCL. Might as well in Singapore region. I mean, right now it's Master Rix, and then you can also say in RTC Esports it's Dambot. Dambot has been playing pretty well for the Singaporean region. But anyways, enough of the talk here. 1 minute left before we start here with match number 2. No remakes as of yet. Hope I'm crossing my fingers, Contra, for remakes. But again, for the viewers out there who is watching this live right now on Facebook, on YouTube, and on TikTok, make sure to hit that follow or subscribe button so that you can get up-to-date information about PMCL. And again, also with the updates, especially by the end of the week, who wins the best performance team of the week, or maybe even the Terminator of the week. That's how you'll be able to be updated. So that next week it'll be much easier for you to watch it, so that you won't be outdated. But anyways, Contra, in less than 15 seconds, we're gonna be starting off with Erangel. Where will the circle now be going to? Because we've seen so many different circles now in Erangel. So let's go.
Well, to answer that question, I hope that we're getting something different than Stalber, Yasnaya, because I think just from yesterday, it's been like 2-3 times it feels that it moves up towards that northeast at the very least. So we'll see if there's going to be any form of change of place of the final battle. But overall, show PUBG Mobile some love. You guys are watching from the Philippines. You can also drop a like as well as follow to PUBG Mobile Esports Philippines. There's the Cambodian region, Myanmar, and the rest of the PMCL regions that's being covered. Make sure you show them some love as we're kickstarting from 70 as it flies through Curry. Now, this is a rare flight that we've not seen all too often. So this cuts off the island completely, where teams might need to look for an alternate spot to eventually get to the island. I'm looking at Odyssey Esports to do so. But other than that, it's going to be a direct drop for RTC onto Stalber, TTQ into Severny, and Elevate Esports to eventually go to the corners of Zarki. Hope that they don't bump into Go Esports though. Go so far has been in the right form, so they don't want to be tribal whipped for now.
And yesterday, if you remember, Elevate went on a rotation going to the circle. They met with a few players of GOAT Esports, so they have to be careful with that. So they must know where GOAT would rotate right after they loot around the northern side of Georgia Pool. As for RTC, remember yesterday they didn't play in Sana. So they did play in Sana earlier on, and look at this circle now. It is an Austria circle.
Oh my goodness. It's an entire wrap into the islands. Austria, they're going to get that perfect entry with just taking some of these vehicles right now, and they will do whatever setup to try to keep everybody else at bay. So it's happy days for all these other casters that did manage to vote for them. But at the very same time, I wonder what will go on in the mainland, because these teams, they got to make those quick loots. They got to find ways to get into the island. So this one's gonna be a tough game for everybody else on board other than Austria.
And look at how open it is right now on the right side part bridge of this Sovsnovka military base. Whoever gets that first, they will most likely be the ones to be waiting at the other side of the bridge. And be like Genesis Esports, if you remember when Genesis Esports... Ooh, look at this. It's Austria. Looks like they didn't really went towards the base right away. They went for a bridge camp right at the just at the beginning of this left side bridge right now, and Exquisite Esports is not expecting that, and they're now going to be backing out. They haven't really looted up yet as well, and they're focusing on the southern island right away, which is normally what you would do.
It's just so smart from Austria, because they understand nobody took the corners of Ferry Pier. They were the nearest towards Ferry Pier. They took whatever closest loot possible, and they say, you know what? Instead of moving directly to the island, there's nobody in the island right now, so why not block everybody else? So maybe they're just going to set up for this course of the stage 1 and eventually go back into the island. We'll see about that in moments time. But for Exquisite, losing 2 members just like that is absolutely hurting them. And keep in mind that they don't really have sufficient points in the ladder at the moment, because they're playing out of Group E. Only had 1 day of play so far, and right now they only have 13 points. So plenty more to actually catch up to even the likes of Flash Vision Esports or even PBE.
Oh, here comes bro. Here comes Rona. Oh, Arame Bro, Jappy goes down, and Rig also goes down. Looks like Austria is playing this game. I mean, they're playing the game, but they're like playing in the game. You know what I mean, Contra? I mean, they're not like playing the right dropping point right now. They're just waiting for like the rest of the teams to cross over.
Absolutely, and rightfully so, judging from the way that they are actually playing so aggressively. It's just because of how the first phase is really showing that this corner of the map of playing in the island, it's just gonna be absolutely be gated if they make this barricade throughout the course of the bridge. Now, Harami Bros, as much as they lost these two members, they are still fighting back. So we finally do get to see that Red Bull versus Federales action, with Red Bull now being the one suffering the casualty. He's limping his way, trying to seek for some help. The top also being suppressed. So Austria's plan is now being halted for the meantime. I wonder if other teams want to butt in as well, because if there's going to be any good time to do so, it is right now.
Yeah, it is right now. As Red Bull will get his revive off from Skynin, and then the top and Martin will have to fight. Ooh, the top, though, will get spotted by Federales. And Federales is again on fire ever since Sanhok. And now Range gets closer. Goes for the spray with the PP Bison. But look at this, Federales. All eyes on the bridge. It's going to be Red Bull who will go for the heal now. But he does only has those bandages that he has right now. But looks like Red Bull now trying to go for the cook of the nade. Will it connect to Range? Oh, almost pops out at the range. But he will go for the other side of the bridge now, which is far safer compared to the, to the other side. As Federales goes in, Federales really so ever aggressive right now. He wants Red Bull. He wants his title back.
Oh yeah, here we go. Lock and loaded as we see the top two teams collide right at this moment. There could only be so little space for Red Bull to work around. It's not looking all too good, but he does manage to connect some shots towards the side of Federales.
Ooh.
But he pumps these shells out of the SOK, and the score has been settled. It is Federales today, absolutely showing everything he's got against Austria.
And once Austria loses Red Bull, they lose all of their aggressiveness, in my opinion. What's going to happen now for Austria is they're going to have to just stay away from now. They lost their fragger. Ooh, but then again, here comes Flash Vision Esports. Sammy's prediction from the Myanmar commentary team, as Romeo Boy will get pressured here by Flash Vision. Now the bombs coming in from Master Toki. And look at Yangon Galacticos. They escaped the area.
And they're still getting chased by Rakes. They're not letting them off all too soon. And perhaps Rakes could actually do a ton of damage with the M249 in his hand. Now, Flash Vision Esports gave them just about enough warning not to actually cut across. But no matter what, all these teams need to get into the island. And taking a fight here isn't going to be all too good for them. Cute Loki with the drop shot. He will be able to find one at the very least. But Loki now brings back the DBS into the picture, and Yangon Galacticos, they trade right back and looking to win it all out. Only one member left, and it's going to be down to Master Riggs. Shots now being fired towards the vehicle as Pops trying to get a hold of the situation, but there's just too many members surrounding them from Yangon Galacticos. And Ace coming in for the team, but they did lose Say Cloud. So not the cleanest, but they managed to go for a reset. But can they be able to cut over the bridge? Because now there's even GE and STE taking over this sector, where I'm not even certain if these guys will even make it across. But if they do, I guess it's going to be good for them. But Yangon, they got to wait for a little bit more.
Yeah, they gotta have to wait for... It's actually not STE, but Fearless and GE, who's now going to try to go for a bridge camp, kind of like what Austria has been doing together with Ramibro earlier. And since they are over with that, they already had crossed the bridge, and they will just manage to just find the right position for later on. Ramibro did lost 2 players in the process there, as Jappy and Rig. So it's only going to be just Range and Federales who will just work for now for match number 2, but they already got what they needed, 4 eliminations in the bag, and Austria is already out as well. And God7, they're out on a field trip right now, Contra.
Oh yes, they are. Meanwhile, it's gonna take a while for them to really get into the playing area, but it should be all too difficult for at least RSG that's been able to dock into the island safely. So it's good that certain teams they managed to get a little bit of reprieve, but not too much for some of these guys out there. Evil absolutely being clipped out by the squad of Dread Esports. While that will see the other teammates of Strangers Esports to be continuing on course, cutting across Milta, trying to go in for the further wraparound, and it just goes further and further away. Take a look at that circle once more. This is ridiculous. This is going all the way south.
All the way south. I mean, some parts of the circle is not in the map. I mean, there now. So look at RTC. RTC doing the same thing as what God7 is doing. Just hope that they have enough meds. Look at Nas. I think he doesn't have enough meds left. So it looks like they're probably gonna go for like some type of stopover right around Novo. I mean, in my opinion, that'll be the best thing that they can do so that they can at least have a little bit sort of those heals. But looks like they're gonna commit. They're gonna commit with this beautiful skin of the boat. Not so sure what type of skin this one is. Kind of like a duck, right? Yeah, it is a duck.
It's a blue duck.
Blue duck.
A rare bird. A very rare bird. But hey, anyways, we got another scene that isn't exactly all too rare, as we still get all these battles trying to get into the island, and honestly, there's no clear winner because all these teams are currently struggling by the blue zone. They're just hoping to at least get a couple of points. Certain teams, their mindset to this is that, hey, I don't think we're gonna make it across the bridge, so why don't we actually at least secure a couple of all these elimination points and call it off? And at least you walk away with a few points than to maybe blindly drive into the island and not really get anything at all. But Super Pickles, he's so far off. He's only got one first aid. Is he gonna have any chance at all? Honestly, very, very slim chance.
Yeah, very slim chance for Exquisite Esports. Again, one of the PH squads that has been really struggling ever since week 1. They need to do something here because if not, they're going to be the last placer for this week. And for now, STE got there first instead of Dread. I thought it was Dread, but again, it's all because of Exquisite Esports. That's why Dread got a little bit delayed crossing over. For STE, pretty sure that they're not going to bridge cam anymore because, again, the circle is far ways out at the bottom right or left side rather of the island. And look at that, half water, half land. Is this the first ever water circle Contra?
Hopefully not. Most likely in the esports mode, they will just absolutely deplete all the water by phase 7, phase 6 or so. So most likely you would see where GE's camping out is going to be the best field of play. I mean, if it ever shifts, it's not going to be too far off from where they need to be because it's easily readable on how this endgame is going to play out as compared to many others where you have plenty of other land to begin with. Meanwhile, RTC going for a strike right here against some of these members of GOT7. A little bit of a far-range coverage coming from V and Carry. I believe he's tanking the zone.
Yep.
So I'm not too sure if he's going to be able to contribute, especially now it's Dambot, the main carry for RTC to be able to stash those points up, making it 2 points for now in terms of elimination. While we are still looking at bikes, no one's going to take claim for this one. I think it's a good time to take the bike, honestly.
Yeah, it's a good time to take the bike.
There's no other vehicles.
Yeah, there's no other vehicles. I think for V and Carry, I mean, he can try to take the bike, or it's going to be Dambot who will. There you go. The bike meta is here. No vehicles, no problem. I have the bike.
Sometimes you just got to go manual, and oh boy, shots are already being fired. Thankfully, he speeds right through.
And you can easily just, ride a bike through, like, these ridges that you cannot easily go through if you're on a buggy or maybe in a Dacia or maybe on a UAZ. So, so the bike is the new meta here in PMCL.
He really looks like the BMX king right now. Like, take a look at the rest of the members there. They're so jealous. Like, this guy gets to move so much quicker. Meanwhile, everybody else is stuck by the bridge. Maybe they wish they have a bike too, but honestly not when you're dealing up against Barney right now. having such a good start. He would manage to collect 2 points as of the moment, but trying to revive Gipna. Captain calling for a little bit of help, but TTQ definitely will be keeping watch at the very same time. I wonder if he will be able to at least pop some really good smokes to get some cover for the meantime. As Zuki is currently on wheels, he's going to leave Gipna bleeding out if that's going to be the case.
Ooh, there we go. The spray commenced. Ooh, and not able to get the hit there for Barney, and just saw Gipna die in the blue zone, also by bleeding out. And now Gus spots Barney, who just went over that fence, around that bridge, or that railing, but Gus will not go for the spray for now. I mean, he does spot the head of Barney, so he's not going for the trigger for now. And look at that. Still half water, half land. And there are just still so many teams still at the blue zone. What's happening on this circle?
You know, the swimmers will be happy at least they're being covered by the zone. You take a look at half of these teams who are still tanking out the blue at the moment. Goat is just about to arrive from the south side. Meanwhile, Harame Bros, they are just playing by the hangar just to see if they could see any other teams actually cutting across. But for now, it's going to be absolutely emptied out for the meantime. And most often than not, all these teams who journey through the West Bridge, they'll be taking a wrap around closer towards the shoreline instead. So most often than not, chances are Harame Bros are not going to look for any form of an easy picking. Meanwhile, Edward Cutie fallen without any form of help at all. No vehicles. Another situation where the bike could have come in handy. Yep, we will always meme about the bikes, ladies and gents. Meanwhile, Gus also could use a couple of wheels.
No more first aids. And if you notice, Barney has 10 first aids. So
He's
he
happy.
he has the better of this one. He just needs to just hide and just use the first aids as his weapon. Because look at Zuki. Zuki only has bandages now. So Barney can just go for first aids. Until then, you can just see TTQ players just die in the blue zone. And then the moment that they die, that's the time he just cross over the bridge.
You know what I call this, Cuckoo? I call this the war of attrition. It's really all about having whatever stocks possible for you to go through this current... I don't want to call it inflation, but it really looks like they are having a lot of struggles. Dread Esports, they have succumbed to the fact that they're not going to make it in. So it's all about lasting as long as you can. Look at that, 11 teams. Probably down to 10 after Barney falls, or even Zuki. Either way, nobody's a big winner here. Zuki just wrapping with bandages. It's a painful way to go out, honestly. Just commit to a fight, get that 1 point. If you don't get it, fair. Okay, sayonara, Zuki.
Yeah.
You've done well enough.
And look at Barney. He still has 5 first aids. He can, I think, still manage to survive until maybe top 3 or maybe top 2 if he can, find an area to...
Big maybe, though.
Yeah.
Okay, he has a buggy. He has a buggy to actually move in, so he's gonna be okay. So we'll see whether or not can he really pull in the top 5, because Southside, there's Elevate, there's members of RSG. Now even Goat has already arrived at the scene, so these guys, they remain to be, well, I wanted to say safe, but I haven't even uttered a single word and they're already out.
It's pretty difficult at the northern side, to be honest, because this is what you would expect to see where a lot of teams will be coming in. Especially, this is a south circle. As for the others who would be on the southern side part of the inside of the circle, they'll be the ones who would be just chilling for a little bit. So it'll be a lot busy for the likes of Harame Bro, for STE, like what you're seeing right now. Range will be setting up smokes, and NC2 says, nah, you cannot get that buggy. I'll pop the tires for you. For PBE though, PBE is still alive with 4 members. How in the world were they able to get into the zone here?
Yeah, that really begs the question, as they really took the safest route possible that we didn't manage to actually spot them out. Meanwhile, Harame Bros, they entry a little late, as they will eventually be picked off by some of these members of Strangers Esports. And you know what's really interesting is that if Asya made the better decision than to bridge camp, but to actually take the inner part of the island and camp by the end of that bridge, it could have actually worked much better as to, you know, suffering some blows against Harami Bros. And Barney still has his own struggles, and he ditched that vehicle, and he's out of meds already. So, like you said, this is just going to be the last hurrah with nobody out there. Oh, come on, send some bullets out. Wave goodbye if you can.
Yeah, there you go. He
Salute
says
to you,
good
good
night
sir.
and goodbye. Bang. Oh, for RTC though, what's happening now for RTC? Looks, I mean, remember they had a bike, but now
They went in
you
the
cannot-
water?
I mean, they're now in the water, so I'm not really sure what happened. Now, there you go. That's it. RSG spots RTC just swimming around, and they're now gone.
I'm just so surprised because the last we saw, RSG were the ones in the water. How did they manage to take the high ground away
And they
from...
got the bike.
Yeah.
Did you see
they-
that? Icy got the bike.
They stole the bike. Maybe that's the reason why. They stole it. Yeah, get the bike, get the win, get everything you need. Anyways, like, honestly, I'm baffled because RTC look like they have the upper hand there. Like, what resulted them to stray into the water, into the open grounds, and just completely lose their position? We probably have to look back into either a certain highlight or so to really assess that situation because they were here. They were somewhere around here.
There we go,
So-
the bike.
What a shot!
Yeah.
Hats off to production. You know what we're talking about. We love you. And
They stole the bike from RTC. Now they have the bike power. That's what's happening right now, Contra.
blessed by the bike and might be blessed by a P90 as well with the exclusive 5.7 bullets. And it comes with 200 clips as well, as they can go for days. Probably it will be claimed by GE though if they can go out in the open, but more often than not, right now is not really the best time for them to be loitering over onto these open grounds because look at the fields. We have PBE, STE, and further down there's also Yangon Galacticos and the rest of these squads. This is going to be a long hurdle towards maybe stage 8, maybe stage 7. We might even wrap everything all together. GE, they do hold on to that compound and will remain in the circle, whereas everybody's playing by the edges.
And look at that shift. In my opinion, this is the time for PBE to be aggressive. Go push, crash onto GE. Then maybe you can find your ways through. You'll have the compound, then you'll be able to get into the circle as well. But you have to be careful though, because SDE can, go for a third party here from the northeastern side of this circle. I'm not really so sure where STE though will go, especially with this type of circle, because it's way out in the open now. Like I mean, like RSG has the ridges right at the edge of the island, and then you could have GE, which has the covers of the the houses that they have.
Sure enough, and at the very same time, right now, PPE, they still have to journey their way a couple more steps into the zone. So this is going to be a slight challenge from the side of ST that holds them back. But NC2 will have to reposition as well. Gotta keep in mind on those resources that they do have. They don't want to deplete everything because GE is the one playing on that center stage. And speaking of which, it's gonna be a Ryman that does find that pickoff, and it's 762 soaking some damage. NC2 has no chance of getting out alive, so these nades will fly right in. And that's a beautiful toss, almost clipping fully onto 762. And here comes another one. This one looks even better as they secure it just like that, making it look like it's just tossing all these used paper into a trash can. And it's a absolute Kobe, while the rest of GE also looking for a pickoff. PPE, they can rush right in. This could be a direct challenge.
Yeah, a direct challenge. This is what I called for earlier. Ooh, but Monboy, or it's Ryman rather, who will be taken down by Marnette. This is going to be a problem, big problem now, as Jarrell goes down. 2v4 for the side of PPE. Can Monboy and Mitchie clutch it out for these two guys? But now, ooh, the nade actually knocks Monboy down, and now it's going to be just Mitchie for the side of PBE. 4v1 situation. highly unlikely that he can survive this, and now just setting up smokes to bait out all of the frag grenades here for GE. Mitchie, though, has a DBS. If you have a DBS, you're still alive. But then again, once the smoke gets off, he'll be out in the open here, and now gets spotted. Gets those hit markers as Marnette spots PBE, and they're out.
Yeah, spraying beautifully through the smoke, and GE just were absolutely prepared to take anybody on, so it wasn't really the easiest push coming from Playbook Esports, but it's a desperate attempt, right, where there's not really other areas that you could actually get around that without having any fire being shot your way from the side of GE, so they really needed to take that fight. It's just that it didn't look so clean with those really preemptive nades that were cooked to perfection coming from GE. That was just pretty much outrightly won by Justice Esports, while taps are coming in from Bunny, and that managed to clip off Romeo Boy for the moment. I believe there's still a member surviving on that very same corner that Bunny's been tapping, so perhaps if he does have a hunch, he will be continuing on those taps, because this stone, I call it a rock. I mean, it's barely enough cover for him to work with.
So right now, RSG Master Vape, ooh, actually gets the final bullet off from his Mini 14, gets flashed down. It's going to be now a 4v3v1 situation as YG down to their only player left. He is inside the circle, though, so he can just manage to just be quiet. Just wait it out for these two squads, GE and RSG. Let's see who gets the win here. GE has the most, higher percentage compared to the rest of the two, because they do have still the compound that they have been staying on since, I think, stage number 5.
Yeah.
And here comes the bike.
They're bringing it to the late game. This is their ticket into the circle as they try to dash their way through. Shots are already being fired, but Icy, he's trying the best to bring Master Vape through. Master Vape will bow out, and he will be clipped out. Final tap, and GE is just way sharper. They will take claim. Master Vape is going to be taken out. And GE, this is their game to win. It doesn't seem like there's going to be any other teams that will have enough resources, enough firepower to match with GE at the moment.
Oh, look at the bike now. The bike will be there in the blue zone now. And look at the RSG. Biggie back ride for now for Icy. Well, actually, the bike saved Icy. I mean, you will get knocked, but you will be able to get into the circle. That's basically the gameplay there for the bike. So now it's going to be a 3v3. And then a one player off from YG. It is still, an even gameplay here, in my opinion, between them and RSG. As for WTC, you'll just have to wait it out for now. That's going to be what's going to happen here for the rest of the end game.
Look at the areas that WTZ is looking at. He's just really marking the entirety of Yangon Galactico. So he understands that, okay, these guys are playing through the compound. It's safe for him to at least play in some of all these vegetations or some grasses for him to at least get a little bit of cover. Not too sure if this broken vehicle will give some of all these position away, but he's just making good use of the broken vehicle at the moment. Whereas RSG, they're still slightly off. They have to find a southern rotation, and that might actually allow them to spot out WTZ later on. But as I said, it's now pretty much even in terms of numbers for RSG to match up against GE. GE, they've been pretty stable. They haven't moved out of those compound because they don't see the need to do so, because they've got bird's eye view onto the open grounds, but these smokes are now being primed right into the field, so they will lose vision. It's going to be a little hard to track the rest of RSG at the moment, but they'll send maybe some lucky grenades to deplete them, perhaps.
And that nade was way too short. I'm not sure why Zai throw that nade. Anyways, now RSG, they just need help from the smokes now. Bunny will get damage now as the smoke will now be off, and they're just gonna be hiding now behind these trees. As for Ryder will be open in just a couple of seconds. Icy will... He will... Ooh. Actually, Icy spots one. Knocks it from the side of GE, and he will get taken down. Ryder now will be out in the open, and ooh, wow. Trying to be one with the bush here, Contra.
Oh, but how much time can he buy though? Because we're already hitting stage 9 and he might need to move from that bush that's giving him whatever covers necessary. I guess it's already down and out. So it's WTZ versus the world. The world being GE to be able to just go out for the hunt. Marnet now being sent out as he's looking for YG. I guess they need not to look any further. The nades are now flying in as it will be popped perfectly. Just as Esports find their winning ways once again.
Genesis Esports is back. And it's been a while. I mean, last match and then I think match number 6 from last night. They were pretty good in match number 5 during last night in Miramar. So again, it's now good to see that Genesis Esports is back on track here in the map of Erangel. Would love to see them again in the next couple of Erangels to come. But for RSG and the bike, I mean, it saved them, but eventually the circle is not on their side. It's very way too open for them. Even the bush, it won't save them at all.
If only RTC kept the bikes with them and held on to that position, it wouldn't have been them to be really getting these kind of advantages. But hey, kudos to these couple of teams to be able to at least survive throughout the course of this Erangel match, because most of these other teams were having struggles even to get into the island, where most of these battles were taking place on the outskirts instead. But for those who are already inbound, they were having a decent time around these fields. You know, I predict Yangon Galacticos to do really well into this matchup of Erangel. They managed to finish top 2. Whereas, for anybody else that didn't really get their predictions right, I guess it's forgiven, because this circle is just treacherous for anybody to even play out.
And you saw the nades over there, but it was GE who got pushed by PBE right at the end. But just so unfortunate, GE was, you know, so ready with PBE pushing in, and this was the bike saving IC. IC was able to get through the, you know, the open areas and was able to go through the ridge. And then unfortunately, the final circle was not in their side because it's just way too out in the open. As for WTC, wasn't able to go for the denial because he was spotted already by Genesis Esports. Marnet going for 7 eliminations this time, same as what output that Federalis did in the map of Sanhok.
That's right, and of course, Marnet so far just really had to hold out throughout the compounds alongside with the rest of GE. This seemed to be a very straightforward affair where we saw GE was in that same compound for the entire course of the game since moving into the island, and they were absolutely unfazed. The only challenge that we saw was from Playbook Esports, and that's kind of about it. Other than that, all these teams were pretty much free for picks overall for the side of GE, which this is one of the most solid win coming from Genesis without any direct contest to begin with. So with that being said, I want to take a look at the stats for the rest of these teammates as well. First, high numbers coming from Marnet. Kudos to him for getting that MVP title, but look at them with that 2.5k ratio of damage.
Yep, and 12 eliminations, to be more specific, is what output that they got. 7 of them came from Marnet as the MVP of this game, and if they can, you know, manage to do this, you know, same gameplay that they did, they can go for a lot of points for today. Remember, the early stages of match number 2, it was Ostja who was not really focusing on going to their dropping point. It was them just trying to just eliminate every single team who's trying to go through that bridge. And it was Arami Bro who actually stopped them while they were doing that. And Arami Bro weren't able to manage all 4 members to be alive after that. And that gives Genesis Esports and the rest, like RSG and also YG, a chance to be on number 1, which is, again, why we see them in the top 3.
Yeah, and now Justice Esports really gets to climb the chart once again to match these big numbers that was previously set by Harame Bros and also all the other teams out there. But this game, we see lower stats because of how little space they actually get to play in, where they had to take those battles on the blue zone, and many of them were taken out by the Blue Reaper, some casters may call it. So there was only 55 eliminations on the board, and no airdrops looted, though we did see a juicy P90 out there for the side of Genesis Esports. I'm glad that they're disciplined enough to not get baited with that.
Oh yeah, I mean, it is out in the open. It's just right beside them. If they try to get that, then maybe RSG or maybe even YG can get a knockdown onto GE. But good decision for them. The heals though is like 13k and more for this game. It's all because of the healing game coming from Barney, together with if I'm not mistaken, that was Goat, or was it Goat or God7? I'm not really sure anymore. But you can see now, match standings for match number 2. GE with 22 points, 13 points for the side of YG, and RSG will get 12 points this time around. You can see Ostja at 8th place still. So even though that they weren't able to get a lot from the placement, they managed to get the 4 points total. 2 of the eliminations there came from Arami Bro actually. And then it was Arami Bro who was able to eliminate the 2 out of Ostja. So it's just an even trade for these 2 squads. Expect them to bounce back on the next game, especially that if we get like a Subsnufka circle, the other maps of Erangel won't be a Subsnufka circle.
That's right. And taking a look at the overall standings right now, we may see certain shifts in between, as God7 is now placed onto 780 points, whereas all of these teams definitely have seen some signs of struggle. But Yangon Galacticos, they surge up into 11th place after a day's rest. With that 50-pointer, they should be able to chase up against Team Mag's Victorian line. So that is something that we'll have to keep track into these upcoming games. But it's been going really good for GE, as this chicken dinner now puts them into the 100-pointer club. And the exact 100 points, as Strangers Esports is going to follow very, very closely with only 1 point shy in that top 5. So, beautifully done. We want to see what more does Erangel has to offer, and this is the reason why we love all these southern endings. But this is way too far south that we're looking at here. It's almost by the waters, which you would consider, oh, is it going to end up inside of the sea or not? But like we saw, like esports updates, they will always pull it back to the land. So GE understood the assignment. They took that compound and absolutely dominated.
Yeah, and that's the gameplay that you would have to have, especially that in that type of circle. It's very much open. You have to really take advantage of the compounds, of the buildings that is still inside the circle. And once they manage to get that, it's gonna be just them just looking towards the windows, just them waiting for someone to push, like what happened to Playbook Esports. Playbook Esports didn't really had any chance, to be honest with you. I thought that they will have that chance, especially that Ryman was able to get like a vehicle as well. So all 4 vehicles they managed to pick off, and they were able to just nade them off that broken walls. But anyways, so we're gonna go in match number 3 after this break, guys. This is Kuko TV and Contra, and we will be right back.
In this video, we'll be going over some tips and tricks for the stages in the new version's themed mode, Ocean Odyssey, to help you better grasp the new gameplay and have a better experience. First, situated underwater beneath a huge statue is the Ocean Palace. At the beginning of a match, there are 2 Ocean Palaces that you can go to. They are located in the waters under the ruins and Milta. Each Ocean Palace has loads of supplies and treasures. It's an ideal landing spot. Now, what's the quickest way to enter the Ocean Palace? Parachute directly to the ocean surface at the start of a match, and after plunging underwater, you will get a speed boost, so you can quickly reach the palace. You swim faster in the water near the Ocean Palace, and you can hold your breath for longer, allowing you to move around quickly underwater. After passing through the sea suppressor barrier, you can enter the Ocean Palace. The sea suppressor barrier forms a large air pocket in the Ocean Palace, and you can battle in this space. The first time you enter the Ocean Palace, you will receive a special respawn. Do keep in mind that you will lose it if you leave the vicinity of the Ocean Palace. Inside the palace, you can activate the Water Nymph performance. When it ends, you'll be rewarded with supplies. A powerful item lies at the center of the palace, the Trident, which unlocks once the countdown ends. Upon retrieving the Trident, not only will you get lots of supplies, but a special respawn card as well. It's used to respawn in the battleground, and still works even when eliminated outside the Ocean Palace. However, the respawn card has a time limit, so pay attention to when it expires. Lost crates are hidden in the waters all around the palace. Dive in and explore for surprise loot. Once a certain amount of time passes in the match, a Kraken will appear and destroy the sea suppressor, flooding the Ocean Palace. Use the portals in the Ocean Palace to leave quickly. Finally, there are several Forsaken Ruins. Besides having tons of supplies, the Forsaken Ruins conceal 2 sea treasuries. Find the switches to remove the water veil and enter the waterway from the Ocean Temple. Then you can find the sea treasury located underground. Light up all the pillars at the treasury entrance to open the treasury door and obtain the treasure. On the ground of the Forsaken Ruins, there is a blasting current and a mirage tower. Use them to get higher up or to move around. When you encounter an enemy, use them creatively to take the enemy by surprise. Furthermore, some Forsaken Ruins will have a spirit whale that appears in the sky after some time, and will leave a water orb on the ground after landing. Enter the water orb to board the whale escape pod. When the blue zone approaches, you can use the spirit whale to quickly get to the play zone. That's all for this video. Discover more ways to have fun. Hurry and try.
Two strong teams got their chicken dinner already, Austria Esports and Genesis Esports. Will it be the day where these strong teams gets their chicken dinner? Harami Bro hasn't gotten there yet. We also have PBE who hasn't gotten there yet. So let's see and find out as we now move on to match 3 and match 4. 2 more Erangels left. And by the way, this is Kuku TV together with Contra, your casters for the English desk, as we bring to you more PUBG Mobile action here in the PMCL Southeast Asia Fall of 2024.
Yeah, and things are getting even more interesting with the bounce back of Genesis Esports now claiming a chicken dinner. And prior to this, we also did see them finishing very strong heading into the map of Sanhok as well. So that goes to show that they have been rather consistent for the course of this evening. And we can only see them getting better and better as time passes. So with that said, is it going to be even more chicken dinners to go? Or perhaps will there be any signs of struggle that will be displayed where other teams are also playing catch up at the very same time? So from the looks of it, even like the teams that may not be powerhouses of the top 4 at the moment, they're also showing that they are showing a lot more strength, even with the likes of RSG on that attempt early on the bikes and everything. They managed to squeeze a top 3, and Yango Galacticos now also after a hiatus of a day, they come back here showing up that they are still going to be putting in really good results in all these maps of Erangel, and they finished top 2 in that previous match. So maybe we're going to see even more coming in from the side of YG. And you know, while we are waiting for the game, you guys can check out all the latest offer from PUBG Mobile.
Yep, it is the Galadriel X suit available right now with an exclusive lobby post until September 30th. Wreak Havoc with the Sky Hunters as well. The first ever advanced upgradable MG3. The first draw of the day from today until the 30th is gonna be 10 UC. And like what we said, it is going to be 310 UC if you start right now. Just top up 310 UC if there's something like that, and you can use that 10 UC for every login that you do here for the X Suit collection. And hopefully you could get lucky with the the X Suit and the MG3. Maybe use it in classic or ranked games, or if you're a pro player, use it in tournaments. But here are our prediction for match number 3. Mine is Austria Esports. We just noticed them kind of like playing in match number 2. I mean, like playing in a sort of being, fun and games. But for match number 3, most likely they will not do the same type of gameplay. It looks like they're just giving off that match just for the sake of it because they had that circle. But for you, it's gonna be a Rami Bro.
Yeah, to me, I'm convinced with the form of Federalis today. Like, you saw, even despite them having to be ambushed by Austria Esports by the bridge, you saw how Federalis dealt with that situation, and he even bested in that 1v1 duel against Red Bull. So he is definitely showing you that he is back on track. So I think that throughout today, maybe even if they don't get a chicken dinner this game, I am convinced that Harame Bros are out there putting really strong record. It's just that island circle isn't exactly the most favorable to be played out. Therefore, I don't really fault them that they didn't manage to get much out of that. But you guys cast your votes right now, as you guys have been, of course, happily voting for some of your favorite teams. We will display who are the top voted teams. The top 3 will be shown somewhere in between our match later on. So make sure you vote right now, and also tell us who you think is going to be the rising star of the match, as we're already about to kick off our 3rd match over here, Kuku. I don't know if it will get any better, or could the circle get any worse, because the start of the week, we have some of the hardest wrangles to be played out, and today seems like another extremely hard day for these gentlemen that's on board.
Right, as we start now, the 3rd match of the day in Erangel. Well, let's see. I mean, first map, 7 kills for 7 eliminations for Federalis. Second map, it's Marnet who got that 7 elimination. Who will get that 7 again? I think we're going for that lucky 7 here, Contra. Maybe Red Bull, because, we haven't seen Red Bull yet in that MVP screen. But right now, look at the flight path. So from the previous match, it went from north to south. Now it's from south to north. So from Snovka Island until Severny this time around. Totally different, but it's just the opposite way. And again, it's going to be a big question where GE will go. Looks like they have run past Nova already and will go to Rozak. So I think they're expecting that the circle won't be there anymore at the bottom side. But let's see. I mean, circle might still go there, maybe onto the other side this time around, which is on the Novo side. Pretty sure that all of the rest of the teams available for this game are ready for that rotation as well.
True enough, and I think that this is a safer style of play for the side of GE, especially now with the existence of GOT7 in the mix. They are definitely prepared for the worst that's about to come into the battle. Therefore, they allow that Novo spot to be taken over by, and I guess it's not too far off from where we left off. So this time, we are going to the fields of Gatka, Quarry, and Primos for our final duke out. So we'll see if this is going to be resulting in any form of a better run for a majority of these teams. But it's a decent start for teams like Harame Bros, Flash Vision, and also FRE, who's going to be starting off from these points. Or should I say, Harame Bros just have to move slightly off of Pachinki to get there, which which isn't a problem at all.
And look at this, Goat and YG just right beside each other. But Goat went for the vehicles first, so they're gonna be the ones who has better mobility in the early stages compared to whatever YG has. YG just got their vehicles now, so they will go to their usual spots. South George will be for YG, and then North George for the side of Go Esports. As for God7 will take now the Novo area, which is the secondary dropping point of GE. GE will be basically there at Rozak. And by the way, if you look at the updated rankings now, three or four teams rather is now on the the 3-digit mark. GE, Hararo, Dread,
Mm-hmm.
and Austria. So if Austria will not get any points, or maybe just get like a single digit point here, like maybe 3, 2, or
Mm-hmm.
1, then we're looking at Austria knowing that their last day would be tomorrow. Well, we might not even see them getting that 200 mark. I'm just thinking about that, because if, say for example, they ended up today right around 160 only,
Mm-hmm.
but that's highly unlikely because this is Austria. This is what we're talking about. Then, like what I said, Austria might not get that 200 points because that's what they got in week number 1.
I mean, it's just about for us to find out as well because there's still plenty of games to be played out for today as well as tomorrow. So they do have those opportunities where they could still get some chicken dinners in a stellar fashion of maybe close to 20 frags, perhaps, in order for them to be able to propel all the way up. But for this margin, they are looking rather safe for the moment at the very least, like they're on the top portion of the leaderboard. So even if they were to decrease in the form of rank, probably 1 or 2 position will be the most likely as compared to all the other teams that are involved. As we take a look at all forms of vehicles, I love
Wow.
that there's who's Frank and why did he leave this bike out in the open? Like
Who's Frank?
yeah.
The big question is who's Frank? You can
I,
comment down below, guys.
Yeah, and we do you one better. Why Frank?
Why Frank? A scooter. I mean, you can have two guys over there, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, there's like 2 seats for this one.
Mhm.
We've seen someone using a scooter in Miramar, if I remember it right around Power Grid. There we go. Who's Frank, guys?
Huh.
I don't know.
Uh,
I know Victor.
Sinatra? I don't know. Is there Frank in the studio? We gotta ask
I mean,
around.
we know Victor,
Uh huh.
the
Yeah.
character in game. We also know Sarah, right?
Uh huh.
But who's
Well,
Frank?
maybe it's a character to be unlocked in the future. Huh?
Ooh,
Perhaps so.
it's an Easter egg, right?
Maybe,
Mm-hmm.
maybe. We'll find out someday. Meanwhile, Elevate, looting by the corners of the factory. They're having a really good time right now. Well, of course, things could be a lot better for the side of Elevate Esports, where they've had their own rest day, and we'll just want to see whether if at least they could climb out of that 15th spot at the moment. Not too sure if the other group have any other teams that's below 24 points, but to at least be safe to get yourself ready for the grand finals, you need to stash a total of 30, 40 points to be counted as safe enough to make it pass.
Or for STE, looks like their chemistry has improved from last week.
Mm-hmm.
Like I mentioned from last week, also Contra, when we were trying to do a tier list of all the
Mm-hmm.
teams in PMCL, we ranked STE at A tier. Looks like they're now right around at the B tier, in my opinion. This week, I mean, last week was just atrocious for
Mm-hmm.
STE, maybe around C tier. But again, they have improved. Looks like their chemistry has been worked on, and they're still doing the split, the 2-2 split, wherein they have NC2 and Get Slow together, and then we have 762 and Evil, and then sometimes you see Lucy playing for the squad, and it kind of works. I mean, sometimes it does, but I mean, yesterday we did see them. get a chicken dinner once they got the circle right around Yasnaya. But for this time around, they're gonna have to rotate all the way to the opposite side of the map. So it's gonna be a challenge for this squad for this game.
It definitely will be, but I will still rank them at A tier, considering that they are currently in the top 5 for STE, and also moving into such a position within such a short time frame with plenty of opportunities to play out for. I am still keeping my high hopes for STE to do even better. It's just that certain games, they do tend to flop. Like last game, although we can't really fault any of all these teams out there for not having the best game because of how the circle went, but definitely they could use some good work. Speaking of which, the current number 2 squad, Harame Bros, looking for a pickoff with the Lone Ranger of Fearless Esports driving by. I believe that he was baiting some of all these shots to happen as well, but Pozo lost the tire in the process. Oh, this is not a good way to actually start things off, but hey, at least he's safe for now. You should be able to get past some of these guys coming in from Harame Bros at the very least.
And Rig now scouting the area, thinking that the buggy would stop, or maybe that player from Fearless Esports would have to get out of the buggy, but no, he will still use it even though with one tire with one tire out. Now the circle has shifted. This is interesting because it's not the usual wherein we see it like on the far western side. So it went towards just on the northern side of Ferry Pierre. So this is interesting. Ostia is already down on south, but looks like they're still rotating in. And I think they're going to be up against another squad, which is Harame Bro.
True enough, and Harame Bros, they've taken firm control of this area for the meantime. And I would say Dread Esports will have a very decent game so long as their compound is not going to be contested, because they are just by the edge of what seem to be controlling teams that will rotate from Pochinki, the teams from the south side, and some parts of Gatka. While we also have God7, who's currently by the bridge here. I believe they're just about to make their way through. So it's an interesting approach that they are taking the far south to get by as compared to all the other teams out there. It feels like this is a little bit too safe an approach. But of course, they're just trying to ensure that they get to play that late game. So no harm, no foul in that. While TTQ has already been smack dab in the center of Gatka. While Austria Esports, this is going to be on the south side of play. I think this is going to still be a very decent game for Austria as well. So long as they can hold true, it shouldn't be too much of a hassle for Austria to be able to reach that late game.
And I remember this compound wherein Elevate Esports and GOAT try to fight it out until the end game. So if the circle would go there, this is a really good spot for Austria Esports. Looks like they're doing a little bit of research when it comes to having this type of circle. But for now, RTC still in the blue. Whatever God7 is actually doing, it's kind of like what Sin Esports did during week number 1. Remember when they rotated all the way to the other side bridge, and then they were able to get through the bottom side of the left side bridge? So it's kind of like that way, but the circle is way up north of the bridge. So they will have to also think about almost getting that knocked down. Jappy just bombing that team. Wait, then that's gonna be Rig. Surprise, just right beside him. How did he not notice that?
Yeah, that was just absolutely overwhelming to the rest of them, while Jappy is going to be able to just run through the course and just shred them apart. This is just going to be so tough for GOAT to be able to respond. And just like that, these members of Harame Bros are absolutely activated. It's almost no chance to be given at all from the looks of it. But it was just absolutely beautiful on how they've been able to strike with such coordination and precision at the very same time. So as we take a look at the rest of the field, GOAT now left with only one member to survive to see how many points he can pull through. We see GOAT Esports really sliding down the chart for the course of this evening.
And again, I'm just thinking still how Rig was able to sneak at Yaiko like just like that. Just throws the nade instead of like just spraying on him. And look at this. Zuki now versus Get Slow. Get Slow actually bailed out from the scene. He does know that there will be bombs. Ooh, and Goat is going to be out now. And all because of that Nathan final kill. Range goes down. This is a Ramen Bro versus Fearless is what's happening off cam. Zuki is just still cooking that nade as SDE is still backing out. Ooh, Molly's coming from TTQ. And now 762 will have to go for a little bit of heals with the bandages. And now we go to Harame Bro and Fearless. And remember, Pop-Up is already out. And that's because of Harame Bro. Now going for the push. Ooh, goes in as Astro Rex, but there's some fire inside. Range gets out, will be dead. Now it's going to be Fearless. 2v1, now it's a 1v3. It's going to be 1v3. Oh, Jappy goes down, but then again, it's just way too many players of Harame Bro. But look at the mini-map here, Contra. Looks like we're going to have another team coming in, but looking at the other situation at Gatka. Going to be Evil now who gets the headshot onto the final member of TTQ.
Yeah, this is just super efficient coming out of Harame Bros early on. They just finish one fight and they just move on to the next one. And now, in the midst of the field, we see both teams rotating, and it's YG getting caught off by Flash Vision Esports. Sharp shots coming from the side of Master Rakes, now down to Romeo Boy. And also, one member remaining over onto the back as they will try to actually straight right back. Dreki, what more can he do in this situation as we're taking a good hard look at Romeo trying to at least use this vehicle to reposition as Asha is also trying to trample them from the back as well. WTZ is already taken down, but it's going to be FV that will be kicked off of the field first and foremost. It's just so tough out there where the top is just really picking onto a weakened side of Yangon Galacticos. And hasn't been a great game so far for both sides. Though, at least Yangon Galacticos, they won that trade.
Yeah, they actually won it twice already. If you remember, Flash Vision and YG. Same location, to be honest with you. So, they have like some sort of rotation for both squads, wherein they had the same. So, for now, YG will have to back out. They will have to think about getting into the circle as well. RTC and STE will be the keepers for both Harame Bro and YG. As for the middle portion of the zone, it is Elevate Esports and Exquisite Esports now taking over. So it's now up to Ostja, who will try to think on how they can manage to, win this one again, as they're still outside the circle down on south. But for Harame Bro, looks like they're planning going through the northern side instead, as it's much fewer other teams that are there. And there we go. That's it for YG.
Oh boy, there's just no safe spot for them to really drive through. Wow, tough game. YG left with no other option. Like, even through the kills that they were really hoping to hold out for the longest of time, they just get absolutely overwhelmed with the presence of both FV as well as Asha Esports, and now this. So, early exit, they joined the 4 other squads that were eliminated prior to them. This pacing of the match definitely is looking to be a lot faster as compared to the past game, for very good reason, because there's a lot of flat grounds in play right now where teams could just easily be picked off, which is where you're just hearing the crackling of all these bullets fire through, and even Farrell is getting one bullet connected towards him, losing one tire at the very same time. I believe that they can at least use whatever haystacks necessary to keep themselves afloat for now. Now, the votes are in. Genesis Esports, after that win, will get some good support coming their way. Whereas Asha Esports, so far, undisputed #1 throughout the course of the matches that has been played out.
Wow, over half, 56% for Austria Esports when it comes to votings of the fans. And it's very beautiful to see also, if you look at how Harame Bro was able to get into the circle. They were like sandwiched by multiple teams, but their good scouting, they were able to manage to go through. Because like some of the other players who they run past through, they can't even, go for a spray over to Harame, bro. So it's good awareness coming from Harame, bro, and an actually very good rotation coming into the circle. Now let's look at IC from RSG. RSG had been using the bikes in the previous game, but this time around it's not. Ooh, it's Monboy though, who spots IC, and PBE now comes in. Mitchie has to be careful here. Now on half HP, will be spotted by the last member, or not yet the last, but it's just Bunny, who was right over there in the small wooden shack. The rest, Master Vape and Ryder, they are split it up right now with a 1-2 split. But the eyes of PBE right now is on Ryder, or Bunny rather. So Bunny needs to be careful here. Ooh, as Jarrell takes down GE. So there's a lot of options actually for PBE.
Plenty. There's just so many of all these players out in the field, and I think that it's great that PBE is assessing the situation, taking the closest fight, and whichever is going to be the form of threat, they will try to eliminate first and foremost. But shots are also find their way. They will have to ditch that UAZ. So through those hills, despite it being very far, Exquisite is actually having a really prime estate by the farmhouses of Gatka. Whereas over on the north, there is members of the side of GE. They're not quite into the zone just yet. I believe there's a team that's currently gating them from doing so. While you take a look at how many teams who are on flat ground, at least Red are hiding in some form of forest. I call it forest because there's a couple of trees for them to work with, but it isn't exactly a tick forest where they can just rely on all these covers of the trees just yet. Gerald now goes for a pickoff. Remember down to the side of GE, looking for a lot more. What a spray that was from Gerald, as he is really giving GE a real tough time out in the field. While they are also being primed right there. GE might not be able to last as long as what they did last game, where they managed to walk away with chicken dinner. And speaking of which, it's only going to be 11th as they settle with no elimination points in this round, surprisingly.
Yeah, surprisingly for GE. They can't even reset from that last win. And it's a different story, I mean, to be honest with you, for this matchup. So it's not like they're able to get a compound and ooh, look at that. Monboy just went down on his vehicle and then eventually takes down Master Vape.
So fast.
Master Vape will definitely just die by bleeding out. So it's only just one now for RSG. So this is the true thing right now for RSG. Just one more player left. But for RTC, they're just hiding inside that wooden shack together with some smokes. STE762. This man had clutch moment from last week. Let's see if he can do the same. And let's see now. Ooh, going in is PBE. They have one knockdown and they're now up against Harame, bro. Ooh, Federalis gets Monboy down. There's a trade of knocks there from both squads. Federalis now down to very low HP. And now for Harame, bro. Ooh,
The nade.
The nade.
Almost connecting, though. This is just a little worrisome as they are playing by a very tight space. That bot, he's probably going to step out of there. But thankfully enough, there's no more nades within sight on 762's hands, as he's only down to his own weapons and only 3 first aids to work with. While the rest of Asia has been dominating over the south side, looking for their 7-pointer out there. Red Bull on a rampage as he secures 6. Looking for a lucky number 7, or maybe even past that mark as well, as all these previous MVPs, they were at 7. And now Austria really gets to dictate how to play this game out. Everybody on the fields, so long as they can clear off Exquisite, they should be clear to go. But they're driving right by it. Red Bull kind of biting too much more than he could chew. Quickly gets eliminated, so I guess there's no lucky number 7 for him.
Yeah, no lucky number 7. Barney goes down, by the way, as Super Pickles is now going to try to go for the nades. And this is a different type of gameplay being shown by Exquisite Esports. They were inside the zone, and they went out to challenge Austria so that they can just gatekeep them off from the circle. And now Austria, now with Red Bull with 6, he can't really, go for the help out now for his squad. So this will force them to just be a little bit more passive and just try to focus onto the circle, or else maybe they can still try to push the probably the eastern side of this compound where Exquisite Esports is going.
True enough, and it's a much better round for Elevate Esports. They found themselves a little bit of a, I want to say, rich But it's just a little bit of a cover for the meantime. While Odyssey Esports, they challenge the farmhouses, which has been the hideout for a majority of these exquisite members for the longest of time. Fully committing since they've already lost Red Bull. If they take this prime area, they will have a lot of space to slowly crawl into the right middle, where it's a little bit of a standstill towards the mid side. I say that Nathan's gonna be able to find an open pick against the captain of Red Esports.
Well, for Exquisite, let's see, Lufa now gonna go for the cook of the nades. They realized that the Ostja, coming from that edge of the blue, went towards this area. It's good to see that MM is just crawling upstairs on the second floor of that two-story stack building. Right now, you see the circle. It will update in a few. But right now, the focus is on Ostja versus Exquisite. Not really much for the side of Exquisite Esports and Ostja. And Ostja, again, you are going to be expecting them to not really be too aggressive, all because of that elimination off from Red Bull. But there we go. Nice throw. Lufa spots one. Just threw in that nade over to that window. Now the drop continues, and now this is time for them to be a little bit more aggressive as Koopa takes down top. And now it's going to be just Martin. Martin able to take down one. Can he take down two? Can he go for the knock-up? Oh, no, the pressure is real. Oh, there we go. The knock. The second knock is there. Now going to be the defense inside. Oh, three knocks. Now can he go for the last one? And
yes,
Martin
he does.
clutches his 4v1.
Martin, he's a god. An absolute beast. And they all turn to greats. Odyssey Esports with a miraculous clutch coming in from the Titans. And they're on a whole other level. They lost Red Bull, but don't worry. There's still Martin carrying the hopes and dreams alive. And take a look at that. Odyssey Esports. 13 frags in this match.
Wow.
Outstanding. Absolutely out of the world performance.
Oh my god, Gontra. I mean, right now, Martin could just stay in that bottom side of the circle. Now that we still have 15 seconds rather, before it closes, he's just gonna pray that the circle gods will go to him. But for now, we're looking at 762. He has all eyes onto the side of RTC. Doesn't have any bombs anymore, but look, the circle has updated already. And it went away from Martin. So what's next now for Martin? I mean, even if he died, like
It
right
doesn't
now,
matter.
It doesn't matter. They got 13.
He's got 13 points. He's got the biggest highlight reel for himself. Like, honestly, anything else is just going to be a bonus. If he squeezes to the top 3, there's a bigger smile on his face for sure. Martin, this is the reason why he comes here to play, because he just gets to show off what he truly is made of. Meanwhile, Curry spots out that straggling member of Strangers Esports, and now Martin gets to the top 4. Just a couple more steps into the top 3.
And that means that he gets 4 points already. If he gets eliminated now.
Mm-hmm.
And that's like total of 17 already for them. So again, good game, well played for Odyssey Esports. And this goes to show that Martin still has it, Contra.
Yes, he does. Yes,
I mean, we know that in the Thai region, I mean, he's getting. I mean, there's a lot of like young players out there, like Tony K, like Nuzi. I mean, he was the OG in Thailand, but now he's making rounds here in PMCL.
Yeah, I remember the days of Eliminate the Murder where he's been getting back-to-back MVPs. Hold on to that, because our Red Esports have also wiped out another few members, and it's a top 3 finish for Odyssey Esports. RTC is already out. So the battle is in between Elevate Esports as well as Red. What are the chances here for Martin to really squeeze past these guys? I guess it's a no. He's gets spotted out. Shots now being fired from the side of Damon. And Elevate Esports should also take notice on the direction as well. Therefore, he's just playing it very safely, but he's doing his best right now.
And look at how quick he was over there. Like, he was spotted by Damon. Damon wasn't able to go for that finish. He was able to just hide behind the big haystack. He's inside the circle already, so he doesn't really need to move at all. Just have to heal up and wait for the rest. And look at the circle; it went towards his way as well. So he could just be the ultimate third party between these two, Dread and Elevate.
What a turn of events. I didn't expect that circle to hard shift back towards Asia Esports, so he gets to live to tell the tale, and also dropping those nades towards Elevate Esports. Top 2 is entirely possible, especially with Dread Esports needing to push right through. So the pressure is actually not on Martin at the moment. And there's not a single point of time where Elevate members could actually get to spot him for the moment, but Demios is now running through, driving into the shack. 2 members of Elevate stuck in within, and Demios will hold him back. Beautiful shots coming from the DBS. He tries to squeeze another grenade right there, and there you go. He gets to get out at the very same time. This could be a chance for Martin as well. Oh, a 2v2. Is this really gonna happen? Is Austin gonna steal a win? This is going to be that moment. Barney's also intact. This could be a content clip of a lifetime. Martin now sees them cutting across. Elevate 2 members out in the fields as well. As they drive right through. Nobody is really taking shots at Martin. And it's Kaylor dropping out. Now down to Exer. He's fully stocked up. He's got the level 3 gears. Only 1 member left on the side of Elevate. And Martin! Oh, he got him! He got him! Martin! He needs one more. Martin! Don't do this! This is absolutely illegal!
This might be a 1v1v1 still. I mean, if Dread, Damon... Oh, there you go, the nade.
It is!
It is. It's a 2v1v1 though.
Yeah, there's 2 more members. Well, what are the odds? What are the odds right now? It does shrink directly to the middle. Exer, he's well stocked up. Could be a chance for Elevate too. And now he spots Damon. Damon could not step out. I don't know if he has resources, but this is the tightest game to be played out. Now Martin gets spotted out.
Oh no.
There we go. For what it's worth, that's the best we've seen from Martin. But the show goes on, and it will be Dread Esports to claim the win. What a wild game this is, Cuckoo.
Whoa.
Dread Esports has gotten it in the bag.
It's ridiculous to see Martin, an OG Thai player from PMPL Thailand, now here in PMCL, just dominating. Even after they lost the Red Bull, I always say that when they lose Red Bull, then there's nobody else to fill the void of whatever Red Bull is doing. But
wow, you got to take that back already.
Yeah,
my friend.
no, I'm taking it back. Martin is the man, and he still got it. Contra, he still got it.
Man, who says old dogs can't learn new tricks? This guy doesn't need new tricks even. Like, remember back in the days, I was trying to finish my sentence of, back then he used to be multiple MVPs for Illuminate the Murder, winning chicken dinners after chicken dinners. And it really seems like he's back to his prime. Like, Martin, I can't describe it. It really felt like he's being possessed by Tony K or Newsy in his prime.
It felt like 2019.
Yeah, we're going back in time.
I think he got the keys of that DeLorean Contra. He got the keys back there. Anyways, right now we're looking at the highlights. And this is the highlight of the day, in my opinion. Highlight of the week. Look at this.
The
2
tournament
knocks, 3
even.
knocks, and then the 4th knock right at the end, just using every single bullet from that M4. And by the way, his secondary gun is a Mini 14.
It's crazy.
My goodness.
And that final frag, it was a jump shot. He just perfectly aligns it while up in the air. That's how ridiculous Martin is.
Oh, wow.
Oh, of course, we can't take away this golden moment from Dread Esports where they actually fought toe-to-toe to get this chicken dinner. That's supposed to be a lot more straightforward, but they managed to at least take out the scariest man.
Lucky
And we
7.
talked about Lucky 7. Here we go, 700 damage and also 7 eliminations.
Wow, the 3rd 7 that we get today. MVP of the match. Again, first is Federalis. Second is Marnet. Now we got Martin. We'll get that 7th kill elimination point in match number 4. It's all about the 7s right now. It's a lucky day today. If you wanna buy a lottery, it's the day today as well. Contra, I think so.
Today is August the 30th, but no sevens involved. But you can maybe include a seven somewhere, mix it around. It's for my clock. It's like I see number 17. So yeah, 7 is definitely the number of the day.
Yeah. Well, for Austria, again, after that bad plays that they had in match number 2, they bounced back here.
They made it up for it.
With so many, points. I think they got like 20 points in total. But the winner were the Chicken Dinner team. Again, we're not just letting Martin, steal the, the win from Dread. Dread is the winner with the Chicken Dinner team. They got 19 eliminations. But if you try to do the math here, if they got that many points from elimination, then they got like third place or second place. So still, Austria Esports will be at number 1 in the match standings for match 3.
How do we even get over the fact that play happened, right? Like, it's just overwhelming on how they managed to really achieve so much with that one player. If Red Bull was alive, we know that this could very well end very differently as well. But, of course, credit where credit's due. Red Esports, they took the middle of the field, and to also survive all that onslaught with so many teams like PBE on those corners and countless of names like RTC, even they managed to really stand tall against the rest. And that decision for them to rush through to take on Elevate Esports was the best decision that they could have ever made. And these are the stats out there: 13 revives, 60 knockouts, 62 eliminations, and there was only one airdrop looted, and that was from the member of Elevate Esports, if I recall correctly. And even despite so, like, we saw it was a scattered approach that Elevate was actually taking with these two members being stuck inside the shack. It wasn't too easy for them to really pick on that fight against the rest of Red Esports to really close up that chicken dinner moment, right? Where there was also Martin putting up the pressure. This game, one of the wildest we've seen, but it continuously has been another challenging round inside Erangel so far.
Wow, well, that was a roller coaster match, in my opinion, for match number 3. I mean, if Martin got the chicken dinner, that would be much better, in my opinion, because that was like a comeback for the side of Austria, losing 3, then only with 1 player able to defeat like 4 of the best players out of Exquisite Esports. And Exquisite Esports also had Lufa out there, who is a PMGC player. So now, looking at the match standings for match number 3, yes, I got my math right. 20 points for the side of Austria Esports, 19 for Dread. And Elevate is still there with 12. Harana Bros there also with 9. But with this win, I was saying about them not getting too many points. So it will like give them, lesser chance of getting that 200 mark point. Well, this will, cancel that out, because they're now right around 160 plus or more points. Which, if you look at the, the situation, there's like 3 more games left for today, and then there's like 6 more games left for them for tomorrow.
Yeah, they're just absolute machines. As you take a look at the current gap that they've been able to create between themselves as well as Dread Esports, despite Dread Esports taking that chicken dinner and now just having 11 points up against Harana Bros, it's a day's worth of effort for Dread Esports to be able to catch up to this current mark that Austria Esports holding, whereas GE hasn't been able to really get a good round off, so they are still stagnating at that 100 point. And look at YG, they're still on the climb, slowly moving closer and closer to Goat Esports, but there's still a gap right now. So we won't be expecting too many changes around the top 11, but you can see so many teams are around that 40-point margin. Sin, RSG, RTC, Playbook Esports, as well as GG, who's not going to be playing for today. So we'll see the push coming into effect in a matter of minutes.
Yeah, and 165 now for Austria. How more can they get for today? There's still like 1 more Erangel map. There's 2 Miramar maps left for today, so there's still a lot of chances for Austria. But again, you would expect them to, still fight and still be strong as ever, as the others will also do the same. Like, I mean, Arami Bro has been trying. It's always been for Arami Bro that they lose one or two members, and then at the latter stages of the game, they ended up like being pushed by the others. So it's like a big disadvantage, like numbers advantage for the opposite squad that they're fighting against with. If Harami Bro can maybe maintain their lineup to be complete, then maybe we can find Harami Bro being there at top together with Austria Esports. But Dread is for me the surprise of this week. Remember from last week it was Elevate, but this week it is Dread.
True enough, and they're really getting back on track into their old ways. As things are looking to be functioning, if you ask me, even better compared to the past couple of seasons on how they are performing in this week alone. And these drastic changes came at the very right time, because if it were to be the very final week, it will be very tough for them to squeeze into the grand finals. But now giving themselves a firm shot, if they can get that 19-pointer out there, or even better, if to overtake Austria Esports by the end of it all, it will be absolutely sweet for them to really get themselves up in the running. While, of course, we still have more games to go. Before we start those games, you guys can also check out the Sky Huntress MG3, the Glitter X suit that's currently available till the end of September when you log into PUBG Mobile. All it takes is for you guys to try for 10 UC for your first spin. If you want to spend a little bit more, it's also up to you guys as well, where it's not only these two items that's being available, there's also a lot of good exclusives that comes with this X-Suit collection. So be sure to check that one out before it goes off the store permanently.
Oh yeah, I mean sometimes it does go back to the store, like the old seasons, I mean, my skin from from season 1 just got into the shop. So to those who didn't bought that skin, they had that chance. But anyways, enough of the skins. Let's now talk about predictions. I will go with PBE this time. PBE, they did try their best going against Harami Bro in that match. Why not go for PBE this time? They had that momentum. They had that prowess when it comes to being aggressive. They have that. For you, it's all about Austria. I understand.
We all understand this.
and look at what the Myanmar's commentator team had picked. It is Austria, and sometimes what I mean from last week while you were away during the weekends. This was the thing that they have been doing. They vote for the number 1 team, kind of like what Queen Toyo has been doing so far, like doing not a prediction to win, but a prediction to curse out the team.
Oh, maybe that's going to be that sort of situation. But of course, there's no point for Stalker or Big Daddy to do so, because STE as well as currently Esports hasn't really found that rhythm for today. But for other days, Strangers Esports have been looking really good throughout this course of the week, but now nearing towards the weekend already, perhaps some stamina has been depleted. It's definitely a marathon when it comes down to the PMCL, so hopefully there's still some gas left in the tank, because Strangers on a good day out of round, they can get those kind of big results, just like how Austria managed to achieve in some of these rounds as well. Fearless, honestly, I wish we get to see Pop to be able to activate just like how Martin did, because Pop during those days in the past of Orange Esports, he absolutely have carried alongside with Astro X on the world stage of PMCO. If you guys are from that era, if you guys can remember, they played in the global stage and won themselves hundreds and thousands of dollars by having some really clutch moments, and Stalker absolutely do remember that because he was part of the team.
Yeah, if you were we call it in PH, if you are one of the dinosaurs of PUBGM, like if you were able to watch those back in the days wherein Stalker, Orange Esports was in PMCO Global, back in the days also where Martin was also dominating together with Mad Toy with Illuminate the Murder in Thailand. If you remember those days. Oh.
What we call this like Illuminate 3.0 because there's so many iterations of
Oh,
Illuminate
yeah.
the Murder. Like after that, I believe that the squad was also bought over by another organization, which is
was
why the name
Valdez?
kind of Valdez the Murder. And then after that, I'm not too sure what really went on. And now the reunion came like maybe a year or so later, where we have a very good mixture now with some of all these Cambodians that have worked so well together with both Martin as well as Red Bull. So I really see that they have not really changed too far off on how they see the game to be, where it's a good balance of making sure that you play very well from mid to late game to really back those big points, and they just know how to basically do just that, having Red Bull to take care of any teams incoming. And sometimes you just send Red Bull to just go out for a hunt. While Martin is that stable guy, right? He is the rock. He is the ones that's unmovable. Like unless he gets taken down, the rest will try to really give him a little bit more of that cover. So Odyssey Esports so far will be uncontested, at least for these upcoming games, on their position. So it's more about hitting that 200-pointer mark. I think it's entirely possible. So they still have another day of play, and that's like, what, 40 points? These guys, 40 points is just half a day for them.
Oh, yeah. And right now, you have the chance to vote of your own as well. You can just scan the QR code here, right on the bottom side of Contra. Just take a picture of it, scan it, and you can go ahead and vote for your favorite team and your favorite rising star of the whole tournament, basically. And we saw the 7 elimination point from Federalis, the 7 coming from Marnet. Now we have Martin. So again, these people or these pro players can be the rising star. I mean, you can also add Red Bull to it because he was the Terminator during week number 1. And you have the chance to vote for your own. And it's been always Ostja. Last game, 56% of our viewers voted for Ostja Esports. Second was Harame Bro, which is only 13% or maybe 11%. And then the next one is Genesis Esports. So let's see if the other communities, the Myanmar communities or the Burmese communities or maybe the Filipinos, can go ahead and make those votes. I know that you can do it. I know that you can beat also the KH viewers out there. But for now, Contra, I want to talk about GE. We've seen GE getting really good games where there's no Ostja and Harame Bro in the game. Remember, in match number 2, these two squads fought each other in the very early stages and then eventually got eliminated. And then that's a time where GE saw the opening. And during match number 3, it's just so hard for them to get into the circle. All because of PPE, all because of Ostja. I mean, Ostja was not even there. Ostja was on the bottom side. Harame Bro was there gatekeeping GE. So if GE can maybe avoid these squads, this, powerhouse teams, maybe I think GE might have a chance here on match number 4.
Yeah, certainly agree on that sentiment where, the game that they won out, it was straightforward, right? A lot of teams didn't manage to make it into the Sanhok Island, and they have the only compound that has a great 360 view where that was straightforward. But when it comes down to circumstances like this is where they also need to step up. And compared to Ostja, compared to Harame Bros, it really felt like they're being outshined as compared to what Genesis Esports back in those prior seasons. They're the ones being the showstopper team to really go for those 20k bombs, even if you may. So I just felt like they just don't look as confident. And today, at least starting off with certain good games, I'm pretty sure that they would still have something that will work out for them here in Erangel before moving into their strong cards. Miramar is going to be where they will also enjoy a lot more points if everything goes into their or plan or so. But with that being said, of course, a lot of yapping from Contra as we're getting ourselves ready for our next match, and it will begin right now. The final Erangel on the Friday night.
Yep. Happy Friday, by the way, to you, Contra, and to the rest of our viewers. Happy weekend to you guys during Saturdays and Sundays. So it's for you to plan out what you will do. The best thing to do is to watch PMCL. Here right now is our flight path coming from Novo until George Pool. And we've seen God7 dropping at Novo. So it looks like I think they have some sort of agreement already between them and GE. But look at this. RSG dropping out. Oh, I thought they were going for Novo as well. But anyways, we've seen the circle now on the bottom side. Then we now see it just right below Gatka area. Where will the circle now be? I think it's gonna go now to the eastern side this time around, right?
Yeah, probably a little bit to the east, or else the northern point has been left untouched for the course of this entire evening. So if it's gonna be a difference, it probably will be there, or maybe smack dab in the center where it's gonna be equal grounds for everybody to play out. So it's only for time to tell on how this one's gonna be panning out for the moment. But you know, a team that has impressed me so far, FV, RTC. You know, we haven't really shined light onto some of these Singaporean teams because they don't come in so flashy with those results. Last game, FV, they were holding on to this specific spot that they're at right now, but they got overwhelmed by some members of YG. And this is where it's a split, 50-50. Could be an island ending, which Ozja could still play this one out, or could it be in the mainland? I reckon that it could still be around Very Pure or so. So I think that TTQ, FV, they don't have to move a muscle.
I want to have some sort of circle in Quarry. We haven't really seen that one yet, so
Oh yeah.
let's see and find out. Oh, but for now, look at this. Primorks. We have two teams, RTC and Elevate. Looks like RTC hasn't really changed at all. They're gonna go for a hot drop again. So if you remember last week, they tried Severny, but TTQ is there, and TTQ dominated them. So let's see if they try Elevate this time around. Let's see if they can handle the pressure against Elevate Esports.
Yeah, I think that there are often times that RTC look at this city to be an alternate drop as well, that they've been trying to make certain fixtures, but it seems like this flight path was just conveniently eased out for them to move right in alongside with Elevate. Now they're in this predicament where they don't really enjoy as many loots as compared to the ones within that city. So it will still be a little bit of a struggle if you ask me. But at least coast is clear for now. It's gonna take a while before we actually get any form of a takedown. But Dambot is already on duty, already having pretty much the ACOG alongside with Barrel to work with. That should be sufficient for him to dish out plenty amount of damage. Though the Barrel does have slightly high recoil compared to the rest of the 7.62 weapon, but pro players, they're pretty much used to it by now. So we'll take a look as we have a Sir that has been looking rather competitive onto so many of these rounds. Elevate, they matched a top 3 finish, so they're absolutely climbing. Though they could definitely use a whole lot more elimination points to be able to best even the likes of PBE.
Yep. And we haven't seen much yet of that big impact from Elevate Esports compared to last week, wherein we saw a lot of surprising stuff from this squad. And their lineup has changed this week. So maybe by the end of this week, they can, try to figure things out. Will be the final lineup for week number 3. And then maybe that's going to be the lineup for the grand finals, if they are ever able to, come to the grand finals. But for PBE, again, this is my vote for this game. They drop at school, so they can just easily go towards the circle for later on. But for the meantime, for STE, looks like there's no challenge at Yasnaya. Remember that they have Good Game Esports, who is not playing today. Normally, you would see the area of Yasnaya cut in half for STE and then half for Good Game Esports. So for now, they're going to be able to get all Yasnaya for themselves.
Yeah, it's a really good notion as well for the other team to not drop into Yasnaya, especially with the flight path being slightly further away. So, first, with these teams now trying to navigate into that southwestern part of the map, it's still a tough decision whether if they want to make it pass into the island, because with that slight possibility of it ending into Sonovska, teams would rather stay in the mainland if they are within some of all these regions already. So that that south side of Gatka from Quarry, Ferropure, and maybe even on the outskirts of Pachiki is where you will see a flock of crowd. So in probably the next 5 minutes, we'll probably see a few teams to be in the midst of a battle. But for now, they're just preparing for what's about to come. Harame
Yeah.
Bros. So far looking pretty good today. From Sanhok, even up till those past couple of games, there's only that crazy round inside the island which they succumbed to lose way too many members towards Asia Esports. But other than that, they have convinced me that they are definitely up for the challenge to once again claim that number 2 spot from Dread Esports.
Oh, the surprise! It actually went back at him. Just thinking about going for that surprise gameplay, but right now Damon goes in, drops Super Pickles. Barney goes down, by the way. It's going to be courtesy of Koopa. Now Dread Demios needs to heal up. As for Exquisite Esports, again, the struggle continues. They were the ones who got 4v1 by Martin earlier on. Now Koopa will have to hide behind a rock. Koopa does have 4 frag grenades. He can still manage this as Jibna throws in that frag grenade. Not going to do anything for now. But here comes the flank as Demios spots him. There we go. That's it for Exquisite Esports.
Yeah, that was looking pretty clean, but they did lose Barney, though. Barney did manage to at least get 1 frag off, so he did manage to at least partake in this full-on brawl. Solid 4 points for Dread Esports to be marching up ahead against Harame Bros, which, you know, I was just talking about Harame Bros early on, and immediately we pan towards Dread Esports already going into a massive battle to just really take over these hills. They're still around the farm area, just slightly off from that state corner of the stage 1. Not going to be all too difficult for Dread Esports in the form of rotation. They could always wrap over onto the rim of the circle, while Asia Esports, they decided not to stay too long in the island. So they have already made their way across the bridge. But is Very Pure going to be safe for them? We shall find out soon.
You would expect them not to cross over for now. I mean, one at least will try to scout for them. I think it's Skynin's job to do. There is actually someone here in Ferry Pier, which is TTQ. TTQ will most likely just stay at this area. As you can see, Zuki still looting the areas of Ferry Pier. They're all scattered, so they have to be careful, though, if...
that's why.
Oh, yeah, yeah, that's why. They have to be careful, though, because someone, you know, would push them out if they're going to be scattered in the area. The support or the follow-up won't be too quick for the side of Time to Quick Esports. If you look at the others, a lot of the others are coming from the northeastern side of the zone. It is still open for the western side, so expect a lot to be going at that area. I would expect Elevate to do that.
Yeah, it's also interesting to take a note out of what Elevate Esports have done. They move further into the north and now needs to journey back into the corners of Primas, while Yangon Galacticos have already been occupying that space at the moment. Yangon could actually find themselves in a really good spot into the late game, while SCE got a couple of pickoff against RSG. Ryder is already out of the game alongside RSG trading back. They found Evil. Immediately tossed him down as well alongside with 762. So, tit for tat, is the rest of RSG could still actually go in for revival. A tough space as we saw how many teams were actually making their rotation. Now it's only going to be a Get Slow left. Now, can he pull off a Martin? I'm unsure. But who knows? Maybe he will channel some part of his spirit while Martin's still within this lobby as well. While Elevate I was just talking about them. They moved up north. Now they have to find themselves back towards the south. This time not going to be the safest of route, so they have to take multiple checkpoints to get back right into the mix as well. Hopefully it will be another good game for Elevate because I really want to see them climb.
Oh yeah, I mean, top 5, week number 1. Again, the goal for them, like what they said to me, the goal is more than top 5. So top 4 maybe, or maybe top 1. But it's still way too far for them as Austria is still dominating. But right now, you can see your Gets Low all alone. Very risky, and that's way too scary for them to actually go. And this is going to be another team. Oh, it's actually going to be Liquid who will get slow as STE is out now.
Yeah, such a dangerous spot to drive through. He thought that the corner of the shore will be safe enough, but little did he know that TDQ has been sure since the start of the game. And we just have to zoom into his box, isn't it? What's in the back? What's in the back? Can we find out? I guess not. I guess not.
You can't. You can't.
Give him a little bit of a peace and silence because we know that's a little bit of a blunder coming out there. So STE, I thought that they would have done so much better, you know, because they're one of the teams with those 100 points. But the past 2 rounds, I would say they've been done dirty.
Well, for now, the circle, it looks like it's going to focus around Primorx and some parts of Quarry. Yep. And this is what I requested, Quarry Circle. Hopefully we can get that. But for now, it looks like Dread will be the ones occupying Quarry together with Fearless Esports. As for God7, late rotation is what they're going to do. Unknown right now for GOAT. Spots, GE, Marnet will not have any choice but to just hide behind. Ooh, look at that. The pickup coming from his teammate, just saving him from disaster. And that's all because of Unknown, who was just firing away at will over to Genesis Esports. And right now, won't be able to get anyone from GE. We'll have to focus, though, on different areas now. As the others now are closing into Quarry, we have the likes of Dread together with, if I'm not mistaken, oh no, it's just GOAT out there and Dread. So yeah.
So, you know, sometimes I kind of wish my grab car orders could be that swift and smooth in terms of pickup and timing. And, you know, jokes aside, right now it's Ripple hunting out over onto the coastline. While some shots might be whiffed, but Master Vape can only buy so much time on the outskirts. He's already choking for air. So perhaps RG is looking for a point denial. Not that Austria needs more right now. But hey, anything that adds to the table, they'll be happy about this to really secure that #1 spot. Whereas, over on to the deeper section, we did see that the rest of the DQ is also somewhere across these fields of Fairpier. Marnet does get a catch as the rest of God7 tries to get past. And speaking of which, the moment that they stop out of their vehicles, it's Harame Bros instantly picking them off. I feel like their fate is being sealed right here, right now.
Oh yeah, and look at now Edward QT, last member for God7, escaping the area, escaping the scene. And it's good to see that he was able to spot a small shack. But the thing is, Harame can easily just, you know, push over to where Edward QT is at. But the discipline is there for Harame. They're not going to do that. They're going to just stay to wherever they are currently in. Nathan goes down on the kill feed. That's GOAT 21, if I'm not mistaken. Getting Nathan. Ooh, another one coming from Elevate. This is Rix, who goes down. And looks like Elevate going for a far rotation from the northern side now onto the western side. They're not able to get into a really good position, but look at that. It's Coca-Cola now going back at 21, eliminating him. And this can be the chance for the revive, but no! It's going to be GOAT now pushing in. Claire tries to get the players down onto GOAT. Only one player now all of a sudden for GOAT. It's going to be Yaiko now cooking up a nade. Cooking also is Nathan. Nathan now throws it in. And together with Yaiko, throws it in also into the warehouse. Now, Yaiko will have to do a clutch moment, kind of like what Martin do.
And here comes Fearless as well. They just move right in. This is going to be devastating. There's no reset coming in from both Elevate as well as GOAT. So they're on the short end of the stake. One sec comes back into play for this evening. Whereas Yahiko tries to hold down the line, almost getting clipped by that grenade. Thankfully, he does not soak any form of damage. Quickly goes in for a reload of that DBS. This is where things get a whole lot more hectic. One member now being knocked down from the side of Fearless Esports. Pop off the first one to be out from the field, but it's not going to be any form of a pickup. And they have to just dodge all these grenades. Speaking of that, Claire is not going to be able to have anywhere to actually step foot out of. Well, one sec, the moment that he moves right through, he will also get clipped. Down to Nathan. Can he actually hold him out? Sprays now, connecting, and it will be Elevate already out from the game.
And just so unfortunate for Elevate. I mean, they do have 4 eliminations now, as Fearless will get that trade. Only one off from their team, which is Pub. One sec will get a revive with 2 eliminations. Now, voting result, 57% now for Austria Esports, so 2%. Not sure where it got to. Still 11% for both Ramabro and GE. And the nade coming from Skynin. And now it's the time for Austria again to dominate, as they're now have their eyes onto Flash Vision Esports. And you can now see the push off from Skynin, the golden boy of Cambodia. Now going in. From behind. Backstabbing. That's going to be it. Flash Vision Esports. And by the way, that's Haz. I think this is the first time he's playing for today as well. Flash Vision Esports is out.
Yeah, they were just sitting ducks. There was no cover at all. Same goes to IC as they got clipped by the entirety of Yangon Galacticos. Asia, they strike on the perfect manner. You saw that they full sent it with those buggies, swarming them around. So Flash Vision, they were confused onto who to aim first. And that's how lethal Asia is on some of all these attacking side. But as we continue on, Yangon Galacticos, I've seen them from the start really taking such a good area of play, but they're hugging by the corners of the map. So this could either go really well for them, or it could get even worse when it hard shifts heading into stage 5 as well as 6, that they may not actually get the leverage of the circle. But back towards the side of Dread Esports, they're having a duke out here in the midst of Quarry, one of the toughest sections to actually play out from.
Right now, Dread, they got the chicken dinner from last match. They could still do it with 3 members still strong for them. They did lose Barney in the process earlier on, but look at GE. This is again the G of the old. I mean, of the old, like in spring, where they were able to spot players coming in from outside the circle. That's their memo from the old seasons. But for now, it's a different story, as again the struggle continues for them. Now the circle will update. Now it goes to the northern side of Primorx. This is a hard shift, especially for GE, GOAT, Fearless, and Dread Esports. This is going to be so hard for them.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at current row's position. They have to deal with 3 potential squads coming their way. Fearless, Esports, Dread, GE, once they are settled with that battle inside Quarry, that's where they will find themselves towards the position where Harami Bros will be looking for a gatekeep. Meanwhile, turning to ashes is Edward Cutie. That Molotov being put into the perfect spot by range. Speaking of the devil, I was just talking about Harami Bros needing to deal with certain situations, and somehow they've also gotten into the fold already. Whereas Fearless Esports are really not giving any form of space to some of these guys of Dread Esports by the corner of the map. It's definitely going to take a while, but there is at least 2 minutes left on the clock before they need to really run the full mile. But Ranzer, he's not wasting no time. He's already on the move to try to find a little bit more of the passage heading in towards Primos.
Again, this is his job. Ranzer has been the scout for Fearless Esports, and let's see if he can go towards the circle safely. As for there you go. 1 sec. Yaiko is in there. Is he aware of this? I think not. It looks like
closed.
There we
now
go.
he knows.
Now he does. And now 1 sec. We'll have to go for the smokes, as GE is right on top of the hillside, and Yaiko surprises him, gets out of that small shack, takes him down, and now for Fearless, it's gonna be all eyes on him. But Dread is there, and same goes with GE.
Yeah, this is still going to be tough for Yahiko. He's been camping out here for a long time, and now he also does have to reposition into the circle. which is why he's setting up all these smokes, but Ranzer has been keeping watch. Same goes to Demios over on top end. So Ranzer's trying to deal with these two individual players, while they don't really have to fixate onto Yahiko for too long because there's only barely any space for him to work with. And speaking of which, shots are also being fired right back. Michi now gets the catch onto Yahiko, and that will be the end of Go Esports for now. Fearless Esports, though, they will try to get a clip over onto the Demios while GE has been able to spot out members of Aja Esports. Ripple has already been knocked down and has his life being claimed. So only 3 members left on the side of Aja Esports down towards the south side. Big nade! Perfectly connected by PBE.
PBE is my pick, and they're all complete, Contra. This is the time. This is the time for PBE to get their wins. And right now, their focus is on Fearless. They just need to be focused now, as they're up against AstroX and Ranzer. Oh no! The Michi got bombed by AstroX. Now Ryman will have a bomb of his own. As for AstroX, he's just sustaining all of the bombs right now. And another nade coming from AstroX, eliminating Michi.
Wow, this is just Fearless at its finest so far with those 6 points out there. And AstroX really holding down the line with all these defilades being thrown right through. And PBE, they can't play gatekeep though, because there's still some spacing through those hillside that they're holding towards. And GE, they're not really moving just yet, but they are slowly prancing onto potential engagement against Fearless Esports. They're sending one member through, and it's flashed back into the equation as well for the rest of GE, where we will go ahead to take a look at all these other squads out there. Flash, they saw that pile of smoke being tossed out, so perhaps he might be able to get this catch, but they should not take too long. 10 seconds, that zone's closing in, so I think if he's lucky enough, he will get that knock and he will be well on his way.
Oh, Ranzer gets headshot now with 1 HP left. He will get the ridge as cover. He will have to heal up after going down on that buggy. AstroX will be the bait here. Doing a really good job as a bait here for Fearless Esports. And it gives GE like a sense of, you know, they don't know where to just throw all of those nades. But for PBE, they'll be the ones looking from afar. They have the circle, so for GE and Fearless Esports, just a battle right now outside the zone. And now AstroX just got inside the circle now. Marnet realizes that, but they need to be careful as well, because if you could see, there's like Harami Bro right in there, PBE is right in there as well, and then the rest of the other teams. And there we go, this Romeo boy who knocks down Gus. Now Marnet goes for the spray of that MG3 again. The MG3 is very lethal.
Barely 1 HP. We don't even see his health bar right now. Marnet still somehow survives, while PBE have chimed right into the battle. This three-way warfare so far. We'll see the member of Fearless Esports eventually getting wiped out, while the rest of GE, they did lose West Carry in the process, where we did mention, you know, that decoy, that setup coming from Fearless did actually distract them with a little bit of sense of urgency, but it didn't seem like it deterred Marnet from moving off of this position. As a matter of fact, they are pushing up the kill against the rest of PBE. But running across is not going to be safe. They are trying to hold down the line, having one of the members to try to trade back against Jarrell, but to no avail. This north side is absolutely clumped up with teams. Meanwhile, the south teams are enjoying at least a little bit of spacing and some covers of these compounds, so they could play it really slowly. Asia Esports is one such team that could really dominate because they are somewhere towards the middle.
And you could also say Austria. Austria is very quiet right now. They're not really joining in the fun here at the northern side, just because they're on the south side. Flash gets taken out by Jarrell from PBE. Now it's going to be just Marnet, who's very low in HP. Will go for the heal up with the first aid. I think he's spotted now by AstroX, but AstroX needs to be careful. Does not need to go for further much. Oh, and there you go. Jarrell spots the last guy of GE, and they're out.
Oh boy, it's been such a long trade, and it didn't really seem like they got a better way in because they took too long. GE maybe they should have actually prioritized moving into the centerfold of the circle than to really pick on those fights. Instead, speaking of pickoffs, Astro X, they managed to get that small little shack and somehow from that low ground gets a tag onto PBE. Well, they should be able to go in for a quick reset. They still have the time to do so. When I say time, it's only 15 seconds. Now, Curry's being spotted. RTC getting shot at. And also, just to also update some of you guys out there, RTC has been penalized 3 points. Wait, what kind of pickup is that? Okay, Mom Boy, I guess that's some form of cover. For the meantime, he does pop that smoke while he tries to get his teammate back up. RTC is not really shooting back just yet, but Romeo Boy, he will further suppress Curry while Maltese is being occupied with the rest of PBE within sight.
And that was PBE's chance to go for the push onto RTC. It's just that Ryman was knocked down by a different, member of a different squad. Right now, this is the second chance now for PBE. They're out in the open. They're able to get that small shack where Curry was at earlier, but looks like they're still not yet in the circle. This is the problem now for PBE. And all eyes, RTC and most likely YG also has their eyes on Playbook Esports. As for the side of Astro X, Astro X will be gate tapped here by Range of Arami Bro. Range is still alive for the squad as Dambot now cooks up a nade. Monboy is down on a low HP, just way too short for Dambot. You just have to throw that one a little bit higher as Ryman now will be confirmed by Maltese. Jarrell and Monboy will be splitted up. Jarrell will be spotted as Monboy will have information on where Dambot is at, but now Dambot will have to be careful because YG is all up on his character right now. But Monboy,
There's still
look at
Monboy
that.
though.
Monboy,
He didn't take care of Monboy. Oh, that's a blunder. I mean, he was marking him early on, and Monboy also getting taken out as well. Oh, that could have actually been more for RTC.
Oh yeah, just almost that they were able to complete that elimination off from PBE. Now the circle has updated contract. Now, oh, nice nade coming from Say Cloud. The top goes down, and like what I said, the gang of Martin Austria has been really so quiet this game. Looks like their energies are all fully used up from that last game. And now YG, again, they have the chance now. 4 players still strong. The top needs some recovery from Skynin, but he needs to set up some smoke so that the top can get a revive here. As for YG, just, maintain the position here. Just maintain the focus, or else it might be RTC or maybe, Austria who could take that chicken dinner away from you.
Yeah, I just felt that with Austria's decision to move into some of these compounds inside of Primos, it didn't really result in them getting the better elevated areas to really take charge of what's really happening into the north, where most of these teams were cutting by. And now you see a lot of these teams now stuck within the form of the city, where it's still not going to be a clear-cut answer as to how they're going to exit. Martin now also getting clipped by the blue zone. This is not going to be good for Austria to even make a step out. Now, Yangon Galacticos, they are by the very corner of this map, trying to spot out Skynin, which he doesn't really have that much room to breathe. So this Molotov might be able to seal the deal against Austria Esports. Though, YG, they still have 4 members intact. Rick somehow squeezes past everybody else, and there you go. Skynin on this last end managed to get that knock. This only opens up tiny little space as he denies himself to the play zone. Smart play just to at least remove 1 point away from Yangon Galacticos.
And that was just so bad for Skynin. Really had no place to go. That's going to be a 4v2v1 situation. It's all up to Rig for the side of Arama Bro. Oh,
wow.
On point nade. Knocks
Beautiful.
down Naughty Boy. Now spots WTZ. He can throw it in. Ooh, but he got damaged there by the nade coming from, say, Cloud. Now Rig will have the chance here to go for the first aid. But now will be pushed by, say, Cloud. Oh, but the DBS. It's way too quick for the side of Arami Bro, but he gets eliminated now. And RTC, this is their chance. It is now a 2v2.
This could be their very first chicken dinner here in the PMCL Week 2. 2 versus 2. There could still be a chance for them to go in for the revival, but Nas has already been picked off all up to Maltese now. He has the UMP in hand. I believe that to be a QBZ on his primary weapon as well. But the push is coming to effect. They're not even considering on to the revive is Yangon Galacticos will now secure a win in Erangel, just like they always do in the past.
Wow, Young Galacticos is now back. After that rest day from yesterday, they were able to at least get one in Erangel. Again, it's very hard for you to get a win in this OG map of Erangel because we know that Ostia will be really consistent in this one. Like we saw in this match wherein Skynin was just pinned down with up against 4 players of YG. They didn't really had the circle, and then they were like very quiet until that end game. So for Ostia, they weren't able to get that win, but for YG, again, they're back on track.
Yeah, and this was one of the rare moments where the circle does appear around the Primos Quarry area, where it's a lot of unfamiliar spots that teams will have to quickly adapt to the course of the terrain, and we often find themselves into really precarious situations where over on the north, it was the battle in Quarry that was taking place with about 4 teams that was involved. If a GE didn't manage to make the cut alongside with PBE, and for what it's worth, I think RTC, they lost a couple of members, but they managed to hold out to the very end of it. That is absolutely respectable, considering the fact that there's just so many pressure coming in from even Playbook Esports that was trying to cut right through, but they managed to at least stay afloat with those 2 members. And other than that, Yangon Galacticos, they've enjoyed that circle from the get-go and played it out to perfection. So other than that, we might not see crazy numbers out there. I would still say it's lucky 7 because they managed to secure 7 points to close out the run. And it's interesting to note that it's Skynin to be the MVP here. Only 1 elimination, but he's done 700 damage.
Oh yeah, I mean this
Another
is not
lucky 7.
Oh yeah, the 7 is still there and the damage. So well, we didn't really see a lot of eliminations off from this game from an individual, but we see a lot of gatekeeping, to be honest with you, at the edges of the circle, especially on the northern side, wherein there was Dread, there was GE, there was Fearless Esports, and even Harami Bro, who was fighting for their lives over there. PBE also, who tried their best to get inside, but just the timing of those knocks gave them a little bit more time to be able to reset, and then by the time that they're like revive already, all eyes coming from RTC and YG, so give them a pretty hard time on getting into the zone. Now, winner chicken dinner team will be coming from YG with 9 total eliminations in the squad, and look at this total damage, 2023.
Yeah, it's a perfect execution from Yangon Galacticos where they really took charge of what's really happening around that Primor sector, and at the very same time, in between those rotations, they managed to also deal with these oncoming teams and just try to keep them out of reach. Therefore, there's plenty of damage being distributed across all 4 of their members. Though they may not have had that MVP title, a win is definitely something that they've required to really move further up inside of the top 10 ratio. So I expect them to be around the top 8 after this chicken dinner that they managed to secure in this round.
Well, for the rest of this matchup, again, we're gonna see still Ostia Esports who will manage to get that number 1 spot. No one will take that from them. They will probably most likely be around 180 now, or maybe just around 178 or something like that after this game. Hopefully we'll see the the final results for later on. But looking at the rest, like PBE will have good outcome here because I know that they had a little few of eliminations before they actually bow out from RTC and the rest of YG. As for YG, since that they did manage to get a good game out of that one previous Erangel map, and then they won here in match number 4, then they will go up in the rankings now after starting before this day, they started at 37 points. Most likely, they will be now right around the 70-point mark, or maybe around just around the 60-point mark here after match number 4. And here comes the match standings: 19 points for YG, Ostia, Fearless, and PvE with 10. As Ramen Bro will still be there. It's the same story always for Ramen Bro, right? Contra, like it's always been that 1 or 2 players still left remaining until the end of the game that they are able to survive, and then they try to manage to steal the game, kind of like what Martin and what 762 did in the previous game, in previous Erangel map. But Ramen Bro hasn't been able to connect in these few games that we had.
Yeah, I don't blame them. Remember this past 3 games of Erangel has been some of the most difficult to be played out throughout these past 2 weeks. So for how Ramen Bro have been able to just squeeze some of all these points, I still think that it's very, very respectable, despite them losing a couple of members out there. So just needing to have some final good touches for them to really improve those results. So maybe Miramar will be better for them, but YG with that win now ties with Go Esports. Today has been an absolute slight for Go Esports, not really achieving that many points, which is why you see even YG managed to come in with a tie and potentially an overtake to close off the day as well. But when we take a look at the rest of the stats, oh my goodness. Odyssey now at 175. All they need is just another 25 to be able to just score huge and call it a day with 200 over points.
Oh yeah, I mean, they do have another day for tomorrow. That's their last day for Ostia Esports, so most likely they will be able to go over 200 again this week. And I'm thinking who can maybe try to defeat them for that number 1 spot. I'm not really so sure if Ramen Bro, GE, or the others can do that. I mean, even Dread with 126 points right now. I mean, Dread right now, if you look at the groupings, Dread is together with Ostia Esports. So Dread also has their last day for tomorrow, together with the last 2 games of this night, which is in day number 3. Together with the 2 other days that we still have left here.
Honestly, if you ask me, they're not going to be touchable. Like, even if they stop right now with bad rounds in Miramar and then they play that final day, like I said, Dread Esports in the same group, unless they really pull off some miraculous triple chicken dinner in a day, it's not going to cut it, because all the other teams are almost 100 points away. How scary is that? You see certain teams are just struggling with maybe 30 over points, or maybe even less than that, and then you have these monsters of Ostia Esports. So, of course, well, it's more about all the other teams. Can they keep up with that tempo? So we'll see, as we are going to change our map into Miramar. And we'll take a break. We'll come back right after a short commercial break. See you in a bit.
In this video, we'll be going over some tips and tricks for the stages in the new version's themed mode, Ocean Odyssey, to help you better grasp the new gameplay and have a better experience. First, situated underwater beneath a huge statue is the Ocean Palace. At the beginning of a match, there are 2 ocean palaces that you can go to. They are located in the waters under the ruins and Milta. Each ocean palace has loads of supplies and treasures. It's an ideal landing spot. Now, what's the quickest way to enter the ocean palace? Parachute directly to the ocean surface at the start of a match, and after plunging underwater, you will get a speed boost, so you can quickly reach the palace. You swim faster in the water near the ocean palace, and you can hold your breath for longer, allowing you to move around quickly underwater. After passing through the sea suppressor barrier, you can enter the ocean palace. The sea suppressor barrier forms a large air pocket in the ocean palace, and you can battle in this space. The first time you enter the ocean palace, you will receive a special respawn. Do keep in mind that you will lose it if you leave the vicinity of the ocean palace. Inside the palace, you can activate the water nymph performance. When it ends, you'll be rewarded with supplies. A powerful item lies at the center of the palace, the trident, which unlocks once the countdown ends. Upon retrieving the trident, not only will you get lots of supplies, but a special respawn card as well. It's used to respawn in the battleground, and still works even when eliminated outside the ocean palace. However, the respawn card has a time limit, so pay attention to when it expires. Lost crates are hidden in the waters all around the palace. Dive in and explore for surprise loot. Once a certain amount of time passes in the match, a kraken will appear and destroy the sea suppressor, flooding the ocean palace. Use the portals in the ocean palace to leave quickly. Finally, there are several Forsaken ruins. Besides having tons of supplies, the Forsaken ruins conceal 2 sea treasuries. Find the switches to remove the water veil and enter the waterway from the ocean temple. Then you can find the sea treasury located underground. Light up all the pillars at the treasury entrance to open the treasury door and obtain the treasure. On the ground of the Forsaken ruins, there is a blasting current and a mirage tower. Use them to get higher up or to move around. When you encounter an enemy, use them creatively to take the enemy by surprise. Furthermore, some Forsaken ruins will have a spirit whale that appears in the sky after some time, and will leave a water orb on the ground after landing. Enter the water orb to board the whale escape pod. When the blue zone approaches, you can use the spirit whale to quickly get to the play zone. That's all for this video. Discover more ways to have fun. Hurry and try out Ocean Odyssey in PUBG Mobile. In this video, we'll be introducing 5 new items: the Trident, Gleaming Stingray, Water Orb Grenade, Water Orb Blaster, and the Whale Escape Pod. The Trident is sealed within the Ocean Palace. It can be retrieved after some time passes in the match. Follow the directions on the map to find it. Wielding the Trident grants the following: a special underwater swimming animation, faster swimming speed for moving about quickly or entering the play zone, and an exclusive water spout ability. Use it to turn into a water spout that moves around and can knock players and vehicles up into the air. You can use this ability to pull nearby enemies into the air, where teammates can focus fire on them, or give teammates cover to evacuate. Please be aware that water spouts cannot lift up enemies hiding in buildings. The Gleaming Stingray vehicle can be found in the waters of the Ocean Palace. Get close to it to ride it, or pick up a Stingray core in the Ocean Palace to summon it. Gleaming Stingrays can glide through the new underwater areas in the air, and can seat 2 players. After dismounting, it can be stored as a Stingray core. The Gleaming Stingray can then be summoned again from the quick item menu. In water areas, it can be quickly deployed with 1 tap without needing to be placed. Gleaming Stingrays have a special ability that launches bubbles and can be targeted at enemies to restrain them. When enemies are restrained, the passenger and other teammates are free to eliminate them. Bear in mind that the player in the back seat must be in the air to fire. Enemies restrained by bubbles cannot fire. Furthermore, hiding behind cover or moving quickly can reduce your chances of being hit by a bubble. The Water Orb Grenade is a new throwable item that can be picked up around the map and thrown to generate a huge water orb where it lands, engulfing players caught in the explosion. Enemies must swim to the edge of the water orb to escape, while you and your teammates get a dash ability inside the water orb. While in combat, hit enemies with this throwable to let you and your teammates get closer to eliminate them. The Water Orb Blaster occupies the pistol slot and can shoot a water orb that lasts a while and grants you and your teammates a dash ability that you can use to quickly enter the water orb. From here, you can quickly move to another water orb or dash from it. When fighting in buildings, you can use this item for quick movement and counterattacks. The Whale Escape Pod can generate a water orb where it lands. Enter the water orb and wait a while for a whale to appear and take away everyone inside. It can carry your whole team, and you can also change its route or get off midway. It's a great option for getting to the play zone. That's it for this video. I'm sure you're already coming up with a bunch of other ways to use these items. Try them out in the new version now. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. In this video, we will go over the new version's game mechanics to help you have a better understanding and improve your experience. Let's get started. First is the Kraken underneath the Ocean Palace. Although the Ocean Palace is abundant in resources, the rewards are not without risks. After players enter the Ocean Palace, a countdown begins, and at the end of it, the Kraken will awaken and break the sea suppressor, causing the Ocean Palace to flood. This jeopardizes the play area, so when the countdown ends, make sure to evacuate quickly to avoid getting trapped underwater. Next is the special respawn. Upon entering the Ocean Palace, you will receive the Heart of the Sea's protection and get an additional special respawn chance. This special respawn only works once per match. When eliminated in the Ocean Palace area, the special respawn chance will be used up. When you leave the Ocean Palace waters, you also lose the Heart of the Sea's protection, and your respawn chance will be removed. Furthermore, when the sea suppressor is destroyed, the Ocean Palace will flood. If you enter the Ocean Palace area at this point, you won't get a respawn chance. Next is the Sea Treasury underneath the Forsaken Ruins. If you wish to enter the Sea Treasury, you will need to find it within the Forsaken Ruins and activate the switches at the Treasury entrance. Pass through an underwater cave to reach the entrance of the Treasury. To open the Treasury door, you need to light up all the pillars. Once you get the treasure, a portal will appear.
Welcome back to the PMCL Southeast Asia. You guys are just in time for our final two maps to be played out inside of Miramar. And as always, it's your boys, Cuckoo, as well as Contra, to bring all the stories of what we have throughout the course of this week. And my, Cuckoo, I think like this week has been crazy with some of all these spectacles from individuals as well as teams to be able to bring the very best of what we can get out of PUBG Mobile competitive. So last round, it was Erangel Galacticos taking the win. Do you think that they can keep up with the tempo moving into Miramar?
Oh yeah, definitely. YG is one of those teams that are very good in Miramar. Now, knowing that they won in Erangel, they have a chance to do it one more time, but the others will also have to do their best. Like, Elevate hasn't really been the same. We also have like Dread. I mean, they did won in match number 3, but I would love to see them win again here in the map of Miramar. There's so many teams actually. Like Haramibro hasn't been the same. Like their gameplay hasn't shown up really good. It's always been like 1 or 2 players left remaining for them. Things has to change here, especially now that the terrain will be changing. There will be a lot more of space for all the teams to go into. But for now, I'm not really sure what's going to happen. I think Austria will still be the same. Like, they will still be consistent. If they cannot get eliminations, they will be focused on getting to the circle.
Sure enough, and speaking of which, as the teams are preparing themselves, you guys can actually check out something really cool that's currently available till the end of September, which is the Galera X suit, as well as the exclusive Sky Huntress MG tree. That is the very first MG tree skin that you guys definitely want to get your hands on, and with the very first spin being at only 10 UC, you definitely don't want to miss the opportunity to get these beautiful, beautiful skins. So make sure that you get it while it lasts, as we will only have this running till the end of the month. Don't say that we don't remind you, because every single game will continuously let you guys know about this deal that we do have. So with that being said, back towards all these stories, I guess let's get off with a prediction. Genesis, they have shown some strength into their rounds into Erangel. As a matter of fact, securing a chicken dinner, I think they will finally get to show their strongest cards possible heading to this map.
Well, they got the win. We've mentioned about this. They got the win on the second Erangel map, wherein Ramibro and Ostja weren't there. In the previous two maps, it's all about them being gatekept by these powerhouse team. Now that they have Miramar, we know for a fact that some of the powerhouse teams like Ostja and Ramibro has been sometimes on a struggle when it comes to getting into position to the circle to be able to get the win. So this time around, I think GE's chance to get that win. So it's a really good pick for you, Contra. For me, it's still gonna be Elevate. They haven't really had a good game for today. I think this is their game now, match number 5. Usually they do well in match number 6 for the map of Miramar, but I think it's time for them to show up. But for the others, we see here 2 picks coming from Fearless Esports, and we've seen Astro X earlier, Contra, trying to survive until the very end, but it's just that he was just way too far already for the circle and got gatekept by Rig of Ramibro. If they can manage to also stay alive, like not just one, like whatever happened last game with Astro X, if they can manage to at least have at least 3 for the side of Fearless Esports, this team, have improved from the previous season now that they have Astro X and PUBG.
Yeah, improved they definitely did into these matches, and I'm pretty certain that when it comes down to Fearless Esports, they will be at least enjoying some early game rotations into these rounds of Miramar. So, very interesting picks from all the casters involved. Now, it's your turn to do so as well by scanning the QR code right down on your screen. So, of course, we're getting ourselves ready for the next match. Also, tell us who you think is the MVP. I think today's pretty special because we've seen very different MVPs to be awarded to so many different players out there, including last round, a very unlikely one to be gotten by Skynin with only 1 elimination point. But, very pleasant surprise at the very least that we're getting throughout these course of the day. But Miramar, this is where these teams will have to brace themselves, because it is always going to be a very tough game to be played out.
Oh yeah, I mean, we've been seeing 7 eliminations all throughout match 1 until match number 3. It's been like Federalis, Marnet, and then we saw Martin at match number 3, and then all of a sudden it went just 1 towards Skynin. Would love to see that 7s back. I mean, though Skynin had that 7 on the damage section, would love to see it back here in Miramar, especially this map. It's a very wide map. It's very an open map. If they get the higher grounds again, it's going to be a different story. But let's start now. First map of Miramar for day number 3 here in week number 2. As we get through the circle now, let's talk about circle here in Miramar. If you remember, the circle was right around like south side of Trupacera, if I'm not mistaken, in the last map yesterday. We haven't seen that circle before, but where do you love to see the circle now, knowing that we had those circles before?
Maybe a little bit towards the north side, my favorite will be in between the Cabrera as well as Tori Ahumada, which I would call it the Oasis. because that is a very rare site that you can still get a lot of good ground to play off and some water area to just be having a little bit of a mix for the teams to be going through that passage. But it is going to be tough to actually get those form in the circle, which, you know, the first stage will already show that some portions of it is on those unplayable parts where we don't even get to see on this mini-map. But from what it looks like, this flight path is going to be skewered towards teams to play up north for now. Maybe to make it challenging, Puerto Paraíso could also be a very interesting place to see them duke out.
And remember where Elevate Esports was there yesterday against another squad. If I'm not mistaken, that was God 7 right around Puerto Paraíso. And look at now the change again. It did change in match 6 yesterday, where Elevate Esports dropped at Ruins, and then now Puerto Paraíso will be very much open. The circle will be generated right around. This is in Minas Generales now, which is usually the dropping point of Sin, which is right now there's no one else out there except for Exquisite, which is they're looting around the jungle areas of Hacienda.
Yeah, they could easily make that passage towards that area of play and just absolutely dominate from the hill to just keep everybody else at bay. While we take a look at the south side, though, you have GOT7, Fearless Esports, Red Esports also taking part into what's happening inside Los Leones. So at least 3 teams by the corner of Los Leo. That is definitely going to be interesting to see how these teams actually make it out. But I would assume that GOT7, they won't really stay far too long by Los Leones. Just picking a couple of all these vehicles as well as some form of weaponry, and they could just course through La Bandita. And if you do take a look at the word Minas Gerais, which isn't exactly in the city itself, some compounds over onto that corner of the map does give very strong control over on the south side of the area, while Cristobal is absolutely playable from this point of time as well.
And looking at now El Pozo, it's going to be YG now since KE is not playing for today. They are now back at their original dropping point, which is at El Pozo. I'm not sure where RTC, I can't remember where RTC actually went to. Usually you would see RTC right around the corners of El Pozo together with another squad. But hopefully we could get that circle up again on the screens. But yeah, I did try to rewind the one on YouTube. They went towards El Azahar, which is actually a really good spot to be in now, especially that the circle has generated right around Minas Generales. So just an easy rotation for the squad of RTC. They don't really have to engage that much, because if you notice, the others are just towards the western side part of the circle. So there's going to be a lot of scramble for all of the teams right on the western side. For the eastern side, it's only just PBE and RTC, and if you can also add this team, which is Fearless Esports.
Yeah, good that you actually mentioned some portions of these areas of control. So I really want to see how some of these teams actually course through some really tough, arduous road to really get by, because it's going to be a long journey up ahead for even Aussie Esports to make it past. And I guess we'll see in a couple more moments on how they will be able to navigate around the section. But for Valdemar, one of my least favorite cities for a couple of reasons, because it's kind of like a smaller version of Georgia Pool, if I may actually make comparisons to cities in Erangel. And it's a long stretch where it's not exactly shareable with other teams, and when that happens, most often than not, you will see teams really struggling to really do much in those sectors. But at least for now, it's going to be a good area to loot off from. They could leave the south side and eventually move into the far eastern corner of the map. So we'll see if that is going to actually work out for the squad.
See, tons of loots here from El. So how the rotation will be coming in forward. Now the big question is, will they go or will they just go over?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and of course, when we take a look into the early game as well for Fearless Esports, they got plenty of time to actually play with. And inside the city has lost Leo. I don't expect these two teams to really fully collide at the moment. So it's just about sharing certain spaces. Certain places will be slightly out of reach, but if you play in Los Leones, you can fit 4 teams, and chances are you might only see some slight skirmishes and nothing too much to be done within that city. So it's just a pit stop for now. Meanwhile, the rest of Elevate Esports, they're well on their way.
Sorry about that.
No worries. Nobody noticed.
You though, just right around water treatment. This is where I actually dropped. I did manage to play scrims like amateur teams or maybe semi-pro teams. This is where I have my team drop at when I was at Demigods before. So
see.
I was part of Demigods, like a semi-pro team with those kids. You know what I mean? Like 13-year-old, 14-year-old kids who wanted to go pro but cannot really join pro yet. So we try to go at water treatment. This is not a bad, dropping point, to be honest with you, because you can get a lot of loots. You just really have to extend a little bit right on the jungle side of it so that you can get additional loots. And TTQ will be able to go through that as Gets Low now sprays down. Not sure who he is spraying at right now, but Lufa, he has his eyes on Icy of RSG. And Exquisite Esports, after that 4v1 gameplay that Martin did, they're not the same anymore, Contra. Like, all the powers of Exquisite is gone.
I really feel like they squeeze every single effort into that game. That going to Miramar, it definitely took a toll on them. So I would still say, like, there's still a lot of area of play where Red Bull could still shine, as he's doing right now, taking one player down, and that's gonna be Evil on the ground. Lupa, however, also dealing with the rest of RSG, like you mentioned before. It's 1v3, perhaps, if they're going to advance ahead. Maybe now also getting clipped up as they try to go for a 1-for-1 exchange, but maybe does survive to at least get the health back up. But with Bunny spraying right through, this is just going to make things a lot more difficult for Exquisite, who's having the roughest of days.
Well, for Exquisite Esports, they lose already 2, though they have 1 elimination. And maybe Super Pickles got the headshot over there. Maybe goes down. Now for RSG, now that they know the specific position of Super Pickles, they will now go focus on him now. It's going to be a 2v1 situation here. Bunny now goes for the push. Now it's going to be Super Pickles who will go down. And that's it. Koopa got spotted by Ryder, and look at that.
Oh boy.
What's wrong with Exquisite?
I'm honestly not too sure. Like, so far they only got 20 points. They were thankful at least they got that 1-pointer out there, but man, these early rotations is really not cutting it for this squad at all. But for now, we still have a battle of falling suit. Threat Esports goes in for yet another pickoff. Damon so far has been one of the most underrated players, if you ask me, on how he's been really holding up. He's really taking some really firm openings, usually getting first blood for the side of Threat Esports and Greenwall. While at that, over onto Graveyard, we see this battle taking place. GE versus Flash Vision Esports, now inside the compound. They're trying to push right through. Flash taking space, running right against the member that wasn't ready at all. Toki's already down. And that's one side of 5 power gone. 3 members hugging by the corner of the wall as he's still pushing through, finding the second one. And it might just actually crush the entirety of the squad. He goes for 3. Riggs now going to secure 1 by taking down West Carry. But all hope is not for Flash Vision. Now Riggs also getting the trade back. And he actually eliminates GE. What a clutch! With only 1 player standing in the way, Martin has found himself a new challenger.
And Riggs will have to defend himself against 4 members. Oh, wow! Nade! Welcome, Skynin! As now Master Rix will ready up another nade. Will it connect? No, it will not. 3 eliminations are ready for this guy. And now throw of the utility one more time. Now, I think Red Bull now spots the last member of Flash Vision Esports, and there you go. And he's not afraid. He's going to walk on fire as he go on for the recovery. Jibna, though, here comes Tread. Another party comes in, another challenger.
Boy, oh boy, somehow everybody wants to go to the graveyard, not only to pay respect, but to claim some lives. Early party that we did not expect at all here inside of Miramar so early into this matchup. And Sprays goes through. It's Harame Bros that will pummel them to the ground. They're all stuck inside a pit, and PBE are crashing out. My goodness, Cuckoo. Do you realize this? It's only stage 2.
And 4 teams is already gone. Wow.
4 squads. Just like that.
Just like that. And look at the zoom in to the death crate. It's all about the death crate right now. Is what's happening here. Well, my prediction is still in, which is Elevate. So I'm still good. Not so sure with yours, Contra.
I'm so baffled. I don't even remember what I predicted, to be honest. Like, at this rate, anybody could have taken
It was
the game.
GE.
And we finally understand why everybody really wants to fight on Graveyard, because this is the centerfold of where it's gonna end up, and won't we just love to see how this one unfolds. Now, GE, I guess my vote is out. Asha takes over. But out of all the many teams, it was FE that really stole that spotlight.
Oh yeah, with Master Rix again. The ever so clutch player from Malaysia. Well, for now, it's gonna be MH. Throws in Molly's. Now the nades. Ooh, wait. There's actually fire on Ranzer now. Ranzer has to back out, and he's all alone. This is so bad for Fearless Esports. They left out Ranzer. Now Papa way too late with the rotation, and the rest of Fearless Esports is far away from him. Now, ooh, and actually he got spotted. His head is peeking. Got a headshot there from Amura. Now it's going to be 1 second together with Astro X. This is highly unlikely that Fearless will survive with that another knockdown coming from Edward QT. Now it's going to be Astro X, which is already spotted by another member of God7, but God7, oh no, almost got eliminated there, which is now going to be Fearless. Will be out at 12. 5 teams eliminated already, just in 3rd stage.
I don't know what to tell you, Cuckoo, but this is an absolute valley of death. So many open grounds for the taking, and nowhere is exactly safe. Now, Red Esports also by the corner of Little Benedita, trying to play through some of all these ridges, where it's going to be God7 that's going to be taking an L here, it really feels like, because the blue zone's already cutting in close, but shots are also being fired towards the side of Barney at the moment. It's not going to look all too good for now, but hey, they could only hope that things could work out for the better, as they are still well on their way. But for now, it's just going to be a quick reset before they fully commit against the rest of God7 again.
And right now for Barney, they do have total control here against God7. Blue zone is on the side of God7. Right now, they're going to be eaten alive by the blue. Circle will now shift, still centering around Graveyard. But look at Jibna. Aggressive Jibna right now is what we're looking at. This is not the Jibna that we saw from last week. But there we go. It's Edward now. We'll try to get in. Now the blue zone will come into effect as well as he knocks down Jibna. Edward, very strong right now with the push. Very strong as well with the defense. And now here comes Damon to save the day here for Dread Esports. Barney will be confirmed as Edward will go down. Now, where is Demios? Demios is still missing.
Yeah, Demios is probably taking a far flank. Unknown's going to be able to claim one out of Dambot. That's going to be happening on the northern sector. But Red Esports with another beautiful nade coming from Damon. This guy is looking to be the unkillable Demon King. Sounds familiar, but it's not from that same game, of course. But Damon, here we go. Shots now being fired right back. And look at damage. Oh, damage. Almost being brought down, but instead, with the help of Amur Chili, they will be able to eventually halt that push coming in from Damon. And at least getting a little bit more of that space to work with. He has to really heal up while Red Esports tries to pull back. Jipna, the captain of the team, tries to secure what's being left out of the field. More chilly now drops another grenade. This might just be the end, but oh, he finds it. And now more chilly's on the blue zone. I don't think he survives. Jipna, he goes back into the vehicle, and this Mirado will carry him back to safety.
After that one knock, they will eventually go into the circle, but it's just way too late for Dread. Demios is missing in action. I mean, they're still alive though with 2 players left. Same goes to whatever God7 is doing right now. They were able to take Vian Carey inside the Murado, and now he's going to get a revive right after this. They will most likely just stay in this ruins for the meantime while they wait it out until stage number 5. As Maltese goes down, gets slow, takes the knockdown, and will confirm it right away.
My. I'm pretty sure that Gold Esports is going to be really happy to not be in the thick of all these form of battles, as they're also having a really good spot at the moment. Chances are they could really play towards the late game so long as they hold on to their current surroundings. As for the record, it seems like it's going to be a little bit of a tussle here, but nothing too unmanageable as compared to what certain teams have been going through. But it's just going to take a while before STE really gets into a better position there. And then open space by the hill, but at least this gives them a good opportunity to really seek out whoever's around that graveyard church at the moment.
Rig right now just walking at an open area. He does have an SUV right beside him. He can just go for a pickup, maybe. Oh, actually, it looks like Federalis over on the road. They're looking towards Elevate Esports, who's down on the lower ground. This is so bad for Elevate Esports, and you can see that their vehicles are all up on smokes as well. They better need some cover here. Look at Nathan, got spotted from way up above. Claire will have to just probably hug all these mountains, and maybe we'll just have to go for the push. Look at this.
Oh boy, here we go as he's trying to pull through. Elevate Esports will be able to actually get one back while that circle continuously shrink towards Graveyard Sector, but it's going to be a little bit far off for the rest of the teams. Claire trying to actually hold out as Nathan now tries to prime the grenade towards Harami Bros. They do have the high ground, and hence they will take charge and slowly wither away some of these members that are right out in the open. Federalis! Oh my, you can always rely on him to get the job done.
Wow.
Only one member left, and he will be eventually securing this one in the process.
Oh, and my pick got eliminated by Harami Bro. Both of our picks is now out, and they're just snowmen now. All because of Federalis and Jappy, together with Rig. Range, though, got eliminated. He did have 2 eliminations before he bowed out. 8 total eliminations for the squad of Harami Bro. I think this is the form that we need to see off from Harami Bro so that they can, manage to get those wins. And if you remember from yesterday, they got like 3 players remaining, and Jappy was the one looking from afar, right?
Yeah. And Jappy, has always been the player to be able to give firm support to the side of Federalis. Now, Harami Bros is on an absolute rampage with those 8 partners that they've gotten so far. I'm believing that they could actually withstand the tough situations that there is inside of Miramar, especially now holding on to that high ground. Yagon Galacticus, however, they found that smooth passage through the west and now tries to take over control to also take some certain grounds over on the south at the very same time. So if all goes well, YG also might be able to look for a back-to-back win. But it's still tough to tell with these 10 teams on board. The early game, super chaotic, and suddenly we have a little bit of a standstill for the moment. Much needed, if you ask me, for these teams to really try to navigate in such a tough space of Graveyard.
And this is such an open circle as well. I mean, you can get to ruins like whatever God7 is doing right now. You can get to ridges and hills like what Dread is doing, but it'll be open later on if ever the circle would still rotate or shift away from all these compounds. But look at Gibna. Ooh, headshots! MH. But I have to be careful because the other eyes of God7 is on him now. And Amuro was able to hit him. Now, there's going to be a lot of delays here coming from God7 for their rotation. Looks like they're planning maybe on going to GOAT, but that's, highly unlikely now, as MH got carried again, and now it's going to be revived by Vincari. Amor Chili, though, his vehicle is up on fire now and will explode in just a sec. God7, they're still inside the circle, though, so I think they're not going to push yet.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough place to push at the moment at the very least. GOAT. The good thing is that they're closer to the center, which is why they do hug towards the rim, so they can eventually gatekeep the rest of God7. Gibna, Demios working in tandem. Now, it's a tough decision for them to make. If they go directly to the center, I believe that in certain angles, Yangon Galacticos will be able to spot them out. And if it turns towards the right, they will deal with the rest of GOAT Esports. That will be a three-way battle, so either ways... really, really tough one for them.
Really tough as well for the rest. But for Jappy, look at this. Throws in a nade. Dambot is just on very low HP. Nas is just waiting inside. He's actually hiding inside a smoke. And he's not doing anything yet. Not doing anything special. Jappy does have 9 smokes. So Haranro will use up all these smokes together with RTC. Just a battle of them being blind going into the compounds where RTC is. Gibna takes down Amorachili and takes down also MH. Gibna is on fire. They eliminate God7.
Wow. Gibna, super amazing considering that they only have 2 members left and they managed to wipe them out. Pretty astounding if you ask me. Meanwhile, RTC, today's been a really good day for them. They have been playing the survival game. Still managed to rack a couple of points. Now they are looking to squeeze for perhaps another top 5. Still a long shot, as there's still 4 other teams before they get there. Get slow. Men marking into some corner of the hillside as they manage to have Jappy prying things open. And that is one more member of RTC out of the way.
Now 2 players left, Curry and Dambot. I think they don't know the exact positions. Looks like Curry will be left out. Dambot will be killed. And there we go, spots. Dambot away. Now, Federales needs to get a revive here. Rig will most likely get this buggy and we'll plan out for the next circle. Just a minute left for everyone else for stage number 6. Rig looks like he's gonna try to get every single vehicle in position in order for it to not be hit by the other squads. This is good awareness from Rig. I mean, you really do need a vehicle in case that the circle will be not on your side, right?
And he's just basically traversing around, looking for that spacing, scouting out for the entirety of the team. And it's been doing wonders for the entirety of the squad for Harami Bros. Meanwhile, now dates are sent flying in as St. Cloud and the rest of Yangon Galacticos are wrapping things around. Asja Esports also trying to storm right through, so YG will overwhelm TTQ with only 1 member left. Trying to climb up the hill, he will get to squeeze past, but the 2 other members, not so much.
Not so much. TTQ is out. Asja is still on top here, on top position of the circle. Circle will update again. RC is just right beside them. You have to be careful. Now that it shifted to RSG and Arami Bros. This is very good for Arami Bro. They have very good positioning on the northeastern side of it. As for GOAT, they will have to be careful with Gibna. Gibna has been on fire lately for Dread Esports, but if they try to get into the circle, it's very much open for GOAT.
Yeah, it has been impeccable for some of these guys out there, but GOAT Esports, they have a full squad out there. They can actually really take good fights out of all these other teams out there. So it's really on how much are they willing to put themselves at risk in the meantime. They're willing to just slowly sift their way past some of all these areas and giving a lot of respect to even Harami Bros. Demio's now getting picked off, whereas for Gold Esports. They're around the corner. Some shots are being fired towards their direction as well. Rick really showing up really strong for Harvard Bros now with 11 points in the bag. Feeling super confident in this matchup. This is what we want to see out of Harami Bros.
Yep. And kind of like what they're doing in the yesterday's match where they won the game. Rig and Federalis up front. It's either Rig or Range or Rig and Federalis. And then we have Jappy from behind. Right now, it's Austria. Their job is to take over of whatever RSG has. Ooh, there we go. The first knock comes in. The trade knock comes from top. Now it's going to be maybe we'll try to push down. Oh, and that's it. S12K to the face. Martin is currently down as well, but we'll get a revive. Knowing that they're inside this church, it's a safe haven for the side of Austria Esports. But look at the mini-map. Looks like Goat has pushed in towards Arame Bro.
Yeah, this is what we absolutely love seeing heading into the final few skirmish. Some of the top dogs here at play. YG, one of the winners of the past rounds. STE, who has been doing so well this week. And also Goat Esports looking for a redemption after some turbulent ride throughout the course of this entirety of the evening. Are now getting back on track. So we want to see who's going to be the clear winners of this matchup. It's going to take a while, though, as this is going all the way to stage 8. And Harami Bros, they take majority of the circle at the moment.
They're on a really good spot here. And again, the smoke's being used up by Harami Bro. Really smart. Ooh, Jappy spots Liliatka. Jappy, he's the man right now for Harami Bro, to be honest with you. Jappy takes out Unknown as well. Now, all eyes now for Jappy. Throws in a Molly. Now the help out coming from Federalis. Not giving enough space for Goat Esports to be at. And this will be open for YG for the side of Goat, as they are now able to spot them. Now the sprays are going to be coming right straight at him. But look at this. STE very quiet as of this moment. And Get Slow comes in together with WTC now circling us around STE. And NC2 now goes for the shots of the S12K, but he goes down. And now it's going to be Get Slow who will save the day for STE. But there's one more for the side of YG. He kills one, but he not managed to get the knockdowns. They are now out of this game.
Yeah, that was looking to be pretty worrisome as well for some of these guys out there. But STE absolutely gotten themselves into a really rough spot. But, you know, with the smoke play, it almost looked like they could have actually won it. But for now, we can focus back onto the teams that did manage to survive, as Harami Bros are currently being needed by the top. So far, the top doing a really stellar job, just putting lots of all these frags back for the team. Austria Esports playing on the lower ground, though. I'm not sure if he'll be able to make it out with such a tight space. But for now, they'll make do with whatever they have.
For now, top 3. Austria right now together with Arame Bro and Goat. These are powerhouses is what we're looking at right now, Contra. Let's see who can manage to get this win. The patience will be there. 3v3v3. 21 together with SG11 and Liliatka. Together with the Arame Bros, Federalis, Jappy, and Rig. Whoever comes up with the first knock, they will be in trouble. And there we go. Goat now is in trouble. XZ11 goes down. Federalis will go for the confirmation right away, but will be delayed because of that Molly. Nade also coming from Goat Esports. Oh, but he has to be careful. Let's not get impatient, Federalis, as looks like Austria also has their player knocked down.
Yeah, right now, it's all about being extremely careful with some of all these advancements. And Skyden still needing to take a little bit more of the cover to go up against Rake. He does have the smoke up available, while taking a lot more room to play from the back end. Harami Bros, they're slowly getting bombarded, also getting overwhelmed by Gold Esports. Not exactly the best spot to be, being sandwiched in between. And now, Liliatka looking for a target in the form of Austria Esports. Surprising enough, they've been playing around the low ground and somehow survived for so long. One after another, Harami Bros are losing their members only down to 1, but look at the numbers that they managed. 12 elimination points, good enough to match against Austria Esports, but Gold might be able to just overwhelm everybody out there in the field right now with these 3 members. Only 2 more left inside of Asia and 1 more being down. And this might just be it. Go Esports looking for that chance of redemption, but having it being shut down right before their eyes. 1v1 right now. It's Martin again. And Martin, he's going to look for the win. And yes, he will to get it all the way back for Asia Esports for the second chicken dinner of their evening.
Wow, Martin is the king right now. And Jappy, I thought he got that because he does have the DBS, and Martin only got a UMP. So again, not that too quite for Jappy for the last moment. It is Martin who comes up on top, getting their second winner chicken dinner for day number 3.
Wow, this is what happens when you put the best of the best against each other in Miramar. And you know what I really love about that final fight was, you know, no compounds, no advantages on each side. Asia Esports didn't really have it easy. They were pushing from that low ground, and somehow, because everyone was really funneling all of these potential resources onto what seemed to be members of Harame Bros taking charge in the middle, that somehow gave a lot more wiggle room for GOAT Esports to really pop some numbers back. But it was a lot of crates left in the field here in Graveyard, where we saw how many battles taking place. I lost count.
Well, they got 23 points in this game. I think they're planning on getting 200 points today, right? I mean, tomorrow is their last day, but they can manage to get 200 points by the end of this day, then maybe they don't really need to play for tomorrow, right? Well,
yeah.
Well, for the rest, like for Harame Bro, they really need to do a lot in order for them to reach the standards of whatever Austria Esports is showing us right now. But what had happened in this game? Well, in the early stages, stage number 2 is the story here. A lot of teams just bow down to everyone. Like 5, if I'm not mistaken, 5 teams got eliminated early, and then now the MVP just needing 1 to get that 7. Jappy getting the MVP, total of 6 eliminations for him.
Yeah, and he has been really hard at work, where we saw him really taking fights after fights, really zoning out some of all these teams to really stay put onto some of all these tough locations, and eventually they got all the way into the top 3, which, you know, with a little bit more of the control over onto the edges, they might be able to actually best some of these players out of what seems to be Austria Esports. And I'm surprised that Austria did manage to eventually sneak through all that chaos, which, you know, in certain chances for other teams, they won't make it past that.
Well, for the winner chicken dinner team, though, again, this is the MVP. Jappy is what we're talking about. The winner chicken dinner team is going to be Austria Esports for this one. Again, their second winner chicken dinner for today. We don't know the yeah, there we go. It's 23 eliminations is what they got for this game, and like what I said, Austria is on the verge of reaching that 200 point, even though that they still have the one last day for tomorrow. This team, when are they gonna stop? That's the big question for now. It's either Red Bull or Martin is the story for Austria. When will Skynin or maybe even Nangex wake up to like also join in the fun, right?
Yeah, I feel like they're being side characters for very good reason, right? Like if you have too many cooks, it might just spoil the broth where everyone's just really going out for blood. It could be total chaos where there will be a little bit of imbalance. So I guess like with 2 potential carries of Red Bull and Martin, it's been working out so far. Like I think like it doesn't really require too many big changes into how they've been approaching some of these matches. But overall, this is looking to be a very strong side where most of all these members of Austria Esports, they are feeling super confident on how to really play out the other course of what's to come.
overall stats here, looking at the situation, there were a lot of smokes, to be honest with you, that was used by Harami Bro. Jappy did had 9 smokes after they eliminated RTC. And they used that very well, but it didn't really save them until the very end. Though I love the third party coming from Jappy, knowing that Goat and Austria Esports were fighting back at each other. He was even able to get at least one elimination, if I'm not mistaken, from Goat, which was the last player of Goat. It's just that he weren't able to go for that clutch finish where Morton was there to save the day for Austria Esports. Well, our predictions didn't really, or wasn't correct for that match. But hopefully on match, hopefully for the next match it will. But here comes the match standings: 23 points for Austria, like what I said earlier, but 19 for the side of Harami Bro, 9 for Goat, and 9 for YG. Dread is there. I mean, they are one of those consistent teams now for this week. They just need to manage to get a little bit more points so that they can at least be closer to whatever Austria is doing, since then that they're both on the same group. As for GE and Elevate, these are our predictions from match number 5, and they didn't really do well for this game.
Yeah, there's just too many of these teams looking to book that direct center, and then it was an open valley, which is why a lot of these teams were clipped out. So it was really surprising to actually see PBE go out that early into this match. But you know what? It doesn't really take Austria Esports to go to the final day of play on Saturday to get anywhere towards 200 points, because in the very next match, we're very likely seeing Austria Esports making the cut to be the first team to reach that 200 pointer. And look at how far the rest of the teams are. Like, I'm pretty sure that these guys might be asking for certain donations, and Austria would still be happy to give it, and they'll still be at the top, right? Like, who's gonna move them from this spot? 4 chicken dinners, 119 frags.
Wow.
This team second to none.
They can probably do like 3 points donation per team. I mean, that can be a possibility, because if you even like less them with that many points, I think they're still right over there above Bro, right? So for Austria, again, they're way up on top. Again, there's still one more day for them. I think that they're planning on going for 250, which is their I think the peakest form of Austria Esports, and right now they're on the verge of getting another one, which is a 3rd chicken dinner of the day. We haven't seen yet that type of scenario contra wherein a team gets 3 chicken dinners in one day.
3 chicken dinners? Well, Austria Esports might be hunting out for it to really officiate their 200-pointer mark heading into this final battle of Miramar. So, who says that it's not? It's impossible, because with Austria's form, I feel like everything is pretty much within grasp for now. But I don't want to make that prediction just yet. And so far, whatever I've predicted is either one game too late to get it right, or one game too early, and maybe just completely missing the mark into some of all these matches. But I hope that your predictions so far for you guys in the chat have been pretty much super correct into how things have been unfolding for today. But that battle, I can't get over like the battle that was inside of Graveyard, where we saw that clutch coming in from Flash Vision. That was absolutely beautiful. Almost felt like a Martin moment. I don't want to make comparisons, but Master Rakes definitely showed us what he's got. And you guys, you got this chance to claim yourselves the beautiful Galadriel X suit.
Yeah, the Galadriel X suit is available now until September 30th. It also includes a lobby post that you can have wreak havoc also with the Sky Huntress. The first ever advanced upgradable MG3, the first draw of the day, is at 10 UC. And we've seen players here for today using that MG3, so might as well show that skin, show that Sky Huntress if you got it. And most of the times, Contra, these pro players has that the latest skins, right? So
yeah,
hopefully we could see them able to get the skins from this newest collection of X suit. I did saw Popov's post. That was like the previous skin that we were promoting here. It was the Inferno mummy suit.
Mm-hmm.
So he got that for you know how much? It's 50k UC. So that's a lot of UC that was spent by Popov. Anyways, we're now here in our predictions, and it's gonna be the same for both of us. Dread Esports. Well, for me, I mean, the reason why I picked Dread, we've seen how more aggressive now is Jibna, and Jibna is their IGL, and this is a different Jibna that we've seen so far compared to last week. So that's why I'm picking Dread.
Yeah, I'm on the same note as well, because not only Jibna's been doing well, the rest of the team really looks like a firm unit. Though, despite that area of play of La Petita as well as Graveyard to be very, very challenging, it really seemed like if they did manage to win that one more battle, they could very well be joining some of those top 3 teams that we did manage to see towards the very end. While we have a lot of mixed votes, it seems like Sammy's been very convinced of Master Rix's performance. He's going to go for that vote. And while we also have one for Team Max, another for Harame Bros Fearless, Guild Esports, as well as Sin Esports is not playing today, isn't it? So it's okay. I'm pretty sure that he gets to pick another team later on. But all these teams has been really showing up, whereas when you take a look at the current teams that are currently at the top, I think it's about time that we also vote for teams that are really having certain struggles as well, which is why like you see certain names to be appearing on our prediction for them to get a little bit more morale boost, so you guys can do the same too when the QR code pops up. So Fearless Esports though, like I see that Big Daddy has been a very firm believer, because we know Pop, Astro, legendary names, but are they washed up by now, or it's just them not really feeling determined just yet? Because it's almost the end of our second week. It's getting into a very worrying sign for Fearless Esports that they may not even get to see the grand finals if they were to continue in this form.
Well, I think not yet for Astro X and Pop. I think there's still a lot in the tank for these both experienced and veterans from the KH pro scene. It's just that they need that third guy or that fourth guy, because we know that that Ranzer can actually do a lot for the squad already. Like, he's one of those players in Fearless where he can scout out and also do eliminations, kind of like what Range is doing for the squad of Around Bro.
Yeah,
it's just that there's one missing piece still for Fearless. Pozo hasn't been really playing well, in my opinion. So I think they're trying to get something out of 1 second. That's why you're seeing 1 second now for their lineup. But they're still missing that one piece. So it looks like Astro X and Pop-Up needs to do a lot more of pep talk with the two.
I do agree that Ranger seems to be their main fragger despite him being the scout, which, you know, when you are being tasked with 2 roles at once, it's not really going to be the most efficient. It's better that you actually send a player with, well, a wealth of experience like either Pov or even Astro to be the one scouting out a hit, and you create that space for Ranger to be able to frag. That's how things could basically turn out for the better for the side of Fearless Esports. And until they actually implement this, I don't really gonna see, I don't think that we're gonna see much of changes into their current form at the very least. So hopefully, you know, what we did discuss, they will hear it out and maybe consider that, hey, maybe our players are not really feeling comfortable with too many tasks at hand. So distribute it, whether if it's gonna be Pozo that tries to open up some space, or if it's some other player than Ranzer, because they need Ranzer to survive. And so long as he doesn't, I feel like chances are they're not going to back that many points.
Yeah. Well, let's go to Flash Vision Esports. Sammy's pick. Flash Vision Esports, we've seen Master Rix did that kind of like what Martin did in Erangel. I mean, but it's not the same as what Martin did. Martin was a lot harder compared to whatever Master Ricks have done with GE. Because with Martin, he did only had like one automatic weapon. His secondary was a Mini 14, so he had to use a lot of that M4 in order to beat out all of the members of Exquisite Esports. As far as for Master Ricks, he did had a lot of utilities. He did use a lot of those utilities in order for him to be able to get that clutch. But eventually, he got third-partied by Austria Esports. So that's the only sad part about Flash Vision Esports. And the only other guy that believes in Flash Vision Esports, Contra, do you know who that guy is? It's Vince G. Vince G believes in Flash Vision Esports. He's a big fan of Flash Vision Esports ever since PMCL Summer.
Yeah, like I believe that back in the past, I managed to also meet some of all these players, or at least have a slight chat with some of all these Singaporean squads. Of all of names that's really stood out, I think like FV, despite those past season struggles, they have continuously been improving themselves, and this seemed to be one of their better seasons so far. But in the early days when it was MYSG being clumped together in the PMPL, like it really felt like they had a lot of struggle, but like throughout all these bitter experiences, it really molded their character, and that is also evident in the form of these RTC members who have definitely played some of all these scrims together with some of the Malaysian side. So we definitely see great improvements overall, and we talked about the Singaporean struggles where they have to either juggle a full-time job or juggle studies altogether, and then also play professionally in the course of the evening, which is why we have seen maybe RTC miss out one game from some of the rounds to play out this week. So they are still really putting their time and effort. It's not that they're not trying, it's just that, with limited time for them to really put into practice, which is why like they might not look the most cohesive, but when they have their golden moments, wow, you see players like Master Rakes, you see sometimes Labo doing crazy stuff as well, and at the same time, there's another player that we always see getting those big frags coming from RTC, and I can't pull out the name at the moment, but we'll get there soon enough.
Yeah, and another thing...
Dambot.
Dambot, from RTC. Another thing about the Singaporean squads, you are right with their struggles during PMPL MYSG, and even when PH was added in that region as well, they had those struggles. Now, looks like they're trying to prove that they really deserve the slot here in PMCL. I mean, some of the fans or the viewers, sometimes they say that, what if we give that one other spot for a different country, like, say, Laos, which hasn't been given a chance here in PMCL, or maybe in Timor-Leste, which is... I know for a fact that they have really good PUBG Mobile players out there. And this goes to show that the Singaporean squads are improving. They're proving that they're not just there just to be included in the lineup. They're there to also fight against the top tier teams here in PMCL. Now, besides that, Contra, we also have our QR code available right now. You can scan the QR code to join in the fun with the voting. It's been always Austria has been number one again for the Myanmar, for the Burmese fans, for the Filipino fans out there. Please scan this code right now. Maybe to try to even things up here with Austria Esports. Looks like the curse has been removed already with the voting, because last week it was. Now it's not, because Austria has been winning.
And there's just so many things that we can talk about Austria and how great they are. I think they've already proved to everybody that they are the team to beat. So already advancing to 200 points, where certain teams are even struggling to hit that 100 mark, just goes to show how magnificent their run has been. For 2 weeks in a row, they've been able to achieve this. So with that said, this is going to be our final battle of the evening before we move into our Saturday and Sunday rounds. So make sure you guys stick around for even more same time, same place. So enjoy the final battle of the night as we dive into Miramar one more time.
Yeah, let's dive in to the fun. Again, more action. Still brought to you by PMCL Southeast Asia Fall 2024. Again, this is just week number 2 of day number 3. We still have one more week next week, and then we also have 2 more days for this week. So there's still a lot of fun to be watched at. Again, if you don't have anything to watch, if you're not with your family right now, the best thing is to watch PMCL. Right now, the flight path comes from the 2 islands just right beside Impala, now straight up to the northern side of Ruins. It's kind of different flight path compared to what we had earlier, but again, expect that RTC will be still dropping at El Zahar, which they don't have much of any challenge over there. Circle, though, went to Graveyard and Minas Generales in the previous match, so expect that the Circle won't be there at the same spot.
True enough, and now with this flight path, I would say that certain regions like Valdemar is going to be out of bounds. So perhaps the alternative for teams that's looking to move into that city is going to be either Ladriela or even Chumacera. But RTC, they're going to be firmly planted into El Arzahar. The couple of teams that will be surrounding that area is going to be RSG and Cristobal. Well, YG will always float to El Pozo no matter the cost. Now, this is something that I've been wanting to see, a little bit more center, but there is a chance that it might go back to Graveyard again, but I'm hoping that it will stretch all the way down towards the southern side where no teams have been able to reach so far.
Yeah, a little bit more to the center of a circle, maybe in Picado, maybe we can have that ending out there to have what we call here in the PH Picado Wars, but right now, look at this, Liliatka against Elevate. Elevate has been in the early engagements for the past couple of games already. There we go, Liliatka. First knockdown onto Nathan. Nathan, the one who made an impact from last week, but no, he won't be able to make an impact now. As 2 members of Elevate got taken out by Liliatka. Where are the others? Rix and Claire are onto the farther side of where they dropped out, and they're gonna just bail out from the scene from this one.
Yeah, it's better for them to move elsewhere. They don't really have the resources to challenge to begin with. And honestly, like you said, Elevate Esports on all these early battles have lost out so many of all these chances to gain more points heading into the late game. Like, I feel like it's best that they try to avoid all these altercations altogether. Where, you know, that's probably going to be adjusted into the following week. For now, I won't expect them to be making so much of a drastic change just yet. So it will continue to be what we're seeing right now with all these teams, just willing to actually take them on if they get a chance to bump into them early.
Well, look at this for Austria. They haven't really gotten to where they wanted to be, which is in Monte Nuevo. Looks like they're focusing first on vehicles. Again, vehicles are very important in Miramar. If you don't have one, then might as well use the bike, like whatever Demios did in last week. Last week is the debut of the bike meta, Contra. This is when you were away, when I was with Vinci G. Demios just really used the bike until the very end, and it was even demoralized by the others because it was like rammed by a buggy from a different squad. But anyways, Austria now is in Monte Nuevo, and they're going to be able to loot around, and this is just an easy rotation for them as well, especially that the circle is taking center right around Picado.
Yeah, and with all these teams now trying to figure out where exactly it's going. Harame Bros, they've always dropped into Picado. They don't exactly need to move, and if they do, probably it's just going to be around these quarters. So not too much of a concern for them at the moment, at the very least. So we'll have to basically see if they're going to be rewarded by staying put. But even if they don't, there's just plenty of space for them to really slowly play this one out. Fearless Esports over on the corner of Paradise. I want to say Paradise Resort, but it's Puerto Paraíso. If they were to take that southern corner, there's plenty of space for them to really move around. Even if they want to join into Los Leones, they could do so. So options are aplenty was the or playing the early stages of the game. Only 2 players, which we saw coming from Elevate, which was eliminated, while other teams are just trying to really play this game what at a decent pace at the very least.
STE. I remember last week where there's 2 teams dropping at Chumacera. So for now, it's peaceful. Evil together with 762. It's like they haven't really scored a bunch for today. Because remember, before this day even started, they got 87 points. So they haven't been really having a good day for today for STE. They really need this in order for them to at least grab an additional maybe 15 or more points. But for God 7, they started this day with 75. Now they're at 90. So it's same story actually. Same story as whatever STE had for today. Let's just see and hope who will actually take that spot. And right now, you talk about this guy, Dambot of RTC. Dambot, we know he can go for clutches, but he needs help from his squad mates. As for Exquisite, it's been a really bad day for them. But let's see if they can bounce back here in the last game of the day.
Yeah, this is going to be one more game for them to really squeeze plenty. Well, tomorrow there's going to be another group that will be resting. Which group exactly would that be? That's what I will want to figure out as well. But while we take a close look into what PB is up to, they have climbed towards the top side of Los Leones. A very interesting approach as they're hoping that the circle does close up towards this area while Burnett Boy West Carry quickly takes another play out of Elevate Esports, now only down to 1. It feels like no matter where they go, they seem to be out there getting picked while in the midst of rotation. So GE, that's 1 3-pointer being claimed. Other than that, it's still gonna be a-okay.
Well, for now.
Now,
Yeah, Elevate. They have been avoiding the early engagement, but it seems like they can't even avoid it today. Everyone else is just trying to go at them, and GE now, since Claire and Rix rotated all the way to this area, they're now being hunted down by GE, and Claire will most likely just hide in this small compound. Until then, until the circle would get away, he would have to find a vehicle in order for him to be able to survive until the rest of this game. Again, a really bad day for Elevate. They started with 22 points and they only added like now to 41. So they need something, but it's just way too late now since it's only 1 player left for them.
yeah, I'm not too sure what could have made things better for the squad right now. I mean, on a maximum note, probably you get them to at least achieve 7 points in this round, and if it's a chicken dinner, that's definitely the best scenario. Meanwhile, RTC managed to spot Icy driving right by. That's gonna be a quick pickoff, as they have already secured this quarter. RSG though, now that they will continue on with their journey with only 3 members, Red Esports now going up close and personal inside Los Leones. This is where we get a full collapse, where we see God7 actually taking the upper hand. The revive did go through. Another knock does connect, but it will be traded right back. Damon get themselves prepared to really take them on. Now the pushes will favor Red Esports still, despite those 2 knocks. So coast is clear. God7 still have that 1 member remaining. Chili just got into the compound. I don't think he'll be able to go in for the revive just yet. He has to deal with full 4. It could just be a clutch moment for him. We've already seen so many big moments out there, but he will get dropped as well. Now, the remaining member will have to run out in the open, and this is where Red Esports continuously chase them. Nate's now being tossed right back. It's only going to be a Molotov, and Damon secures it. Wow, Damon. So far, very impressive. Same goes to Chipna.
Yeah, very impressive for Dread Esports, as they were able to get 4 ready in this game just on stage number 2. A pretty slow game to say the least, because if you remember from last game, second stage was the time wherein we lost 4 different teams, or maybe even 5. Right now, still at 15 teams. You can see Fearless Esports right now rotating in. I think they know there's another squad right in front of them. This is STE, who's just lurking around the area, and Pop-Up eyeing that compound where 762 is currently at together with his teammates. So looks like Fearless Esports will have 1 second now to try to scout the area for them to be able to spray away onto Strangers Esports.
It's gonna be a lot of long-range trades for the meantime. Strangers Esports, knowing the existence of Flash Vision right down below, we'll still have to respect their game if it comes down to close quarter combat. But from this distance, it's just gonna be a little bit of a tug of war for control of that space. ST yet to find any pickoffs just yet. Meanwhile, Claire, being the only member surviving, might meet up with his ex-teammates as well. I really do hope that he does not bump into Harami Bros, because he's still hoping to pull some points back. Now, Circle moves into the open area of at least the factory grounds of Los Leones, but more often than not, it will move into the areas where GE is currently holding. That's going to be the center full, where even FRL is going to be having a really good spot for their own. STE doesn't really have to move, but they might be overwhelmed later on if they were to hold into the area, because there's FV that has been spotted out. TTQ as well as YG is going to move from that same direction. And Harami Bros spots some movements on the outskirts, but the rest of his teammates are finally following suit to take a deeper area of play. So Jappy will relocate, join the rest of the squad, while these stray bullets will not be hitting perfectly. Marnet can try as hard as he will, but he's not going to find anything at all. But he's got some really heavy arsenal to at least play out this open battle.
Oh, he has to be careful though. Got spotted already. Does not have a really good angle for him as well, so he has to be a little bit more careful. Does have the MK12 though, the DMR that you can use here in Miramar. Now Barney gets 21 down, so for Dread and the team of Jibna, they're able to still manage to get some knockdowns, while Dread or Barney got taken down. Looks like Barney is on top of that 5-story building. No one is gonna go there for a revive, so you have to be quick because he's now on half HP.
Yeah, and there's no choice for him to even drop from that high of the apartment, because that will immediately deplete all of his health. Now, I do see that Demios is already climbing all the way up. Should have just about enough time. But is that going to send Demios into a trouble of his own as well? Barney does have some coverage, but unfortunately, despite him almost reaching to the top, it's MM that takes claim.
And Demios here. See if they can manage to bounce back from that elimination from Barney. Well, for Barney, Contra, even though he dies, he does have a contribution at least, which is 1 or maybe even 2 kills or elimination, if you remember from the previous matches. So that's what's good about Barney. Even though he does not have that much of experience here in the international scene, he's still able to manage to provide contribution. Now with Claire, just proning down on an open field. This is a really bad idea for Claire. You can't really just do this.
But it doesn't seem like he has much of a choice as well. Maybe if he's lucky enough, TTQ won't be able to spot him out, because TTQ, they want to move away from this direction, but he's taking shots and he will drop and find himself a free buggy.
Wow.
Okay, impressive stuff coming from Claire. Now he's gonna be able to at least take that 1 point. Not gonna walk away empty-handed, and also having more loots to work with. He definitely needs a whole lot of it. Let's see what he switches to. But he's still very far off from where he needs to be.
And the
TTQ's
rest
coming?
Yeah, the rest of TTQ is eyeing now on Claire. Good thing he was able to pop up 3 smokes. So what he can do most likely is just try to get away with the buggy. I mean, he knows there's a buggy over there where he defeated that TTQ player. It looks like he is fully unaware that there's the rest of TTQ right on this side. So we'll have
now
to
he is.
he'll have to reverse back, and then he will have to just cut around. Oh, but this is so dangerous, Claire. Now, Gus. Oh, and that's it. AKM to the face of Claire.
Still, it was pretty close, considering that he exited a little late on that buggy. And he claimed 1 point. TTQ absolutely unhappy about that situation where they lost that one member through a stray unit. But Elevate Esports, the struggle continues on. So just adding 1 point, so that will be them settling for a total of 42 for this evening. While Dread Esports will build a snowman in the desert. That's one more player taken off. I wasn't too sure who exactly was that because we were so fixated onto TTQ side. Could have been 2 points for Claire at the very least. But, you know, we carry on. FV now on the outskirts. Having some defensive maneuver for the moment. Yangon Galactico is not too far away as they're taking the high heels. Master Riggs trying to flush him off of that position. Or perhaps draw attention from Romeo so that the rest could also work towards getting him picked off from the heel. Marnet's going to be able to find Zuki. Late rotation coming from TTQ because of what happened over on the north. Sees them struggling as Marnet happily goes in for some pickoffs. Look at how scattered they are. TTQ not really in a good spot. Still on the outskirts. GE trying to gate them from entering at all. And perhaps they might be able to survive. But it's Marnet again. On to Gus.
Yeah, on point for this man today. He's the one of the players who got that 7 eliminations in match number 2. So with the Mini 14, he's able to go ahead and go for that single tap shot onto TTQ as well. KH though, looks like they will be able to manage to get the revive unless there's another angle. Oh, there we go. No, it's not another angle. It's the blue zone who will be able to defeat them. And at the same time, he's fully immobilized now because of that one tire of that buggy that already popped out. So this is so bad for TTQ. They will most likely lose that guy, which is KH. And then the rest of TTQ, they already are out. So I think this is it for them for today.
Yeah, I believe so as well. There's honestly no good spot for him to even drive through. A tire being popped. But the circle's going to shift. GE is not going to worry about this. Like, they just have to take a couple of steps, leave this compound to be getting the rewards of crate as well. That just drops right across. So they can easily go in for a restock. Cage now relying on bandages. And that's the end of it. As he will kamikaze on the blue zone. So, as we carry on, this is a much slower pace compared to that previous Miramar because of how many creases that there is throughout the valleys. And RTC now into a little bit of a trade between GE as well as Harame Bros. Gotta be careful as they're the ones on the outskirts. Maybe turning back into a different area would be a better cause for the rest of RTC because this seems to be off limits. The Harame Bros members are also trying to take them down. Rake just going for that peak while there's going to be a little bit of a flank being set by the side of RTC members. Dambot, he is being very, very elusive, but they absolutely heard those footsteps and they are trying to take him down. That grenade did manage to chip some health bars, and Ferrales further depletes him.
Oh, and the heal came afterwards for Dambot. And then eventually he got shot, so that's GE. And RTC right now, just too sandwiched by Harame Bro and GE. Now for Harame Bro, let's see how their discipline will actually be shown here because they're not in the circle. They're just probably going to take out Dambot and then eventually will stay away from this area. And look at this. Ooh, Federalis now. Jappy will be the ones to knock him down, and Federalis will complete that elimination. As right now, he needs to be careful. He's just trying to clear this area now as he now has his eyes onto GE, but Rig able to take some damage onto Zai. Now for Harar Bro, they need to get into the circle now because it is now closing in. As for GE, they still have another challenge, which is coming from STE. Now look at this. NC2 almost got flash. Former teammates. Now West now throws a nade. There's going to be a ton of damage coming from the rest as Zai goes down. NC2 with a nice spray down.
What a pick-off coming in from STE. They found that perfect moment to eventually get some of all these pickings against the rest of GE. Now stuck into a very tough spot. Forced to blow plenty of these smoke grenades out in the open. Really down to West to try to create a little bit more spacing for them to get out of that tough area. Well, they're also sending a member to push upwards. Then that's going to be Flash. Look at how scattered they are. Even Marnet is taking a different approach to take a deeper spot into the zone. Where STE, they got the high ground. They don't really seem to be all too worried about this advancement coming from the rest of just Esports. But they can't take this fight for far too long. That circle will further stray away from them. Dread Esports, FRL has already taken a really good spot inside of the zone. So if they don't get in by now, the teams inside will punish them later.
Ooh, look at this. As Rig goes down now. Jappy just trying his best to defend. Ooh, Rig will be shotted from a different angle. So now it's going to be 3 players left for Harami Bro. They cannot really overcommit because they're going to be out in the open for the rest of the other teams that is still alive. I think GOAT will be the ones able to do that. Ooh, but look at that. Nice throw of the Molly. We'll make sure that Bunny will be able to get into the circle now. The blue zone will now move as well. Jappy up all on fire. Does have to get out of that now because it will explode. But he has to be careful because it might be exploded by RSG from the opposite side. Federalis now will have to step some smoke. Nice setup of smoke here. RSG now gets into the circle and maybe will take him down. Now, where are the rest of our Bro range? They do know where to look at. Jappy still at his UAZ. He's not letting go of that UAZ.
Not at all. Ryder now gets that perfect opportunity as he pops that grenade, finds Zappy and SDE. Already down now. I thought that they were having the upper hand in that battle, and somehow they get overrun by FRL because they got that late approach and just absolutely gets gated off. Meanwhile, the rest of Harami Bros relying on Jappy as well as range. He's playing by the far edge. As he's trying to actually cover some ground for inside of Jappy, but running out in the open is a no-go. So, Harami Bros, this time they crash out, but they managed to at least secure 3 points before bowing out. While we have this big collision between GE and YG, Nate's now flying right in. WTZ trying to pull all the way back, giving that space towards the side of GE. It's going to be Naughty Boy that gets clipped out instead. WTZ quickly goes in for the heal, but these nades won't be able to land all too perfectly. Red Bull now finds a member of the side of FRL. We still have some big numbers here from some of all the titans of the block who are still within this game. FRL might actually see this as the golden opportunity to really climb the charts so long as they can make it into the top 4. They hold some really good positions right here, right now. Maltese also goes for the trade, finds Bunny in return, as this is just getting a little bit more chaotic with fights happening all over the place. With West Carry now dropping another grenade. WTZ catches onto Marnet Boy. That's going to be him trying to go for a flank, but to no avail. And now it's 2 members being down. It's a perfect time for West Carry to push through.
And now Romeo Boy has to actually get recovered. No, but he's going to bleed out. Stay Cloud now for YG. We'll try to go for the revive, but the shotgun flash. Just that quick of a player that he is. Now, he has to first revive his teammate West. He focuses on getting some loots first. You have to have your priorities here, Flash. But looking at the circle now, Fearless has the circle. Austria is just so quiet, Contra. We know that their energy is not too that high now, but they're still able to manage to survive until nearby the end of the game.
Yeah, but there's very good reason why some of these teams are not cutting across, because it's flat grounds. It's open for the taking. Whoever tries to cut across, they will face the wrath of FRL and perhaps certain members of Dread Esports as well, who's currently taking some shelter into those tiny little shacks. So it's not so clear cut for Aja Esports. Same can be said about another team that's currently in green. I'll get to who exactly that is. And Dread Esports, they're just basically hunkering down, turtling in, playing as safe as they can be. But GE, how are they supposed to make the cut into the circle? Because a lot of all these areas have already been sieged. Take a look at that. That's a big bowl that Dread Esports is currently holding.
For right now, Austria, they're now able to manage to get a spot there right at the circle, just a little bit closer to the edge of the circle. Fearless is still has the the best area to be on, but right now look at Ryder, bring all of these utilities now onto Flash. It's just way too short though for the mollies. Now the nade will be coming in. Will it connect? Ooh, almost actually gets half of his HP down. Another nade. Nope. Will be far way to the right of Flash. Now one last nade here. Ooh, Flash. Don't get closer, man. You can get knocked down. But look at Ryder. He needs to be careful though, because from behind it's gonna be one boy from PBE, and that's it. RSG is out.
Oh, that instant pickoff coming from Monboy. So cheeky, just popping out of the top of the hill. And that just quickly is being claimed by Monboy. Gerald also trying to disturb Aja in the process as well. Flash driving in with a flame WAZ. Can he survive? Oh, he's crushing through. Dread Esports might be able to actually take this one. And yes, he will. Maybe he will be able to survive. I thought it was actually Dimios, absolutely different team. But now down to Skynin, trying to pick off against Gerald, but Gerald does have the upper hand, getting more cover off, and this smoke is not really giving much of a vision for Skynin to go for a trade, but that allows Red Bull to push through. This is a guy that might be able to do the trick. Looking to secure Monboy, but with the smokes now dissipating, they won't be able to actually seek them out. Demios now instead gets pummeled down by Ranger as he arrived to the scene from the open grounds. And now it's down to these two members of PPE to fight off against Red Bull. Ooh. And quickly they get spotted out.
That is also from Red Bull Contra. Did you see that?
Yeah. It's like a strike of lightning. He just quickly snaps at him, and they're gone. Yeah. Now, Aja Esports, we would talk about them, maybe low on that energy, but they now have a full squad to take this 4-on-4 battle for another chance at the chicken dinner. So that triple chicken dinner is within grasp, and now the top is being knocked, but there will be help coming from the side of Sakainen. Red Bull, as well as Martin from the back as well, trying to make things work. FRL, this is their golden opportunity to secure a chicken dinner with two members down from the side of Aja Esports.
Now look at this 2v4 situation. Martin and Red Bull, two members down for the side of Austria. Will be confirmed. No, Martin goes down with a frag grenade. Now it's gonna be just Red Bull. Will try his best to go for the clutch, but no, it's just 4. Way too much for Red Bull. Fearless Esports gets the win in the final game of day number 3.
We do know that some of the casters have predicted them to be able to back this one home, and finally this Cambodian side have been able to get themselves out of a very, very tough spot in the leaderboards. But, Aja Esports, they finally break over 200 points to close off this Friday run. So they have one more day to play. So we'll see. Maybe their next target is going to be 250. Who knows? Fearless Esports absolutely deserving of how they've actually played this out, because I've been seeing them really hugging into the center of the circle, and they keep finding the center, taking those high ground and being in absolute control. Dread Esports, as much as they have that space, they don't really have as much shelter as compared to all the other members of Fearless Esports.
And I love that PBE tried their best against the top of the food chain right now, which is Austria Esports right at the end. It's a battle between former players, actually, former teammates from Austria, Astro X and PubPub, who were part of Austria Esports. They were able to manage to defeat their former teammates, Skynin and Nangex. But then again, it's all about getting that circle right at the end, which is Fearless Esports was able to manage to go ahead and do that. And this is what I talked about earlier on, the quick of a lightning of a peak coming from Red Bull. But again, after that, 2 knocks from the top and Skynin, it's just way too hard now for the rest, which is Martin, who got taken down by a frag grenade. And then Red Bull got all 4 members on him. Eventually, the MVP is going to be West out of Genesis Esports with 4 eliminations.
Yeah, it's been a while since we see Wes getting his MVP title. Back in the days, it's basically a rotation of all 4 Genesis members to be taking MVPs in each respective rounds. But glad to actually see him feeling a lot more comfortable in this match. They were taking on members of the side of YG, and they were just really full sending it until they were left with only a few more members to play with. And they had to make that desperate attempt to charge against Red Esports, which see them eventually cash out, but still a top 5 finish. Very good round for Genesis Esports. Even better yet for the rest of Fearless, which we'll see in a moment's time, that it is a flying finish with more than 10 points of elimination. I was close. It was actually 9. So that's a total of 19 points with a lot of damage being done.
Yeah, 9 eliminations for Fearless Esports. Ton of damage. 1698 total damage for this squad. And again, this is a much needed win for Fearless Esports, knowing that this is their second day of playing in this week. Like whatever GOAT had been doing so far, it's totally different to whatever Fearless has been doing. So this is a really nice ending for today for Fearless Esports. What a way to end day number 3 here in week number 2.
Yeah, and at least that with this win, they can still find plenty of these chances to still score as many bonus points as possible, so that they can still keep up to speed with what's going on with all the other teams that really have stepped up here into week 2. So Fearless Esports, don't count them out just yet, because they're finally getting the rhythms right this time around. And to my surprise, even with the circle appearing closer towards the center, we saw many of these teams were still having some struggles making their way into the areas of play. But it's also based on the terrain that they have to play through, where TTQ, we saw even players bowing out to the play zone. That was also with them being involved with some of these members from what I do believe to be PBE. I can't really recall correctly, but there's plenty of knockouts in this match. 73, one of the highest of the day.
Oh yeah. I would love to see the final performance of PBE for today, because they had a rest day yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, with Yangon Galacticos. So with them being able to at least manage to take around top 4 here in the final matchup of the day, let's just hope that their momentum will be all on their side until tomorrow, wherein they will play another Sanhok. But here comes the final results here for match 6. 19 for Fearless, 14 for Dread, GE with 14 as well, and Austria together with PBE with 9 and 8 respectively. For Austria, Contra, even though that they're not really too much aggressive for the 2 Miramar maps, they basically got all of their points for today in those first 4 maps of the day. Sanhok and the 3 Erangels. So they banked on those 4 maps. Then here in Miramar, they just focus on, since it's going to be like the 5th and 6th match, it's a tiring day, So they just banked on going for objectives.
Yeah, I could say the same for all the 16 squads involved. It's been a really, really long day where certain teams, they couldn't really get the better out of this situation. And us seeing a passive side of Austria with 9 points, they still put themselves all the way up there as they break into the 200 point margin with 207. the highest score here in week 2, where Dread Esports are also up ahead against Harame Bros with just about a 5-pointer of a difference. GE are also slowly inching closer and closer to Harame Bros, so they're back into shape with those wins of a chicken dinner for today. Now, we look through some of the big winners of this evening. Yangon Galacticos, they missed a day of action and they climb back into 7th spot. So that has been super impressive coming in from the Myanmar team. Meanwhile, some of the teams who have not get to have some games to play, like Max, has still been able to hold out to 15. So when they come back tomorrow, they will still be able to uphold that position and maybe make another surge back into maybe a top 10 finish for Team Max. We'll see when we go into some games to be played out over the weekend.
You know what? Yangon Galacticos got 51 points actually for today. So this is a nice output for YG from Myanmar for just this day. And if they continue on with that type of output, they will still be able to manage to be a top number 2 right at the end, which is kind of like what happened to last week, which is they are number 2 last week. For the number 1 spot, I think it's all locked to Austria Esports. It's been their day all throughout the day, and then you can also add their last day for tomorrow. What more can Austria do?
Yeah, there's honestly not much. If they could, I dare say, if they go AFK for 6 matches, they'll still be number 1. Honestly, because of how tight of a race some of these guys are going through in between all these squads. Unless we were saying it's like triple chicken dinners for Harame Bros, then that could be a possibility where that overtake can actually happen. But Harame Bros, sometimes they also do get exhausted with the amount of fights they get themselves into, where, it's still plenty of points that has been backed by Harame Bros as well. While we take a look at, all the other teams, Elevate Esports today, not really getting the most out of it. So it's definitely sad for the fans that have been rooting for this team to really be able to have major impact in the tournament. But we haven't really been wowed just yet, though we've seen sometimes Elevate could still pull up with, top 2, top 3 finishes, and they were involved in that epic match of Erangel where we saw Martin pulling up that 1 versus 4. So I think today we've got plenty of great offerings still. So tomorrow, I'm signed up for more Cuckoo. What about you?
I'm signed up for more of Morton. I'm signed up for more of Federalis and Red Bull. I mean, the rivalry continues between these two. They were the 2 teams who really fought out at the grand finals in the PMCL summer. But again, new challengers are coming. We have YG. You also saw Flash Vision Esports with Master Rix able to clutch it out. Again, the third-party gameplay is still coming into effect. Still, a lot of happenings are expected for day number 4 here for PMCL Southeast Asia. But anyways, I hope everyone had enjoyed for today. Please do follow and subscribe to our channels. My name is Kuku TV, together with the one and only Contra. We bid you farewell. Good night, everybody, and see you tomorrow.